The next morning, Jiang Chen sat up on the bed while rubbing his still sleepy eyes. A faint smile appeared on his face while looking at Aisha, who was still curled up in blankets, sleeping like an adorable cat. Needless to say, there were no words for what happened last night. Maybe it was just his imagination, however, it seemed that from that night on, Aisha had started becoming clingier. Although she remained expressionless in public when it was just the two of them, there's no need to say the rest. Yesterday he took Aisha around all the major tourist attractions, along with hundreds of photos carrying their beautiful memories. It could be considered as the perfect culmination of their cane trip. He leaned against the headboard, brooding for a short while, and then taking care not to disturb the still sleeping Aisha, he sneaked out of bed. He went to the bathroom, took a shower, and then took out his phone to call Robert. Buddy, I heard you've solved your problem.
Sorry, as soon as the phone connected, Robert's apologetic voice immediately came through.
Okay, I didn't come here to listen to you apologize. Jiang Chen yawned and wandered to the balcony of the room.
Niger, last stop, how are things over there?
Don't worry, everything will be smooth sailing from here on. I already personally made the trip to ensure everything is ready.
Robert touched his nose with embarrassment and his laugh echoed through the phone. You personally made the trip?
When did you become so diligent?
Jiang Chen asked, looking baffled.
Your old friend is not monitoring you.
Jiang Chen smiled and leaned leisurely against the carved metal fence.
Has the infrastructure construction been completed yet?
I've already solved the training problem.
Of course, I know a Portuguese builder who's an expert in this area. He previously assisted the French army to build a military outpost in Mali. In short, this guy was good at building military infrastructures. Asking price is not expensive, $15 million. I went and inspected it yesterday. It's already finished and the quality was also excellent.
Not bad.
Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction and changed the topic.
What about the refugees?
Done.
Great.
Wait for me in Niger.
Jiang Chen then hung up the phone.
All of a sudden, he felt a piece of clothing gently draping over his back. Upon turning around, he was greeted by Aisha's tender but fiery eyes.
You're up.
Jiang Chen smiled and gently held the small hand on his shoulder.
It's a bit cold here, especially in the morning.
Are you hungry?
I'll make you breakfast, Aisha said softly.
Jiang Chen's eyes bore into Aisha's eyes. Being stared like that by Jiang Chen, Aisha's cheeks turned scarlet and whispered, What?
Nothing, I've just realized you're becoming more and more beautiful.
Jiang Chen grinned wickedly while staring into her eyes. Gently clutching her panicking hands, he pulled Aisha back into the house.
Come on, we're getting that breakfast.
Breakfast at Premier Hotel was exquisite though somewhat bit expensive. After eating breakfast, Jiang Chen checked out at the front desk, and then while holding Aisha's hand, boarded the taxi and headed to Borispor International Airport.
What luggage?
Just store them directly in the storage dimension. After getting off the vehicle, Aisha returned to her usual cold expression and followed Jiang Chen half a step behind. At the airport gate, Jiang Chen met Nick along with 10 cane men who were hauling their suitcases. He greeted Nick and turned to look at the 10 soldiers of the former 92nd Mechanized Infantry.
It's such a great honor.
You've made the right choice, Jiang Chen smiled and extended his arms in a welcoming gesture.
Not like we have much of choice, the man named Ivan shrugged.
His stiff face contorted slightly before continuing, but the opportunities you provided are sure very attractive.
Laughing, Jiang Chen's expression was very cordial.
Of course, I've always been very good with my people. At least the old guy Anderson doesn't need to worry about housing anymore, said a huge bald man with a smile as he pounded the back of his comrade standing next to him.
House.
That's right. Ivan rolled his eyes and shrugged. I served the army for 25 years when the former Soviet Union still existed. Unfortunately, I have been enlisted in the Kenyan army. I was on the list for housing in 1987, but with how things are looking, it would take 100 more years before it would be my turn. That's nothing, said the bald guy, patting the guy who continued to remain quiet. It's even more unfortunate for Anderson. It was already his turn when his name was replaced by someone else. Don't keep using me as an example. Whoever wants to fight for those swindlers can go right ahead. This country has nothing to do with me anymore, Anderson softly rebuked with an unhappy expression. Okay, guys, why don't we chat in the waiting area? A group of people standing in front of the airport looked out of place however you look at it. Jiang Chen noticed that the police in the front door was deliberately looking in their direction. It was a critical period after all, so any group of people gathering around would cause suspicion. There was still an hour before the plane took off and Jiang Chen was fooling around with Nick in the waiting area. Aisha was sitting impassively beside Jiang Chen and was holding a fashion magazine provided by the airport. It seemed like, after the shopping spree, some kind of strange interest was awakened in her. Where have you been to these past few days? Went back home and then traveled for a bit, Nick responded succinctly and grinned. Speaking of which, you didn't bring your family to Los Santos? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat surprised. They can't. Nick's face revealed a rare melancholic expression. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. He seemed to have realized something as a wry smile appeared on his face. Looking at the flight information over his head, he appeared nostalgic and said, do you remember the wooden cabin in Osk? That's my home. Sorry for making you remember something bad, Jiang Chen said softly. It's okay, it's all in the past. Previously, Jiang Chen only heard Robert mentioning about Nick's hometown being in Kane. However, he didn't think that it would be in Osk and his house would be that cabin. Due of the heavy atmosphere, the conversation was halted. After looking at the time, Jiang Chen got up and walked towards the restroom. Before boarding the plane, he decided to take it easy first. But just as he was about to leave the restroom, he unexpectedly ran into someone, who he's expecting to be there. The same gray vest, aquiline nose, Willie agent he met the day before yesterday in the ice cream shop. You finally came looking for me. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name. Jiang Chen extended his hand with a smile. My job means that it's inconvenient for me to reveal my name, but you may call me Merlin. Merlin shook his hand, but his eyes were locked on Jiang Chen. Merlin? Magician? Your overtime is over. That's right. Thanks to you. Although he said thank you, there was not a trace of gratitude on his face. Where is the sniper? Merlin cut straight to the point. In a house in Osk. I heard the endurance of snipers is not bad, so before I left I feed him well. Should be enough to sustain him for 3 days without a problem. Jiang Chen smiled. The expression on Merlin's face had not changed and his hawk-like glare was still piercing. His exact location. According to the agreement, you said you'll give us his coordinate before leaving the country. It's on this USB. Jiang Chen casually took out a thumb-sized USB and handed it to Merlin. Merlin silently reached out to hold the USB only to find out that Jiang Chen wasn't letting go. He cast a suspicious look at Jiang Chen. I haven't boarded yet, Jiang Chen stated with a smile. We'll keep our end of the bargain. Merlin's exerted a bit more strength. But I don't trust that. Jiang Chen's grip on the USB remained firm. Why? Merlin's facial muscle was all wound up due to the pressure. There is still half an hour before we board the plane. To ensure that I'll safely get on the plane and land safely at my destination, I just want to remind you one thing before giving this to you. Jiang Chen paused, smiled when he saw the tension on Merlin's face, before continuing, I have encrypted the contents inside this USB. After inserting it in the computer for 1.5 hours, it would automatically unlock the encrypted information inside. If anything happens to me during this trip, I'm sorry, but KGB might get their hands on the sniper's coordinate location first. 1 hour was enough for the plane to land in Nigeria. After saying his piece, Jiang Chen let his hand loose without warning. Merlin clutched the USB awkwardly and bumped into the washroom door, stumbling a few steps backward. Staring intently at Jiang Chen, Merlin suddenly burst out laughing. "I didn't expect you to be a programmer." His original plan was to wait until they acquire the sniper's location and then immediately arrest Jiang Chen. There are far too many reasons for Willy society to do this. As for the organization behind Jiang Chen, ridiculous, why would they be afraid? Jiang Chen shrugged, "No, but I am the boss, I have a lot of competent employees." Naturally, the codes in the USB were Yao Yao's masterpiece. "Good, I hope you never set foot in Kane again." Merlin took the USB, left words dripping with threats and walked away. "I hope you'll be able to receive your salary sooner before your boss goes bankrupt," he shouted at his leaving figure before returning to the boarding area with a smile. He sat next to Aisha, who was still holding the same fashion magazine. "Those people left." Aisha lowered her voice. The secret agents who had been sitting nearby had already left, and the waiting room seemed deserted for a moment. "Yes, I had a talk with their boss." "Which dress do you like?" Jiang Chen skillfully changed the topic. Aisha blushed as her fingers rubbed against the page. "This one, ah. No, I already have enough clothes." This one should fit you nicely." "Alright, let's buy it. Copy the website, and I'll show you how to shop online." Nick glanced at the two people and cracked a smile on their display of affection. He then looked at the clock on the wall again. It was almost time to board. "Farewell, my hometown. I wish you peace." Niger, Niamey International Airport. "Buddy, we meet again." Robert passionately greeted and embraced Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen awkwardly shoved him away. "Ahem, I think it's better if we just shake hands." No, this is to sincerely express my remorse." He pounded Jiang Chen's back quite vigorously. Then he walked in front of a Hummer and exaggeratedly opened the door with a teasing smile. "Please get in the car, your honorable dictatorship." "I still have a long way to go," Jiang Chen retorted with a smile. He took Aisha to sit at the back of the car, while Nick naturally took the passenger seat in front. "Now that you think about it, I do believe fate has brought us together in the desert." Robert stepped on the gas, held the steering wheel and started the ignition. He remarked while smiling, "Last time, it was in the desert in Iraq too. Last time, I was there to wipe your ass for you. Hopefully, you won't get into trouble this time." Jiang Chen couldn't resist the temptation to mock him. "Ahem, aren't you missing the point here? There's a guy from UA who runs an errand all over the world for you, a Slavic who went to the front line with you, and a beauty sitting beside you." Robert jested and looked at him through the rearview mirror of the car. Hearing this, although there was no visible change in Aisha's expression, her face turned into a crimson shade. "Just focus on your driving. Stop talking nonsense anymore," Jiang Chen laughingly reprimanded him and then paused before asking, "Where's the location of the base?" "Sahara Desert, Niger. It's an undeveloped area in Agadez region. Better prepare yourself mentally as it could be quite desolated out there," Robert reminded. The outside of the airport was in Luss Hill, and there were hardly any buildings in sight. Aside from the road, there were dust and yellow sands everywhere. A gust of wind would occasionally sweep a layer of dust. Moreover, it was probably the only airport Jiang Chen had seen without a taxi lane, a bus stop, let alone a subway. Damn, how could this place be so poor, he swore while he stared out of the window into the endless sand dunes that went as far as the eyes could see. How can you say that this is the capital? At the very least, it shouldn't be this undeveloped. Downtown is much better. It's like the suburbs of Los Santos. Robert laughed. 10 kilometers more to go. We're not that far. Speaking of poverty, Niger's Minister of Commerce Armani would like to meet you and invite you to dinner. To attract foreign investment? Jiang Chen asked dispassionately. He leaned back on the chair and yawned. Why don't you go on my behalf? I already bought 20 acres of wasteland. I'm temporarily not interested in investing in any other projects. Ahem, no, there's actually more to it. Basic necessities such as water, power supply, food, ammunition that will be used in training, and so on, Robert reminded him. Those indeed posed as a concern. Jiang Chen pondered on it while pinching his chin. Military supplies, that I can solve. As for the others, what do you suggest? Jiang Chen looked at Robert. For the power supply, my advice is to buy a few sets of fuel generators or a batch of solar cells. The sun is pretty intense here, so I think solar power would be our best choice. As for the water, it seems to be illegal to drill well in here. And I also don't suggest engaging in squabbles with the local tribes. I heard that even the Niger government couldn't control them, so it's best if we outsource them. Food and basic necessities can be purchased locally. The cost of living here can be quite cheap, especially the food. Then let's do that, Jiang Chen nodded. If that's the case, you definitely need to meet Armani. But before that, I'll send you to the hotel where you'll be staying. Robert shrugged and smiled. The car finally drove into the downtown area. Niger River ran through the city. The river was lush verdant, just like an oasis in the desert. In fact, it was not as bad as what Robert made it out to be. At the very least, Niamey, the capital of the country, didn't seem that bad. Although he hadn't seen the suburbs of Los Santos, when they reached the downtown area, the surrounding buildings looked rather sophisticated. He only stayed at the hotel for a short while before he changed into a suit Robert had prepared for him and got into the car. This time, instead of Robert's Hummer, it was Niger Department of Commerce for receiving VIP guests. They got off at a restaurant where they apparently received foreign guests. A black man in a suit walked toward him and greeted him with a smile. Welcome, Mr. Jiang Chen. You must be the Oriental billionaire Robert was talking about. The elderly black minister warmly held Jiang Chen's right hand and shook it firmly. Much to Jiang Chen's surprise, Armani could actually speak in Han. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Armani, he responded to his enthusiastic greetings. I knew a lot of Han comrades as outstanding as you. We have a lot of comrades here in Niger coming from Hua, so you can think of this place as your second home. Niger welcomes you, Armani said warmly, speaking in a rather fluent Han. Haha, of course. Pleasantries completed, Jiang Chen and Armani walked into the restaurant with an entourage of bodyguards and other personnel in tow. This welcome ceremony was quite lavish. Seeing this, a sudden strange idea popped up into Jiang Chen's mind. He was wondering when he returns home for New Year, would his major bring a congregation of people to welcome him in a grand fashion such as this? He was, after all, the man who appeared in the Wall Street Journal. The government newspaper also lauded him for his achievement in the technology sector. Even in the entire province, not a lot of people could outshine him. Sheesh, it would be so cool to go home and be welcomed in such a grand fashion. Despite being in overseas, distance did not interfere with his wish-fulfillment fantasies. Armani invited him to sit with him. The side-by-side seating arrangement spoke volumes about how highly the Minister of Commerce regarded him. Naturally, looking from this angle, one could also see how poor Niger was. Perhaps because of the presence of numerous Han investors in Niger, Armani chose to discuss business during dinner. He clearly knew the intricacies of their culture as he perfunctorily drank 2 glasses before deciding to stop. Obviously, he was drinking while talking business according to Han custom. After another exchange of greetings, Armani naturally led the topic into the right track. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang, for investing in Niger. Is there anything we can assist you with to make this process easier? The basic economic condition is excellent and we're now in the stage of rapid development. There are a lot of business opportunities to invest in. Listening to Armani's passionate speech or drivel, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ridicule him in his mind. You don't even have cab at your airport, yet you have the audacity to say that your economic situation is good. But even if the heart said so, the words could not be said out loud. Of course, I am very optimistic about the domestic development of your country. And that's exactly the reason why I'm establishing a security company and building a training facility here. Listening to this black uncle speaking for a long time, Jiang Chen still maintained his composure. The meaning behind these words was, I have no interest in investing now. However, Armani was apparently not ready to give up that easily as he continued to enthusiastically discuss some other projects in great details. His meaning was obvious, give me some money right now. How about this, I have a proposal €1, to facilitate seamless transportation of goods. I intend to invest in road construction from the provincial capital of Agadez province to the undeveloped area. In fact, this idea was brewing in his mind for a while now, and it was an excellent opportunity to bring it up. As soon as Armani heard about the road construction, his eyes instantly brightened. If they could build roads, not only it would drastically improve the livelihood of people in the undeveloped areas, it would also strengthen the government's control over the rebellious tribes. Niger citizens will surely be very grateful for your generosity and friendship, Mr. Jiang. Don't mention it. It is up to you to study the specific planning of the road, and then we will discuss it further based on your proposal, Jiang Chen responded with a smile while looking at the eagle-eyed Armani. Finally the dinner concluded in a harmonious mood. The Minister of Commerce personally sent him back to the hotel where he was staying. How is it, my friend? Robert asked while grinning at him. He was standing at the entrance of the hotel. Annoying. Do ministers always talk this much? They're so damned desperate for an investment. That Armani was a rather interesting character, a politician with a flair for public speaking. There was nothing wrong with soliciting investment, but when Armani sensed his lack of interest, he became more assertive and went on forever. For a while there, although he knew that Armani was speaking Han, he had no idea what he was talking about. Ha ha ha. Robert started to laugh hysterically and patted him on the shoulder. My friend, now you understand my pain. The first day I was here, he basically serenades to me for the entire day. But I cleverly brought your name up and said that I was only working for you, and the real person with money is a guy named Jiang Chen. That's not funny. Jiang Chen glared at him and entered the hotel. Robert caught up to him and started getting down to a more serious topic. Simply put, it could be quite annoying to talk business with black people, but we can't just give them some candies and send them away. Tomorrow we'll head over to Agadez province to inspect your military base. Ahem, it's a training facility for a security company. It doesn't matter since everyone already knows, Robert commented carelessly. Stopping in front of the elevator, Robert nudged him with his elbow and quipped, we'll depart early morning tomorrow so don't go crazy tonight. Without waiting for his reaction, Robert dashed into the elevator that's about to close. This pervert, Jiang Chen said with amusement and shook his head. But at that moment, an image of Aisha dressed in a white floral dress last night appeared in his mind. Okay, Jiang Chen decided. I'll sleep a bit later tonight and accompany her to try on a few clothes. In the morning, the tranquil Sahara Desert welcomed a group of strange guests. 3 Hummers galloped the vast endless expanse of sand, leaving 3 trails of dust behind the undisturbed desert. How much longer? Jiang Chen asked in boredom while sitting in the back with his arms crossed. Aisha, who was sitting beside him, had the same emotionless expression, but from the dark, deep circles under her eyes, it was evident she didn't get enough sleep. It's just right ahead of us. But first, we need to greet the chiefs of the nearby tribes, Robert yelled enthusiastically while driving. Why do I feel that you get really excited when you're in the desert? Jiang Chen glanced at him. This feeling of freedom is something that you'll never understand. This guy is crazy. Jiang Chen mulled things over while looking outside the window. The other 2 Hummers sat 10 veterans recruited as instructors. Compared to the energy here, theirs was much quieter. Soon the vehicle drove into small sand dunes with a harder surface. When Jiang Chen's vision suddenly cleared, he saw rows and rows of small huts. Primitive, ignorance, poverty. These 3 words summed up his first impression. Yellowish-gray house and courtyard piled up from gravel. Withered branches were tied together and used as the gate of the courtyard, and the windows were covered with dyed cloths like an ancient Arabic town in the 12th century. Every household kept a camel. It was said that here a man's social status was measured by how many camels he possessed. I'm a bit confused. Perhaps you can explain to me our purpose of coming here? Jiang Chen asked helplessly. Of course. It might be a tad difficult to understand based from the modern perspective. After all, we already paid the money and purchased the land from the government of Niger. A portion of that money was also used to compensate them for taking up their ranch. As far as the contract is concerned, the 20 hectares of land not far from here are ours, but according to the local customs, our identity is still that of a guest. So following their tradition, we must obtain their recognition first before we can settle here, Robert explained. That troublesome? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. In fact, it's only a formality since they are more or less secularized. Robert shrugged and slowed down the speed of the car. Still, there are some benefits from respecting their local tradition. At the very least, we can harmoniously coexist without worrying about them giving us trouble, and they may even stand by our side during critical moments. I don't quite understand what you're saying. So who is the owner of this piece of land? Is it Niger? The Tuareg tribe? You can think of it as Niger as the king of the Middle Age, and Tuareg tribe as the lord of this piece of land. Roberts rolled his eyes as he gave an unlikely metaphor. If we get into a conflict with them, which side would the Niger government be on? Jiang Chen asked a dangerous question after listening to Robert's explanation. A troubled smile appeared on Robert's face upon hearing Jiang Chen's question. The Niger government will be delighted if we could wipe them out, but that's kind of impossible. Tuareg men are scattered throughout the desert. And rumor says that they have some unusual relationship with extremist organizations like Al-Qaeda. The Tuareg guerrillas also fought alongside Al-Qaeda during a riot in Mali. Robert paused when he noticed Jiang Chen's unresponsiveness. For fear that Jiang Chen might do something harsh, he immediately added, I suggest we better not clash with them. The people here are quite tough, and despite being poor, every household has an AK lying around. Don't be nervous, I was just asking, Jiang Chen quipped. When the car drove into the tribe, all natives cast the vehicles with a curious look. Due to the poor road condition, Robert rolled down the window and signaled the 2 vehicles behind to stay outside of the tribe. It was not a big deal. Following the local tradition shouldn't take long to complete. That's the food market over there, but I don't recommend you trying out the things they sell there. What a coincidence, I'm also not interested. Jiang Chen looked outside the window. A kid on a camel gave him a curious look, and his father, who was wearing a veil, led the camel out of the tribe. Aisha subtly glanced at the window and muttered one phrase, heresy. The car stopped. Following the direction of a black woman, Jiang Chen and Robert walked into the building of the central tribe. Tuareg tribe, a nomadic ethnic confederation mainly distributed in the suburbs of the Sahara Desert in Africa, and a branch of the Berber clan spread throughout the vast region of North Africa. Renowned for their writing, language, and unique nomadic life, which were substantially different from those of their surrounding neighbors. Instead of a matriarchal social organization, Tuareg was a matrilineal society. Although they believe in Islam, women were not required to wear a veil. On the contrary, men 25 and above must wear a veil in the Tuareg clan society. What was more striking was its open marital values wherein women could have multiple marriage partners, and in case of divorce, all assets would belong to them. Apart from these strange customs, they were naturally born warriors. There was a notable local motto, the desert holds no secret to Tuareg people. In this desert, they knew how to fight better than anyone else. During the Mali Civil War, Tuareg guerrillas delivered consecutive losses to the government forces. Moreover, because of its strong combat ability, there were a lot of Mediterranean dictators and warlords who were interested in their fighting prowess. The most famous one was Gaddafi, who particularly favored Tuareg mercenaries. After the outbreak of the civil war in Libya, Gaddafi even offered the Tuareg tribe a lucrative remuneration of $1,000 a day to help him quell an anti-government militant. Of course, no one knew if the money had actually been honored or true in the first place. Robert had, in fact, recommended to Jiang Chen that since they chose Niger as the location for the base, recruiting Tuareg people might not be such a bad idea. However, after some consideration, Jiang Chen still rejected his proposal. The main reason was Jiang Chen's lack of trust in their culture and religion, and also to avoid potential issues that could arise in the future. At least those refugees who fled their hometown would not suddenly clamor to go home. In any case, the refugees were more reliable. In the relatively spacious house, Jiang Chen saw the legendary tribal chief. "Distant visitors, may your wealth be endless like the sands of the Sahara." The dark-skinned female chief nodded slightly, her hands clasped together. Perhaps because she often dealt with French people, her French was rather fluent. But regardless of how fluent she was, Jiang Chen, who only knew English, could not understand a thing, so he simply stood there and kept mum while waiting for Robert's next move. "Thank you for your generosity in sharing your land. May your tribe flourish and your camels grow in flocks," Robert responded in fluent French. Even now, Jiang Chen could not figure out just how many languages this guy knew. Upon hearing this, the elderly female chief cracked a smile, her wrinkles scrunching up together. The following ceremony was quite simple. A man, whose head was wrapped in a frighteningly thick turban, carried 2 bowls of camel milk and placed them in front of them. According to the locals' custom, the thicker the turban and veil were, the more respect they were showing to their guests. It was said that in the past whenever a male guest visited here, he was also required to wear a headscarf, or at least his mouth must be covered. But now it appeared that they have made some concessions to foreign cultures in the process of adapting to modern times. It was unknown whether the female chief was chanting a mantra or praying, but she spoke for a long time before she gestured to the 2 people with a smile. Looking at that bowl of cloudy camel milk in front of him, Jiang Chen could not help but wonder if it was just freshly squeezed out. When he looked at Robert, he noticed that this man's eyebrows were furrowed as well. "Is this really potable?" Jiang Chen whispered in English. "Yes, but trust me, you won't drink it again after you have your first." Although Robert's expression was somewhat bitter as he attempted a Herculean feat of downing the camel milk with his eyes closed. From the looks of it, this was his second time drinking this awful stuff. Jiang Chen was secretly speechless. Seeing Robert's swift action, the smile on the female chief's face became more brilliant. The faster the guest drank, the more it reflected their respect for the host. When she looked at Jiang Chen, however, her eyes grew even brighter. Robert had not even put the bowl down, Jiang Chen had already put the empty bowl on the table. It took Robert a while before he finally finished and placed the bowl on the table with a quivering hand. Thus when he saw Jiang Chen's empty bowl, his eyes almost popped out from its sockets. After coming out from the tribal chief's house, the 2 men received a warm farewell. Back in the car, Robert hummed as he wiped his mouth. *T, I feel like I've got a layer of grease in my stomach, Robert complained as he looked at Jiang Chen oddly. "You okay with that strange smell?" "What strange smell?" "It was okay." Jiang Chen laughed loftily as he leaned back and then put his arms behind his head. Other than the grease that barely touched his mouth, he didn't drink a single drop, and all of it was sent to the storage dimension. He was getting more adept at using this ability. After their friendly interaction with the neighbors, the 3 Hummers returned to the road once again. Finally, Jiang Chen saw a castle in the middle of the desert, future security. Barbed wire fences, concrete watchtowers, and buildings, these structures greatly resembled a small military base. "What do you think?" Robert turned around and smiled proudly. "Not bad." There was also a satisfied expression on Jiang Chen's face. "Very neat." The three Hummers stopped at the checkpoint at the entrance. The patrolling soldiers wearing dark sunglasses approached the car, and after verifying Robert's information, they performed a simple military salute and then released the checkpoint post. The soldiers patrolling here were mercenaries hired from a security company in South Africa. With Jiang Chen's arrival, 20 people in a camouflage combat uniform wielding M-series automatic rifles quickly assembled in a neat formation in the center of the base. These people only knew how to follow money and would not ask any questions. Their price was entirely based on the degree of danger of the mission, and Robert was able to negotiate with them for the price of $70,000. As the situation in the region escalated, Jiang Chen made some adjustments to the refugees' recruitment plan after deliberating it with Robert. The original plan was to hijack refugee ships, and then forcibly transfer them to the military base here. It was later changed to heading directly to the Syria border and masquerading as UA troops responsible for escorting the refugees, and tricking them to getting on the vehicle that would originally lead them to Europe. As for tricking them, the answer was quite simple. A flyer and a poster. European Labor Migration Program, any male between 18 to 25 may register here. You can bring your spouse with you. Those who are interested may register here. The agency will arrange jobs for you. Required, 100, seeing that not only you could bring your spouse and there was also a guaranteed work to boot, and not to mention these people were equipped with UA weapons, the registration turned out to be popular. After those who managed to qualify got into the vehicle, it didn't take long for them to realize that something was amiss. Upon confirming that they were heading in the wrong direction, the refugees began panicking and frantically scampered to get off the truck, but the mercenaries, who were merely doing their responsibility to complete their mission, remained unperturbed, and they forcefully dragged all the refugees back inside. After completing their escort duty, their mission was changed into guarding the refugees and preventing any attacks from extremist organizations or any other unforeseen situations. According to the contract, as soon as Jiang Chen's group arrived, they would immediately hand over the control of the base and depart. For them, this was probably the easiest task they ever had, even though the pay wasn't much. Seeing the retreating figures of the mercenaries, Jiang Chen gestured for the 10 cane veterans to line up behind him and signaled Robert to turn on the speaker and gather the refugees to the square. The refugees were already converging in that direction. After witnessing the mercenaries, who had turned over the control of the base to Jiang Chen, drove away, they felt an amalgam of complex and confusing emotions. They previously thought those people were UA soldiers, who would take them to a safe location or at least a refugee camp near the border of a European country, but they didn't expect to be taken to a completely opposite direction and deep into the desert. At first, they thought it was the base of an extremist group, but it did not look quite like it in all respects. Other than preventing them from leaving, they didn't make many forceful demands. The soldiers put a number on them and even arranged rooms for them that were much more spacious than those from a refugee camp. And even if no one stopped them from leaving, there was nowhere they could go. This place was in the middle of the Sahara Desert. Without any means of transportation and sufficient supply, how far would their feet be able to take them? They would surely die if they met a sandstorm or if they got lost in the desert. After going through the initial phase of restlessness, they chose to wait and observe. At least these people didn't torture them, and there were not many restrictions on food and water. One could even say that life here was better than any refugee camps. Perhaps this place was the new refugee camp planned by the United Nations. After all, Europeans didn't want them to migrate to their country, so they funded the construction of facilities in the depths of the desert. There were a number of people with this kind of naive thinking. However, they were doomed to be gravely disappointed by Jiang Chen. Any gain had a price to it. Looking at the refugees standing all over the place, Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly and asked Ivan, who was standing on the side, what do you think about these people? Do you have the confidence in training them? Upon hearing this, a glimpse of pride flashed on Ivan's face. There was a time when he thought that he would only serve under a president, who was not worthy of his allegiance, and serve as a cannon fodder for the sake of ideals that were not worth sacrificing for. However, as he stood there looking at the advanced training facility, and receiving the promised high salary, and when the boss asked him, "Are you confident?" the answer was a no-brainer. That would depend on what the boss wants. Ivan raised his head and replied firmly, as though he had just regained his pride as a soldier. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, his chin pointed toward the doorway, similar to the group of people that had just left. "Yes, boss." Ivan shouted vehemently, "But, boss, I have a problem." "Oh. Say it," Jiang Chen nodded, pleased with his determination. "I might go overboard." The soldier's eyes were burning with a fierce fighting spirit. Hearing that, Jiang Chen paused and then unexpectedly laughed. "If you go above and beyond, I'll be sure to give you a bonus." Jiang Chen patted his shoulder quite vigorously and stood on the podium while smiling in front of the refugees. Sensing that an authoritative figure had stood up, the refugees mustered their courage to voice their doubts. "Who in the world are you? Why did you take us here? We want to go to Europe. I heard Frankfurt provided refugee camp. Why didn't you send us there?" Jiang Chen ignored these questions, and continued fiddling with the microphone and turned on its switch. Buzz! The deafening static blared through the four corners of the square, and aside from Jiang Chen and the 10 instructors, almost everyone covered their ears while ducking down. "Ahem, seems like the mic is now working. You all can understand English, right? Then I'll start." He ignored the pairs of frightened, angry, confused, and helpless eyes. He paused while renewing the feeling from the wasteland. "You might think that you've been deceived. Why didn't you disembark in Greece but had been taken to Central Africa instead?" Glancing around the crowd, Jiang Chen laughed and continued, "That's right, I did trick you." The crowd instantly erupted. "This is unlawful. Are you not afraid of being prosecuted by International Court of Justice? This is against the law. Send us back." "Send you back? Sorry, I'm not obliged to do so. But if any of you wants to leave, you can go right ahead, the door is open," Jiang Chen said with a smile as he spread out his hands. Nobody spoke. Everyone knew that it would be stupid to cross the desert without any means of transportation. Warm shelter, delicious food, and clean water, you can't deny that your life here is much better than your refugee camps on the Syria border. "But at least we would still have our freedom," someone muttered in the crowd. "Ah, freedom. You're so poor, you only have your freedom and that's why you got on the truck, right? If you have money, you definitely could afford the ticket, isn't that right?" Jiang Chen smiled as he stared at the young man who interrupted him. The young man didn't expect to be stared at by the person on the podium, he swallowed and shrank back a little. But Jiang Chen did not seem to be looking at him and instead raised his hand and continued, "If you go to Europe, what then? You'll hole up in a government-provided shelter while spectating someone else's happiness? Quit your delusions. That place doesn't belong to you. You are but a refugee to them. Oh, you might say that you'll work hard, but when their natives are still unemployed, what kind of competitive edge do you think you'll have?" Hearing this, a lot of people lowered their head. They had given this problem some thought, but they never dared to think that far ahead. If one dwelled too much on misery, the courage to continue to move forward would become even slimmer, and not to mention the possibility of finding happiness in the future. Receiving donation, eating relief food and becoming the type of person who people would find suspicious wherever you go. I'll take the responsibility of telling you that indeed, you'll be able to survive, but you'll also stay in the shelter for the rest of your life. One day when your child wants to go to an amusement park, but because you have no money, you can only rack your brains on how to persuade your child that it's not a fun place. I don't know how would you then feel about it. Do you still want to go to Europe so bad after hearing all that? Jiang Chen looked at the audience whose eyes had lost their vigor due to his momentum. Seeing this, he could not help the touch of smug smile slip through his face. Where else can we go if we don't go to Europe? A young man could not help but voice it out. Even if I did trick you, it's not exactly a lie. Jiang Chen ignored his question and opened his arms and said while smiling, "Work, I've already arranged it for you. If you work for me, I'll provide you a stable living environment and a salary of $200 a month. Your salary will increase gradually depending on your performance. The contract period is 3 years, and after 3 years, you can then decide whether to leave and take your savings to any other country in the world or stay. But trust me, in less a year, you won't be thinking about that dumb thought. If you don't tell us the nature of work, how are we supposed to believe you?" There was another jarring question from the crowd again. Nature of work? Isn't that obvious? Jiang Chen acted like he was surprised and made a show of looking around for a moment before continuing, "This is a military base, other than soldiers, what else would it need?" Another uproar. Naturally, the crowd flared up again. They thought that they would only be mining at an obscure place or engage in a hard labor, and the military facility was only there to supervise them, but what they did not expect was Jiang Chen wanted them to become mercenaries. Was this a joke? They left their home for the very reason of avoiding the war. If they were to participate in the battlefield again, wouldn't that defeat the purpose of fleeing? Someone asked this question out loud and denounced Jiang Chen that no one had the right to force civilians to wield weapons and set foot on the battlefield. Hearing this, all Kane veterans guffawed. "You're asking me what's the point? You'll understand that in the future. I'm too lazy to talk nonsensical things. You're asking what right do I have? Of course none, but like I've said, if you want to leave, go right ahead and leave. You have half an hour to decide, and if you still remain in the base after half an hour, then I would consider that you acquiesce by default." After delivering his speech, no matter how these people protested, Jiang Chen directly did an about-face and left the podium. There obviously won't be an applause for him, and he certainly didn't need one. Just like the fishbone base at the beginning, when they found themselves unable to resist and living, in fact, a comfortable life, they would gradually accept sooner or later. Moreover, Ivan would naturally train them to be absolutely loyal to the organization and shape them into becoming a soldier. Jiang Chen went next to Ivan and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll leave them in your care." "Yes, boss," the East Slavic soldier bellowed as he saluted and maintained his military posture. He nodded his head with satisfaction. He then waved at Aisha, who was standing quietly in the shadow, and then walked together towards the headquarters. While walking, Jiang Chen looked at Aisha and suddenly asked, "Say, Aisha, your hometown is in Syria, right?" After a moment of hesitation, he continued, Would my actions make you feel uncomfortable? After all, it's your hometown." "No, I will always stand by your side." Aisha shook her head, her cold face suddenly revealed a gentle smile, "And you are a very gentle person." Jiang Chen almost choked on his own saliva. "Are you kidding me? What do you mean by gentle?" Although the first one moved me, I beg to differ on the latter part." He had never hesitated when killing except for the time when he made his first kill. Just then, a small hand reached out to clasp his hand. It seemed that after the night by the river, she fell in love with the feeling of holding hands, and she would always inadvertently reach out to his hand. "Do you remember the time when you were in the truck?" Aisha asked quietly. Although it was not clear why she mentioned the past, he still smiled and squeezed her hand nonetheless. "Of course I remember. How could I forget?" It was quite interesting to think that back then, he didn't even notice that Aisha was a girl. "Even to a stranger like me, you still lent a helping hand when you saw my hungry eyes." Jiang Chen smiled, "Do you mean those biscuits? Those were cheap." Aisha shook her head and clenched Jiang Chen's hand. Her mouth was slightly curved in a smile. "But you still chose to share rather than to sit on the sidelines and watch." Being alone on her quest for freedom, she was already numb to apathy. Jiang Chen slightly lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Shared? Have I really? Is this how people look at me? Aisha took a peek at Jiang Chen and smiled tenderly. There was once an emperor who was generous, kind, and brave. His territory stretched from west of Thrace, east of Indian River Plain, north of Amu Darya to the south of Persian Gulf. He acted as a conqueror in Damascus but gained the respect of the people he conquered. The Egyptians built a city in the desert to honor his meritorious deed, she muttered to herself as though she's recounting a legend. Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly burst out laughing. But the empire was only short-lived. Was she referring to Alexander? Towards to this remark, she merely smiled and did not disprove. Obviously, he could have just used bullets to suppress them, used their loved ones to threaten them, used force to make them surrender, made them live in tents, and made them live by his rules. But he didn't. The living condition here was much better compared to the refugee camp. He even provided them with a salary and hope. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Aisha closed her eyes, her lips curved into a smile. What kind of joke is this? Trek across the desert. The refugees were abuzz with protest. However, their objection fell on deaf ears as Ivan and the other instructors ignored the faces filled with righteous indignation and stood there like statues. The public outcry escalated but was cordoned off violent encounters. Force would always the best deterrence. All the trainers wore a pitch-back automatic rifle at their waist, the dark muzzle warned anyone who dared to incite violence. Half an hour passed quickly. Ivan cracked a smile and signaled his 9 compatriots to surround the refugees. In the command post, Jiang Chen and Robert stood side by side in front of the window while watching the situation in the field in good humor. *T, didn't think that you'd have the gift of the gab, said Robert, his cigarette dangling in his mouth and his arms were resting on the windowsill. I have a lot of talent. Jiang Chen grinned, he was also leaning against the windowsill. Rather than talent, it was more of unceasing practice. 3 months ago, if he were to talk in front of more than 100 people, he doubted if he would be able a single word. And now, they did not even need to prepare a speech. Do you know what I was thinking when you were giving that speech? What? Jiang Chen casually asked, his eyes were still on the field. A commotion started to break out in the field. Someone tried to grab Ivan's rifle but was easily suppressed with a single move. Hitler. Robert made an amusing version of Führer and laughingly remarked, but you didn't learn his way of provocation. You should have given them a loaf of bread and tell them, you can eat it as long as you swear your allegiance to me. There was no need. Jiang Chen chuckled and got up from the window. I've already given them enough incentives. With that, he left the command center. Staring at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, Robert shrugged his shoulders and once again resumed observing the square. There the riot was already over. Perhaps due to the experience they gained in Cain which trained them to be an expert in suppressing uprisings, Ivan was able to lead his 9 comrades to successfully control the situation. Although the refugees wore a scowl on their face, they still obediently divided into 10 columns, each led by a respective trainer. Their spouses and children were taken back to their assigned housing. The training started immediately. The first mission was to run 2 laps around the 20 hectares of the base. They would only be able to eat once they finished. Don't want to cooperate? Then starve together with your wife and children. If they only have themselves to think about, some of them would perhaps attempt to resist, however, hearing that it was not just them who would starve but also their family. Everyone chose to compromise. Under the scorching sun, figures could be seen running around the base, leaving trails of dust behind them. When they dragged their exhausted body after finally finishing 2 laps, they all dropped to the ground. Not only did the ruthless instructors show not an iota of mercy, the devils also announced that the run would become part of their routine. Although they wanted to complain, they couldn't muster enough energy to do so. Fortunately, Evening came, which meant that the training for today was official over. When they dragged their beaten body to the cafeteria with their family and received their share of a hot meal, they suddenly felt that it didn't seem to be so bad. Roasted golden turkey, stewed mutton soup, bright green salad. As far as food is concerned, it was day and night compared to those of refugee camps. Maybe it was because of exhaustion after the exercise which stimulated their hunger, the dinner was especially delicious. A lot of people even had extra portions, and Jiang Chen didn't skimp on food. Hassan sat down beside his wife, Mary, carrying a bowl of mutton soup, and then grabbed a bun, dipped it into the soup, and took a big bite. Looking at her exhausted husband, Mary anxiously reached out to him and wiped the dust off his face. "What did they make you do?" "Other than running, not much, but who knows what they'll do later." "Damn it, those trainers are simply inhumane," Hassan cursed as he devoured the food in front of him. Because he expended quite a significant amount of energy, his appetite was huge enough to devour a camel. It was not clear whether it was intentional, but everyone there appeared to be a modern Christian, so there was no sign of veils and headscarves in the cafeteria. Hassan was munching his chicken and bread, while he pondered about on the future. He was 20 years old, his wife 19. They were planning to have a baby last year, but the conflict suddenly escalated overnight, as the shadow of IS enveloped half of Syria. Because he was considered a heretic, he naturally did not dare to stay in his hometown, so he took his wife away and came to the refugee camp on the border. Not knowing whether he should consider himself lucky or unfortunate for being taken here. Becoming a mercenary? He never considered this position. But now it seemed that there were not many options left for him. "Will you go to the front line?" Mary reluctantly asked. "If I become a mercenary, probably," he grimaced and grunted as he stuffed his mouth with bread. He glanced at the trainers who were also having dinner in the cafeteria. He was very confused about what would happen in the future. But that 3-year contract gave him some hope. "After 3 years, let's have a baby. I will work hard to give you and the children a stable environment," Hassan promised. Mary stared at him, her eyes were covered with mists, and then she lowered her head shyly. "Okay." In any case, since his family was already here, he would just need to do his best for them. He would just wait and see whatever happened in the future. Hassan's thought reflected the thought of other recruits in the base. At least for this meal alone, there's nothing to complain about. Early next morning, a team of 10 men was running outside the base wall. They were led by their respective trainers and would have stamina training 10 kilometers away from their location. Jiang Chen's requirement for Ivan was he only had half a year regardless of what method he utilized. 6 months later, he wanted to see disciplined and fast-moving troops. Moreover, this unit should be loyal to him alone. It was easy to ensure the loyalty of the soldiers. First was money, and second was electronic collar. Other than the job contract, Jiang Chen also signed a 10-year confidentiality agreement with the 10 cane instructors. Under the terms of the agreement, they must wear the electronic collar with information detection ability to protect themselves from information leaks in the entire duration of the term. In this regard, the 10 cane trainers did not put up any resistance because it was only 10 years, and they did not have any intention of disclosing anything. 6 months' time was very short. It would be impossible to train a special force capable of a mixture of combat requirement. Other new recruits would have to stay in camp for 7 months. Although relying on the virtual reality system for efficient training would only require 1 to 2 months to complete the new recruit training regimen, however, in the absence of a basic foundation, carelessly bringing these high-tech products out in the open would be highly unwise, more so because he did not have 100 training equipment in the first place. But of course, Jiang Chen also made it clear to Ivan that he didn't need a special force, but a competent and modern infantry capable of siege warfare. They didn't need to be able to execute special missions, merely being capable of fighting would suffice. As for their combat ability, there were a lot of ways to make up for it. Not enough stamina? Then give an injection. An E-grade genetic vaccine was really cheap and common in the 6th Street. Although it was not as powerful as Jiang Chen's C-grade injection, it was enough to improve their constitution to that of special force level. The only reason he did not inject them yet was he wanted them to train their perseverance and endurance. They would be given an injection over the course of training. Although Ivan and the trainers were skeptical about the drug that could improve their physical shape, upon seeing the certainty in their boss, they finally believed it was real. In spite of their misgivings, after being injected, they were surprised to discover that their strength and reflex improved by leaps and bounds. Only then their skepticism finally disappeared. They were now more confident with the 6-month deadline training mission. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't tell them it was a genetic medicine. He only told them it was a mysterious Han medicine. That's right, it's a traditional Han medicine. To begin with, from a foreigner's perspective, Han medicine in itself was a very mysterious thing. And precisely because of its mysterious nature that he was not pressed to explain himself. It was also worth mentioning that genetic vaccine functioned by fine-tuning the genetic sequence of somatic cells and stem cells without affecting genes in certain cells. In other words, there was no need to worry about genetic issues. Bad marksmanship? Then make the technology shoot for you. AK-47. M4A1. Obviously, they won't be using these junks. 100 years in the future, these seemingly decent rifles would be extremely weak. Just like how Thompson's submachine gun could still be used now, almost all new rifles could definitely outmatch its performance. The 150 Reapers assault rifles that Jiang Chen brought from the Fishbone base, whether its stability, penetration, and accuracy, it outshined all modern firearms. After all, there was a fundamental difference between the structure of warfare in the future and the present. Even light infantries wore nano-combat suist as well as kinetic skeletons. Not to mention the heavy infantries that were fully equipped with power armors. If the rifle penetration was low, it would be difficult to even penetrate the enemy's armor. Since this was a NATO standard Reaper assault rifle, its penetration capability was naturally unequivocal. Although it was normal in the future with highly advanced science, it was ridiculous in the modern world where it could easily penetrate through steel or concrete. Logically speaking, the higher the explosive power, the more recoil the solider would receive, but because of the special design of firearms, the recoil was significantly reduced. Furthermore, because of its compact internal design, needless to say, the accuracy was superb. The only problem was the ammunition. Because they couldn't use a modern ammunition without a secure base, Jiang Chen did not dare to move the bullet production line, so he could only carry the ammunition himself. Fortunately, the trade between the Fishbone base and the 6th Street had just been finalized, and the additional batch of ammunition he purchased had arrived just in time. He shipped 6 months' worth of training ammunition to the armory, which temporarily solved the problem. Other than rifles, with the development in the apocalypse side, Jiang Chen would continuously transport even more ridiculously incredible equipment to this world. Such as kinetic skeletons, heat sensor grenade. Jiang Chen entrusted all responsibility of training to Ivan. The veteran was well respected among his peers, and so he was more at ease in leaving him with the day-to-day operation of the base. As for logistics, it was also easy to solve. According to Robert's suggestion, he set up an office for the future security in Niamey and hired local experts to handle the problem. The only thing he needed to worry about was to provide the operating cash flow to the company's account, and the daily expenses, salary, and logistics, and other aspects of affairs would be coordinated by the office. At the end of each month, there would be a detailed bill sent to his email. After spending 2 days traveling between the base and Niamey, Jiang Chen finally settled everything on this side. The manager of future security was a man called Barkley, whom he found in the talent market in Niger. Despite being only 35 years old, he already had 15 years of relevant work experience. He looked stable and trustworthy. The labor cost in Niger was very meager. $400 monthly salary was already considered high in the local market. Toward such generous paycheck, the black guy was ecstatic as he promised to take care of everything with perfection. Jiang Chen was pleased with his eagerness because it meant he could worry less about it. With the base starting to operate on the right track, it was finally time to go home. When they headed to the airport, they took Niger Ministry of Commerce vehicle. As a good host, the Minister of Commerce Amani personally sent them to the airport. "We hope you come back soon, Mr. Jiang. You will always be Niger's friend." Armani shook hands with him enthusiastically with a bright smile on his face. $2 million worth of investment to build a road from the national highway to the undeveloped area. He had gained a lot from this friend of his from the east, and so he was naturally very enthusiastic. "Of course, I wish our friendship will last through eternity. Thank you for your warm hospitality. Farewell." Jiang Chen released his hand and then led Robert, Nick, and Aisha into the airport. After passing through security, Robert heaved a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes. "I can finally leave this goddamn place. Heck, when I get back, the first thing I'll do is to take a nice, long shower and then go to the hospital to get a gastric suction. Then spread your seeds to some Hollywood chicks." Jiang Chen teased. "Ahem, of course, nightlife is necessary to relieve some stress at work, you know. The next time you come to Los Santos, I'll take you to experience it." Robert chuckled. "What about you? What are you planning to do when you get back?" "Shower, sleep and then rest for a few days." Jiang Chen shrugged and sat on the chair in the waiting room. Aisha sat right beside him, eyes looking everywhere. However, much to her disappointment, unlike the airport invite, there was no magazine to pass her time on. "Don't be so boring, you have to learn to enjoy life properly." Robert sat on the opposite side of Jiang Chen, crossed his legs, and leaned comfortably against the seat. "Then what's the use of making so much money?" Nick scanned the lobby of the waiting room and then headed for the coffee machine. How do you know I didn't enjoy myself?" "Let me tell you, when I made my first money, the first thing I did was to spend it lavishly," Jiang Chen said proudly, not in the least bit ashamed. "Oh. I didn't expect this, haha. By the way, buddy, I've got a fun idea. Why don't we share what we did with our first money?" Robert was suddenly interested and sat up straight. Meanwhile, Nick came over with a coffee and sat down next to Robert. "We'll get Nick to go first." Robert patted Nick on the shoulder while laughing. Nick took a sip and looked at Robert with confusion. After hearing the explanation, the taciturn Slavic man gave the most ordinary statement. "Bought a house in Los Santos and then got a dog." As far as UA citizen's lifestyle was concerned, his couldn't be any more average. "Okay, I take back what I said, Nick is the most boring person." He ignored Nick's confused look and then coughed and continued, "My turn. I remember it was 5 years ago, I was still helping a Mexican smuggle illegal firearms. On the day of payout, he gave me $50,000, and the first thing I did was..." At this point, Robert's face went red out of nowhere, scratched his nose, as he was too embarrassed to continue. "Ahem. I found 2 16-year-old high school students at the bar. In short, I got rid of my virginity." Robert had completely abandoned his sense of shame. He then looked at Jiang Chen. "Okay, buddy, your turn." "This old pervert." Jiang Chen laughingly thought in his mind. "The first sum of money." He wanted to say what happened in Sonya but suddenly halted as he awkwardly looked at Aisha. He seemed to be somewhat similar to Robert, the old pervert. After making money, the first thing he did was go to Sonya and got himself a lover. Sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, Aisha looked back at him puzzled. However, her pure expression made it even harder for Jiang Chen to open his mouth. Robert smirked and then whispered, "I understand, we're all men here." "No, wait, my situation is a little different from yours." In any case, saying it's his first, no need to explain, I understand. Fu*k, what do you know? This past couple of days, Jiang Chen was very idle. The first step of the island capture project had been completed, and 6th Street had also been stabilized. Out of nowhere, he suddenly found himself free. He walked out from the bedroom, yawning. After a brief wash, he went to the kitchen and sat across Aisha while stretching. "Did you stay up late again?" Aisha asked with concern. Played a bit too late last night." Jiang Chen reached out and grabbed a slice of toast. Coffee, toast, and omelette for breakfast. Aisha's cooking was getting better. While munching, he reached out and turned on the TV. "Don't sleep too late," Aisha reminded softly. "Aha." He took a sip of coffee, and the bitterness made his brain sober. The widescreen TV was playing the news. Yesterday noon, a crossfire occurred in the northern suburbs of Osk, Kane, the largest one since the turn of the year. The civilian forces used cannons, self-propelled artillery, and other heavy weapons against the government-controlled area. Currently, Minsk agreement is in name only. On the other hand, UAE accused Russia of deploying artillery on the border. Watching blankly at the artillery bombardment on the news screen, Jiang Chen took a bite of the toast. Did they start fighting again? Truth be told, seeing the cannon homing on the screen could not be compared to the astonishment of seeing it in the front line. Aisha appeared to be indifferent towards these things and was concentrating on her breakfast. "I'm going rusty these days," Jiang Chen complained out of boredom. Aisha put the omelette on the toast, blew a few times, before taking a huge bite. After hearing how Jiang Chen felt, she hesitated a little before suggesting, "How about I teach you a good workout?" "Workout?" Jiang Chen was stupefied. I've taken the injection, so even without exercise, I can still maintain my body in tip-top condition." He simply had to praise the beauty of science and technology. In addition to physical fitness, there are still other benefits to exercise such as maintaining your figure and keeping your body flexible, Aisha muttered. "Figure. Speaking of this, I still haven't touched the fitness equipment that we bought." "It's always you who have been using it." Jiang Chen scratched his chin thoughtfully and suddenly clapped. "Then it's decided, later you can teach me to exercise." "Aha." Aisha smiled tenderly and nodded. Shortly after breakfast, the two stood face to face on the yoga mat. Aisha had already changed into a workout outfit of a small black top. Her brown color was tied into a ponytail. Looking lively and enticing. Curves outlined by tight clothes, bumps faintly visible. Guess it would be troublesome if he continued to stare. Jiang Chen subtly moved his line of sight. A dazzling selection of fitness equipment comparable to those of outside gyms was located on the 3rd floor of the home gym. At the corner, a virtual reality training chamber could be seen, and before entering the password, it looked like an oddly shaped, covered bathtub. Fitness is divided into two kinds. One is aerobic exercise such as treadmills and bicycles. The other is non-aerobic exercise such as sit-ups and weightlifting. Without noticing the strange look from Jiang Chen, Aisha went to the next exercise equipment and started explaining earnestly. When it came to exercise, she was naturally quite experienced. After all, she spent almost all her days in the gym. If it was not completing her daily homework in the virtual reality, it was using this equipment to exercise her body. After listening to Aisha explain the key concepts, the next step, of course, was the practical application. Jiang Chen twisted his neck, as he eagerly stepped on the treadmill and started it under Aisha's guidance. Speed, 10, I don't seem to be feeling anything. According to the value on the EP, his muscle strength was already at 30, his reflex was nearing 29, and thus this type of exercise was indeed too simple for him. Impatiently, he pressed the plus sign button, making the speed increased until it finally stopped at the limit of 30. His feet were practically dancing, but he still didn't feel an iota of pressure. "There's no point in running so fast," Aisha smiled wryly. "Why do I feel that this treadmill is pretty much useless to me?" Jiang Chen had a similar wry smile and pressed the minus button until the treadmill came to a slow stop. After Jiang Chen got off from the treadmill, Aisha took over. She took a deep breath and pressed the start button. Speed, 5. Although the injection of that weird medicine improved a lot of aspects of your body quite significantly, daily exercising to maintain your health is still important. Not so fast, jogging should suffice. This helps tone the body and keeps the body flexible. While jogging in constant speed, Aisha was explaining it to Jiang Chen simultaneously. Flexibility. Body coordination. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. But when he thought about body shapes, for some reason, the first thing that came into his head was the sexy vest line of her waist. And looking at her shoulders and arms moving rhythmically along with the jiggling of her firm and small breasts. Not good. Nosebleed. Jiang Chen embarrassedly covered his nose and quickly looked away. A good thing that nothing came out of his nose. Aisha gave him a puzzled look. Done with her demonstration, she turned off the treadmill and jumped off. Now for the non-aerobic exercise. Where should we begin? Let's start with that. Looking around, her eyes lit up when she spotted the elliptical trainer near the door. An odd-looking equipment connected to all four sides, which Jiang Chen had seen before in the university gym. Put simply, by sitting there, you can perform pull-ups, core exercise, parallel bars and other series of complex exercise. I rarely use this because it will easily build up muscles, but it's suitable for guys. Aisha sat on top of it and smiled softly at Jiang Chen. I'm going to demonstrate for you. She adjusted the weight to 20 kilograms, took a deep breath, and extended both of her arms up high while holding the bar. Too much power. A weight of this level was naturally very easy for someone like her with a genetic vaccine, but even so. Due to the tension made from the exertion of her arms, the round softness on her chest looked like it was about to pop out. Jiang Chen unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Although he knew it was bad to gawk at certain parts of a girl, still he was unable to move his gaze away. However, this wasn't the most troublesome thing. Having finished with the stretching exercises of her upper and lower muscles, Aisha, who remained oblivious to his gaze, put her arms against the pad of the butterfly clips and then both of her arms snapped towards her chest. Because of the pressure, the soft protrusion was squeezed under the force of her arms. Worse still, because of the aerobic exercise, Aisha's forehead was sweating profusely. The small top was becoming more transparent as it got stuck on her skin. What's the problem? Aisha looked perplexedly at Jiang Chen who was covering his nose. Nothing, my nose is just a little bit itchy. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed dryly. He did not want to admit that he was thinking of naughty things while she was teaching so earnestly. While still confused, Aisha didn't pursue the subject. She pressed her legs against the pad, ready to demonstrate the next set of moves. However, at this time, she accidentally saw something she shouldn't have seen. Because Jiang Chen was also wearing workout clothes, the design of the sports pants was rather loose. That tent-shaped bulge. Aisha's cold face turned crimson, she ducked her head down shyly, fingers rubbing absent-mindedly against the training equipment. Do you want to?" she uttered in a quivering voice. Hearing this, it was Jiang Chen's turn to blush. His conscience told him that he should refuse this time to show his integrity and solve this misunderstanding. Yes, he nodded without thinking. Although his thought was very praiseworthy, his mouth and body, on the other hand, were both very honest. Then let's go to. Here is good. It's already lunchtime when they left the gym. Seeing the time on the EP, Jiang Chen could not help but smile wryly. Now with Aisha feeling disoriented, she definitely would not be able to cook anymore. What a blunder. He shook his head and went into the kitchen. He turned on the rice cooker, poured half a cup of rice into it, and mixed it with water. Putting on the apron, he took a spatula and cooked the scrambled eggs with tomato, which he hadn't cooked for a long time, and then he made a cucumber soup. This was the limit of his cooking, as he certainly didn't know how to cook lamb and beef. But this should be all right for today. He brought the dishes on the table while humming. He then returned to the kitchen and removed the dough from the fridge. Aisha was still not used to eating rice. It was usually Jiang Chen who ate rice, and she with her bread. He stuck the dough into the microwave, patted his hand, and pressed the start button. Watching the golden bread spinning in the microwave, he narcissistically touched his chin while nodding. Why am I so talented? Capable of doing business and capable of cooking, wait. This shouldn't be how a man is described. Just then, he suddenly felt a soft touch behind him. A small hand came around him from behind and embraced him. Ahem, sorry, I've been too rough. Are you feeling better? Jiang Chen said as he turned around and scratched his head awkwardly. Aha. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, what are you crying for? Aisha's face was tightly pressed against his warm back. She didn't respond and only rubbed the corner of her eyes against his clothes. Just 10 minutes ago, she slowly recovered from her woozy state. When she realized it was already lunchtime, as a competent wife, which she'd always strictly told herself to be, she immediately got up, leaned on the wall for support, and dragged her body to the kitchen. When she saw the dishes on the table, for some reason, she felt her eyes tearing up. She gently moved to the kitchen door and saw the hot bread that Jiang Chen made for her. She stepped forward and embraced him, her face pressing tightly against the warm and strong back, and her delicate eyelashes closing. Sorry for hurting you, in the future no, this is good. Aisha murmured happily. After lunch, Aisha returned to the gym saying she was going to clean the place. After all, she had been injected with a genetic vaccine, and thus she was almost completely recovered at the moment. Jiang Chen was sitting on the sofa while watching TV to pass the time. Yawning, he was about to get up and go back for a nap when his mobile phone suddenly rang. He took out his mobile phone and read, "Xia Xiyu." He pressed the answer button and lazily put the phone to his ear. Hello. What's up? Emichim, I have something to tell you. It's about a game. Xia Xiyu's excited voice came through, which made Jiang Chen extremely surprised. I guess it's a good news. Jiang Chen laughed. That's right, Xia Xiyu leaned back against the office chair with a rare proud smile appearing on her face. After a period of marketing and beta testing, our company's first mobile game, New Era, is now officially live. According to the recent daily statistics that had just been released, its first day of downloads exceeded 15 million mark, setting a record for highest downloads for mobile games. After practicing in front of the mirror numerous times, when Xia Xiyu finally shared the good news with the boss, her voice still went off-key due to extreme excitement. What the foo *k? The news practically made Jiang Chen jumped up from the sofa. Ahem, no cursing please, Xia Xiyu admonished lightly before continuing. According to the server's data, the highest number of concurrent users broke through 5 million. It's better for you to come to the company this afternoon, so I can show you the back-end stats directly. I'll be there right away. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone and was immediately out the door. Wanhai University, men's dormitory. A guy with a pair of glasses was staring at the screen of his mobile phone, his fingers moving swiftly on the touchscreen. His spectacles reflected the fighting scene of a role-playing game character. For eyes, what are you playing? Or are you watching porn? Tian Zhongjie, his bunkmate, moved his chair closer and stretched his neck to take a peek at his screen. Tian Zhongjie had just finished playing League of Legends and had almost smashed his keyboards because of those noobs. He was so angry that he didn't want to play anymore. After 20 losses, he closed the game directly, and then opened the file, and uninstalled the game. This was his 10th time of uninstalling this game. Most online games were either filled with RMB players, or filled with cheats. Although a lot of noobs played LOL, the quality of the game itself was still quite good. At least, the RMB skins wouldn't increase the user's attack damage. Thus, after his anger had abated, he would find himself unable to stop from downloading the game again. Despite that, every time he finished uninstalling, he would swear that he would chop his hand off if he ever installed it again. Chen Hong cast his friend a sidelong glance before returning his gaze back to the screen and then controlled his character to the direction of the main city. "What are you being so mysterious about?" Tian Zhongjie had just AFK'd, so he had nothing better to do. He then got up and stood behind him. Chen Hong ignored him and continued to stare intently at the screen. Just then, the dormitory door opened and Gao Fei, who had just finished playing basketball, walked in. "Yo, for eyes, didn't you say that only dumbass play mobile game? Then why are you playing it?" Gao Fei quipped. He curiously stood behind Chen Long trying to see what he was playing. "What, no way. Is this truly a mobile game?" As a result, Gao Fei was also unable to peel his eyes off the screen either. The texture of the image, the detailed character design, as well as the spectacular gameplay, those 3D mobile games are nothing compared to this. No, not just mobile games, even Skyrim on his desktop couldn't compare to this game. "That's right, this is not a mobile game, and that's why I'm playing it." Chen Hongting pushed his eyeglasses up and scowled at the completely stunned Tian Hongjie. Gao Fei gulped and jeered, "The graphics is so good, the game content must be meh." Chen Hong glanced at him before continuing, "Open world and 2:1 continental scale map. It combined the adventure element of an RPG and the management element of an SLG. Player can choose to roleplay as an adventurer or become a lord managing a piece of land. You can also open a business and become a merchant to fight pirates in the sea. Whether it's the graphics or the content, even if it's compared to PC games, it's a 3A godly masterpiece," Chen Hong said with absolute certainty. Although he had always been extremely critical when it came to games, he had yet to find any flaws in New Era. "Could your crappy phone even handle a map with a size of 2 continents?" Tian Zhongjie's jaw was about to drop to the ground. He felt like his LOL addiction was still not beyond redemption. The game is only 300 megabytes. 300 megabytes, you're pulling my leg. Gao Fei uttered in complete disbelief. The company stated that they used the newest data compression technology as well as cloud computing technology. "Anyway, I don't understand any of that stuff, I only can care about playing. Oh, for a day, I consume 10 megabytes of data, so it's not very high." Chen Hong killed another monster and deftly picked up the loot of silver coins and equipment and then locked onto the next one. "I can see that you have been killing monsters for a while now, don't you find that boring?" Tian Zhongjie noticed that he had only been killing monsters after watching him play for a long time. Sure, the fighting scene and graphics were great, but wouldn't it be too boring to be hacking monsters constantly? Would you still feel bored if there's money involved? Chen Hong responded to him as though he was talking to an idiot. "Money? RMB, you know that, don't you?" he added, sighing. "What the foo *k, the in-game currency can be exchanged for RMB?" Gao Fei asked in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out. The game operator doesn't exchange gold coins, but they offer a platform similar to Diablo 3's auction house. Players are free to price and sell gold coins on a consignment basis. This system is somewhat similar to the stock price, where the lower price is given preference. The game operator will only collect 5% commission fee, and they only take 10% commission for the equipment auction. While speaking, Chen Hong's eyes were burning with passion like crazy. During beta testing, Future 1.0 distributed a high amount of activation code to VIP members. There's quite a number of wealthy players playing this game according to the official data collected during the beta phase. That's to say, there is a high probability that RMB players would beat your sorry ass. Gao Fei said in derision. That's how an average person would think. Chen Hong cast him a haughty look. New Era didn't create an item mall. The purchased points can only be used to expand the warehouse or purchase skins that don't affect the balance of the game. In other words, it's as similar to LOL Store. Tian Zhongjie's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt an urge to download and play the game. Chen Hong ignored his friend's question and muttered, "Do you remember what I said before? There are many ways to play this game. You can be an adventurer, a lord and so on. Does it has anything to do with those RMB players?" Gao Fei asked, frowning. Of course. Chen Hong's eyes were practically indistinguishable from gold coins. He licked his cracked lips before continuing, "The condition to become a lord is one has to buy a city lease for 100,000 gold coins and then get the city qualification. Imagine if you were a rich player, would you rather hunt monsters like what I'm doing, or would you rather become the lord of a city with countless followers? That's nonsense." Gao Fei scoffed, but he seemed to have suddenly thought of something as his eyes widened. "Wait, if the city lease costs 100,000 gold, the auction house. That's right, if you play the game normally, it would be impossible to obtain 100,000 gold coins in such a short amount time. Killing a single boar would only drop 2 silver coins and killing 50 would barely give you 1 gold coin. So to become a lord, the only way to acquire gold coins is through the auction house. But would there be that many people willing to buy a city lease?" Tian Zhongjie asked. "Let me give you a straightforward data. At present, the price of a single gold coin in the auction house is set to 5 renminbi. So for every 10 boars I kill, I would make 1 renminbi." The more Chen Hong talked, the more motivated he became. "What the fu *k, a land lease will cost 500,000 RMB. That is insane." Gao Fei uttered in disbelief. "You noob, there are rich people who are not afraid to squander 1 million while playing Plants vs. Zombies. Don't you know building a territory is similar to farming? Moreover, through taxation, production of materials and other ways to earn money, would you still be worried about not making a return? I'll tell you a rumor that I heard from one of my friends. Have you heard about Blood Sea Guild of Sword 4? Because of the popularity of New Era, they are planning to switch to this game. They are also currently raising funds in preparation for something big. Not only wealthy people, a lot of game workshops are also eyeing this city lease, so you can just imagine the future of this game. Isn't Sword 4 a PC game?" Tian Zhongjie could not help but ask out loud. "If the mobile game is more fun than PC game, would you rather play a PC or a mobile game? The future belongs to the mobile platform." Chen Hong himself was becoming passionate about the future. Not only that, it can also be said that city building is the biggest feature of the game. The sandbox-like settings would allow the players to design their city based on their own preference. The city can be built anywhere from a certain distance from another city. And depending on the terrain and the map itself, the established city will receive a corresponding reward that would allow recruitment of special NPCs to attract other solo players. Do you know what this means? This means the earlier the city is established, the higher your advantage will be. You can get mines that produce iron ore, coastal areas fit for ships to dock, as well as unique NPCs roaming on the map. All major guilds are buying gold coins in order to seize those good spots. My plan right now is to kill monsters to gain gold coins and then sell the gold for money. Once I leveled up, I will explore the deeper parts of the continents. It'll be great if I can trigger some hidden mission. That would be really crazy." An ambitious expression appeared on Chen Hong's face. "But wouldn't the value of gold depreciate after a while if everyone purchased the city lease?" Gao Fei asked anxiously. The reason why he was asking was because he suddenly had the idea of making money from the game. Just killing 10 monsters would earn him 1 renminbi. This was something really enticing for someone who doesn't have much pocket money. "You're overthinking it. Wouldn't you need to build establishments after building a city? Wall, city hall, residential buildings, farm, etc., all of which cost money. In addition to city lords, there are sea explorers. Although putting up a shop would not cost 100,000 gold, a small shop would at least be 500. As for the mega vessel, it costs 1,000 gold and above. The auction house wouldn't interfere with game content, and the difference between the demand for gold and RMB would prompt frequent trading between the players. As long as the operator continued to push new game contents which would prevent the value of gold from depreciating, the game would continue to survive. Considering the impeccable game quality, the number of users, as well as the continued growth of Future 1.0. Gao Fei's eyes turned brighter and brighter the more he thought about it. For eyes, I have an idea. Why don't we, of Dorm 101, start a game workshop? 1. RMB players, the equivalent of pay-to-win players. Whenever Lingyu Technology's name cropped up, most mobile games fanatics would automatically think of games with unique designs and outstanding gameplay, such as I Am ATM and Dota History. Inside the Lingyu Technology building in Wanghai City, Ling Zhongtian was sitting in front of the office table with a dark face as he silently looked at the information on his table. The manager responsible for mobile game development, Qian Haiming, had his head lowered while sweating profusely and waiting for the boss reprimand. After a long while, Ling Zhongtian finally spoke. In 1 month, Dota History's ACU dropped by 10% and KPI indices decreased by 17%. This is the goose that lays a golden egg you're telling me about? And what about I Am ATM? What's your team doing for the past month? His voice was trembling due to rage. ACU referred to the average concurrent users, while KPI referred to key performance indicators. The first was related to the sustainability of the game, while the latter was related to the game's profitability. At this moment, however, in front of him was a report that showed the stats of their 2 most profitable mobile games were in great decline. It was still Fu * King OK last month. Bang! Ling Zhongtian threw the document in his hands on the table with great force, his lungs were on the verge of exploding due to anger. The scolded Qian Haiming had a face of being greatly wronged. It was really not his fault. Swallowing, he tried to organize his sentence in his head before explaining quietly to his boss, "Boss, this really cannot be blamed on us." Taking a deep breath, Ling Zhongtian picked up the cup on the table to take a sip of tea, and gradually calmed the anger in his chest. It's that new era, right? Qian Haiming felt secretly relieved that the boss understood the situation, but the atmosphere remained tense as ever. These 2 games of the company were very profitable, and Dota History had a record of a staggering cash flow of 200 million per month. Although the result was somewhat watered down, it was not far off from the truth. The issue had to do with Dota History, despite running for over a year, had nothing new to offer. Unlike PC games, mobile games' real-time interactive capability was already very limited, thus, it was destined to severely limit the player's likelihood to stick to the game through social interaction. It could be said that when mobile game players quit the game, the reluctance to part with the game would be mainly due to the equipment and diamonds and not because of their good friends in the game. After last year's success, the active users of Dota History had been gradually decreasing. However, Qian Haiming had still a bit of skill, as he led the entire project team to devise numerous unique events which allow the KPI to barely hit the mark. But who would have thought that a highly competitive game would take the market by storm and took a huge piece of the pie away? Ling Zhongtian fell into a deep contemplation while looking at the report on the table. As the president of a corporation, he obviously would not be clueless about the existence of the most promising mobile game in the market. The game's massive content made it difficult for players to get bored due to repetitive gameplay. It also offered real-time interaction comparable to that of PC games, which meant that when players played a game, it really felt like an online game rather than playing just with a single list of friends. And more importantly, how come it didn't consume a lot of data? Ling Zhongtian was so jealous that he wanted to spew forth profanity, or perhaps he had already cursed in his mind. The 3 points above were the major limitations of today's mobile game development. All major game developers that wanted their share of the market were racking their brains to come up with the best possible solutions to overcome these three major hurdles. Too much game content. If users saw a game with a few gigabytes, they would be too lazy to download it. High hardware specs. This would cause lag and make the phone hot. High data usage. This might make telecom companies happy, but this would definitely enrage the users. Thus, the game would naturally be unable to survive. How to use software packers to include more game contents that most of the mobile phones would be able to run, and would not consume too much data. This has always been a great source of concern in the industry. Fortunately, came a software which realized the inspiration of many programmers. It was Future 1.0. By simplifying the algorithm, the performance of mobile phones was increased by 3 times, and energy consumption was reduced twice as much. This would undoubtedly enable them to recapture the ideas that had been cut off before. Ling Zhongtian was indeed a man with foresight. When he saw the download record of Future 1.0 continually being refreshed, he immediately issued instructions to Qian Haiming to gather people from project development team to develop high-specs, large-scale mobile game. The idea was undoubtedly insane. At present, there was not a single mobile game that could meet the standard of the so-called large-scale mobile game in the market despite every developer's bluff and bluster. To deploy a large amount of technical resource to venture into an entirely unknown market was unquestionably a huge gamble. The reason for making such decision was because he was able to foresee the change in the future of the development of mobile games. Given how Future 1.0 had turned out, the future would have high-quality games with high resolution and rich, diverse game contents that could compete with PC games to fill the gaps in the current market. PC and console games would continually be pushed out of the market, and the mobile game industry would only going to get bigger. The only thing he needed to consider was how to gain the upper hand and acquire a bigger slice of this pie. However, his ambition was already deflated before it was realized. Turned out that Future 1.0 had a far greater ambition. Before they gained a foothold in the market, they quickly launched an independent game and ventured into the mobile game market. New era. In the beginning, Ling Zhongtian had not given their promotion of Open Game World, Sandbox Game Map, the strongest freedom in history, much thought yet. Who didn't know how to brag? Which developers did not vaunt their own game? Not just the players, even their own marketing staff didn't believe in the marketing. But when the game went online, Ling Zhongtian's expression instantly turned green with envy. He heard a lot of empty promises before, but it was his first time seeing all the promises got fulfilled. Its unbelievable game quality set a whole new record in terms of gameplay. With the support of the Future 1.0's user base, New Era took the market by storm with no less than the impact that Future 1.0 produced and once again become a hot topic of the media. Future 1.0 made headlines again. Without a doubt, New Era had seized the initiative and took the lead in this market, which he had such high hopes for. How are things going on your end? Ling Zhongtian no longer reprimanded Qian Haiming, and instead asked about the large-scale mobile game that was currently under development. Hearing this, Qian Haiming looked inconceivably bitter. It is almost developed and currently in alpha phase, but compared to New Era, as the project manager, no one knew better than him the product his own team was developing. If the quality was almost comparable, he would at least try to boost his own project by a bit to let the boss see they really tried and achieved some results. However, after personally playing New Era for a few hours, he went on playing for a while, and it was undoubtedly fun that he couldn't help but expand the warehouse. They had completely lost. No hard, just do everything you can to utilize your ability and creativity. Try a bit harder in the operations, Ling Zhongtian advised exhaustedly as he rubbed his temples. Yes, boss. Qian Haiming nodded and quickly left the office. Elbows on the table, Ling Zhongtian stared at the report blankly. He's already 50 years old, and regardless how tough his body was, his temple already had a white streak on it. After being in business for so many years and starting with only a handful people in a 10 SQM studio to gradually becoming the industry leader in the mobile game development, it was his first time experiencing such troublesome issue. What made it troublesome was not the game itself, rather the chain reactions that came with it. The mobile game industry was huge, too big to imagine, so no matter how voracious the appetite of the future technology was, it would be impossible to completely dominate the industry. In most users' phone, it would be impossible not to have more than one game. Thus, even if they lost the large-scale game market, Lingyu Technology still maintained a strong market share within the industry. However, with the emergence of this large-scale mobile game, users' spending habits would undoubtedly have a huge impact. Lingyu Technology's continuous profit decline during this period was a clear indicator of this problem. Similar to the analogy that if you have an excellent game on your phone, would you still pay for a game like Tetris? Even if you did, it probably wouldn't be much. The mobile industry had been divided for the longest time where everyone had similar games comparable to one another, and not one company had been able to monopolize the market. However, that was before that game was launched. New Era quickly gathered all players who were already bored with monotonous mobile games in the market. It revolutionized the perspective of users about the mobile games having monotonous content and poor real-time interactive capability. Since the inception of this game, their days began to become difficult. And from the looks of it, it's not only Lingyu Technologies that got the short end of the stick. While Ling Zhongtian mulled this over, he lightly tapping on the table with his finger. Perhaps it's high time to give this rookie a lecture. While thinking of this, Ling Zhongtian grimaced. He picked up the phone and called his old rival. Hello, Wang Zong. How have you been? Okay, enough chit-chat. It's been a tough day for everyone. Don't you think we should do something, shifting the public opinion, providing funds for development of hacks, exploiting New Era's vulnerabilities, hiring hackers to attack the server? There were still many things they could do to preserve their interests. Just be careful not to get caught in the act. Ling Zhongtian hung up the phone, his mouth curved in a sneer. Regardless how powerful future technology is, how would they be able to ward off attacks from all sides? Chapter 160 What's a National Husband? Driving to Guanglu Building, Jiang Chen closed the door and narcissistically looked in the car mirror before striding towards the front door. He was slightly embarrassed. As the president, he was fairly certain that he came to the company not more than 10 times. Most of the companies that chose Guanglu as their office space dealt with information technology, similar to future technology. The commonality between them all was that their lunch breaks were really short. It was only 1:30, but there was nobody to be seen in the lobby. Just as he was about to take the elevator up, he heard his name. It's Jiang Chen. Seems like it is him. Hearing the gossipy discussions, Jiang Chen dumbfoundedly looked over at the lobby reception. Two female receptionists whispered to each other as they giggled. When they noticed Jiang Chen looking over at them, they didn't stop but rather waved at him. Hey, Yingying, he looked over. Wait, let me send a Weibo. Weird. Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he got on the elevator. When the elevator stopped on the 12th floor, a proud smile surfaced on his face as the words "future technology" came into view. 3 months ago, future technology existed only in Xia Shiyu's Word document, but now it had already grown to this scale. He made a beeline towards Xia Shiyu's office. Sitting behind the front desk was a beautiful girl. Jiang Chen didn't recognize her. She was most likely one of the new hires. As for the previous 2 receptionists, they must have been transferred to other departments. Compared to when the company just started, the number of employees had already doubled. Considering the company's new project team, Xia Shiyu went ahead and rented the 13th floor to be used by the New Era team. When the beauty sitting at the front desk saw Jiang Chen, her eyes immediately lit up as she greeted him with a cheerful smile. Hello, President. Welcome. What welcome, Jiang Chen casually said as he laughed and greeted her. Afterwards, he asked, puzzled, "You're new here, right? How did you know that I'm the president?" On the left of her chest was a name tag that read, Su Mengqi. "President, don't you know that you're extremely popular right now?" With both elbows on the table, Su Mengqi smiled. Her voice had a unique tone that made others feel peaceful. Xia Xiyu indeed had an eye for choosing people. With a talent like this, after some training, she'd be great in the sales department. Popular? Jiang Chen looked lost for a moment. While he knew he was considered a public figure, he didn't think he was popular. When he came out of the airport a few days ago, he didn't see any cameras pointed at him. When is the last time President went online? Oh, I remember you have a Weibo account, unless that one is fake. Su Mengqi asked curiously. I do have Weibo, but how did you know? Jiang Chen took out his phone and logged into his long-forgotten account. He recalled that the only person he followed was Lu Yao. After that, he didn't bother sending out a single Weibo. But when his eyes landed on the numbers, he jumped. Followers, 8.21 million. Following, 1, hehe, I am also your follower. Su Mengqi shook her phone as coyly blinked her eyes. Everyone calls you national husband. Jiang Chen glanced over the rows of symbols, dumbfounded. He randomly opened a few. It was either, I want to make babies with you, or, please notice me, I can warm the bed. Many passionate females added a selfie in the message, but most belonged to the type that had no Photoshop at all. Jiang Chen was secretly shocked at his popularity. But he would pass on the babies part. It made sense, however. Future technology was now valued at over $5 billion USD by Wall Street analysts, and this was the number given to the press a month ago. After the introduction and success of their revenue model, as well as the era-defining game New Era, future technology's value could easily have doubled. Without exaggerating, Jiang Chen's net worth was easily over $10 billion USD. Moreover, he was quite good-looking, and someone revealed that he was only 23 years old. New to the business, young and rich, and also single, immediately, all spotlights were focused on him. Even without sending out a single Weibo, social media officials acted on their own and verified the account, making the number of followers explode. He was very curious. How did the Weibo officials know about his Weibo account? What do you think? It's not bad to be popular, right? Su Mengqi smiled happily at Jiang Chen. Not bad. He scratched his nose while laughing shyly. His sudden public stature felt surreal. Hehe, oh yeah. President, you still don't have a girlfriend, right? I'm also single. Do you think I can pursue you? Su Mengqi coyly said in a half-joking tone of voice. Just as Jiang Chen was about to reject her, a light cough transmitted from the end of the hall. Xia Xiyu was standing there. Her silky, black hair was pulled up, and her black suit was paired with a white dress shirt, black stockings, and a black pencil skirt. She demonstrated the office lady vibe to perfection. Still stunning. Su Mengqi playfully popped her tongue out and immediately put her phone away. It was evident that Xia Xiyu was well respected in the company. Don't use your phone at work. Remember this next time. After giving Su Mengqi a brief lecture, Xia Xiyu glanced at Jiang Chen. She paused before saying, haven't seen you in a long time. Her tone somehow seemed to carry a hidden bitterness. Jiang Chen said apologetically, I was about to go find you. Then follow me. Xia Xiyu nodded, then she turned around to lead the way to the office. After the two left, Su Mengqi patted her chest with relief. Her best friend walked over with a briefcase and gently tapped her. Chi-Chi, do you have a death wish? You dared to hit on the president in front of the CEO. What? Could they? Su Mengqi's eyes suddenly popped out as she realized the relationship between the two. Her best friend Li Fengying whispered mysteriously, let me tell you since you're new and don't know. The reason why the CEO still hasn't found a boyfriend yet is because of President Jiang. What do I do then? Will CEO Xia make trouble for me over this? Su Mengqi began to feel anxious. She didn't actually plan to pursue Jiang Chen, it was only a joke. If she got in her boss bad books, it would not be good. Future Technology's salary and benefits were extremely competitive. Her best friend suddenly burst out laughing. You dare to laugh? Give me back my Haagen-Dazs. Su Mengqi said with mock anger. No, don't worry, CEO Xia is not that type of person. She usually looks serious, but she's not the narrow-minded type to give you trouble. If Jiang Chen heard this word, he would have a shocked expression. Xia Xiyu did exactly that to fire him. So people do improve. This is our back-end data. Xia Xiyu leaned down to press a few buttons on the laptop, then she turned the screen towards Jiang Chen with a rare prideful look displayed on her face. It was the server management system designed by Yao Yao from which server activities were monitored. 25.27 million registered users. The number wasn't overly high, considering Future 1.0 was a one-person one-account registration system. Therefore, New Era was linked to Little White, which didn't allow fake accounts. This made it so that the number reflected the number of people actually playing the game, unless they had multiple phones. The reason behind eliminating Smurfs was simple, to avoid having people open multiple accounts with the intent to disturb the economy within the game and use up server resources. New Era operated on one server in the entire country and used cloud computing to transfer calculation data from the client to the server. Even with Yao Yao's magically modified server, there was an inordinate amount of stress placed on it. The peak concurrent users have hit 15.03 million and the average concurrent user number is 8.14 million. It's nothing short of a miracle. Xia Xiyu couldn't seem to stop talking. What about the profit? Jiang Chen immediately asked. He was concerned about their new revenue model. Would such an innovation fit the market? He knew the game was online for just 2 days, which was too early to tell, but he still couldn't help but ask. Xia Xiyu smiled and clicked the screen. This is the current total auction amount, already exceeding 14 million. With a 5% commission fee, revenue has reached 700,000 within the first 24 hours of operation. So much? Jiang Chen was shocked. He wasn't surprised by the revenue within the last 24 hours but rather by the auction amount of 14 million. It reflected the people's interest in game spending. And it'll only increase. Xia Xiyu's voice was emotional, her voice trembling. The player's current method of obtaining gold in the game is still slow, making a huge gap in demand. The current ratio of gold to RMB has even risen to a high price of 1 to 5.6. Jiang Chen's initial reaction to Xia Xiyu's words was to pause. He didn't allow joy to overwhelm his thoughts, rather, he became more cautious. Do you think someone is manipulating the auction house price? Just like with stocks, prop it up high, get players to accumulate gold, and then massively overflood the market? Hearing Jiang Chen raise his concern, Xia Xiyu's eyebrows also tensed. I've already considered this possibility, but for now, the operations department has yet to come up with a workable plan. Some suggested that we follow the rules from the Han stock market and establish a circuit breaker in gold exchange prices to prevent market manipulation. Some proposed establishing a bank organization within the game internally so that once the gold rises above a tolerable range, they would sell or purchase back the gold. But both of these solutions have their own pros and cons and are still under debate. Hearing this, Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. Are you planning on changing the epic magical genre into a financial one? Xia Xiyu seemed lost. Ahem, just joking around. Let's get to the main point. We can look at the broader economic balance in the game. Since the auction house is similar to securities, how could a bunch of game operators come up with a solution? We can follow what Valve did with Dota 2, hire someone studying finance to monitor the auction house. Hearing his suggestion, Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up. The problem that hounded her was solved with a simple sentence, making her consider him a few more times. "Why are you looking at me?" Feeling slightly shy from her gaze, Jiang Chen scratched his nose. "I just realized that you're actually quite smart." She smiled, and it was like a beautiful flower blossoming on her gorgeous face. Dazzled by this brief glimpse, Jiang Chen jokingly replied, "I also just realized that you're quite beautiful when you smile." Xia Shiyu blushed and coughed before hastily changing the topic. "Aha." On the other hand, based on the current skins available in the store, there has only been 150,000 in revenue, but this number is expected to steadily increase. Also, after the one-time warehouse expansion, just on the first day of operation alone, it managed to rake in an impressive 4.21 million. However, this number is expected to drop as the number of new users decreases. These are the operational results from the past 2 days. As she spoke, Xia Shiyu opened another window to show to Jiang Chen. The revenue from the first 2 days was 10.41 million. Seeing this number, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp. From this result, New Era easily destroyed the majority of mobile games that made that much in a month. If they maintain this upward trend in profit and user base, it wouldn't be a stretch to say New Era would break a monthly revenue of 200 million. Subtracting costs and tax expenses, this revenue combined with Future 1.0's made Future Technology a megacorporation with a 50 million monthly profit. Jiang Chen was so ecstatic when he heard the news that he immediately declared a bonus of 10,000 to everyone in the operating team. With a boss like you who gives out bonuses so frequently, the project team can just depend on those bonuses. Xia Shiyu smiled at Jiang Chen's ecstatic expression. Jiang Chen laughed. "Then the employees would want me to check up on them every day." Just as Xia Shiyu was about to mock him by saying, "Then why don't you come by every day?" the laptop on the table flashed a red alert symbol. Jiang Chen was confused, but Xia Shiyu sighed as if it wasn't a big deal. This already the 12th time today. They were heavily grouped around the morning hours, but then here we go again. Network being infiltrated? Jiang Chen frowned. That's right. It was more frequent yesterday. Xia Shiyu continued, "In the beginning, our programmers were highly focused on dealing with the attacks, but when we found that they couldn't even break past the server firewall, we began to ignore it. Speaking of which, how can we get rid of this alert? It always forcefully increases the volume and stays in the middle of the screen. It would be funny if they managed to infiltrate the firewall," Jiang Chen muttered in his mind. "Ahem, I'll get the overseas team to make some adjustments." He only had to have Yao Yao tweak it, very simple. As Jiang Chen and Xia Shiyu ignored the hacking alert on the laptop, in an apartment 100 kilometers away was a man in a black tracksuit. He resembled a zombie with his deep eye sockets as he typed furiously on the keyboard. The veins on his arms were abnormally prominent, and his bloodshot eyes seemed as though they would pop out at any time. A pallid face showed from beneath his hoodie, and with his small figure, he looked underage from all perspectives. The typing speed he demonstrated, however, would embarrass any professional writer. Of course, he was not a professional writer but rather a hacker. How can this be possible? How can this be possible? Lines of code, or at least, lines of error codes, were reflected on his pupils. The typing stopped when the screen flashed multiple red crosses. No matter how many times he tried, it was the same result. They had to have a security team of at least 10 professionals. As soon as his hands left the keyboard, the room quieted down, and all that could be heard was the humming of the computer fans. Ah, can't beat it. CLA raised his head, and he sank into the chair feeling defeated. He stared blankly at the ceiling as he mumbled, "It's only fair. If they could do something as insane as artificial intelligence, there's no way their security would be terrible." Bored, he took out his phone and poked Little White's stomach. Seeing him giggle adorably, CLA genuinely laughed. Honestly, he didn't hold any animosity towards future technology. To be able to develop such a fun software. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. When he saw who the caller was, his smile cooled considerably. "Caller, Black Dragon, hello?" CLA said grimly upon picking up. "How's the job you're working on?" Black Dragon laughed. Black Dragon was obviously not his name, but if a hacker exposed his identity, it would be the same as stripping naked and running out onto the street. Which of them didn't do anything illegal before? Exposure meant death. With the knowledge that they controlled evidence, CLA's face twisted for a moment before he took a deep breath. Future technology's security is too strong. No matter how hard I try, I can't go around the firewall. You're also in the business. You should know how difficult, can't do it. Black Dragon interrupted. My suggestion is for you to take it more seriously. This is for an important person. Based on our long-standing relationship, I'll give you 20,000 allowances after this is finished, he said slowly. 20,000? Since when are you so generous? CLA mocked. Black Dragon, who was usually too cheap to give a few thousand, was now offering 20,000. The client this time must have offered more than $1 million. Don't *T me. If you don't want it, fine, I was only pitying you and you mock me. Let me tell you, Green Bird, or CLA, if you don't do a good job, just wait for the cops to show up at your door. After finishing, Black Dragon hung up. Taking a deep breath, CLA flung the phone to the side and buried his head between his knees. Green Bird was a renowned name among hackers, but it was useless. The CLA in front of the computer screen was only an ordinary teenager. Damn it. He smashed his fist onto the table. On the phone screen, Little White curled back anxiously. He couldn't see CLA's expression since the camera was covered, but he could detect agony from the sound waves. Just as CLA was despairing, a tiny hand patted his head. Brother, a young girl stood behind him and whispered. Her face was similarly pallid, but it looked graceful in a way that healed when seen. The only unfortunate part was that she had no color in her pupils. She couldn't see. Xia Lin, his sister. CLA placed his hand on hers and tightly held onto it with a forced smile. Don't worry, brother is here. Even though he knew she couldn't see, he struggled to smile. The girl continued to smile gently. Don't tire yourself out. Seeing the bright smile on his sister's face, there was only remorse in his heart. Listen to brother. I got another deal. The boss is generous and offered 20,000 in compensation. Whoa, brother is so impressive. Her hands clasped together in front of her chest as she slightly opened her mouth in surprise. Your brother is really impressive. Therefore, I will heal your eyes. CLA desperately kept his tone normal while his fingers tightly clenched onto the armrests. He was not afraid of going to jail. He was done with Black Dragon's manipulation. But what stopped him from going was his sister Xia Lin. If he went to jail, his only source of income would disappear. Not only would he be unable to treat her eyes, it would also be difficult to live. He took a deep breath, his mind already made. Although the hope was slim, he had to take a gamble. When Jiang Chen announced a bonus of 10,000 for everyone, the employees all began to cheer in joy. Xia Xiyu, who stood beside him, rubbed her face. She whispered, "Didn't you say a bonus only to the New Era project members? How did it become everyone?" Hearing that, Jiang Chen paused before immediately laughing it away. That's fine. Everyone contributed, so everyone should be rewarded. There are a lot of employees in future technology, but no one is an extra. Boss. Chen Lulu in the legal department put her palms together as if she was praying to Jiang Chen. What? Jiang Chen smiled. You look like you're glowing. At the edge of the circle, Su Mingqi stopped clapping along with her colleagues. As she watched Jiang Chen, who was surrounded, there was a different light flashing in her eyes, like a magpie that had just discovered shining jewelry. "Girl, are you thinking about someone?" her friend said with a smirk. She stood beside Su Mingqi and poked her friend in the arm. Foaming, Su Mingqi murmured, as if she hadn't heard her friend's words. Seeing the lost face on her friend's face, Li Fengying looked at her confusedly. "What? Who do you think is prettier? Me and CEO Xia?" Su Mingqi said with a pout, her eyes drawn to the person in the center. "PSH. Wait. You. I have decided." She suddenly clapped her hands, a fighting light burning in her eyes. "I've changed my mind." Future Technology had a total of 34 employees. With a bonus of 10,000 per person, that came out to only 340,000, this was a drop of water in the vast sea of Future Technology's future profits. Following the growth of the company, their monthly salary would eventually be far greater than that number. But what Jiang Chen didn't know was that the employees were touched not by the 10,000 bonus but rather by what he said at the end. There are a lot of employees in Future Technology, but no one is an extra. Nothing else instilled such a sense of belonging as having one's own value recognized. They spent days and nights drafting plans, discussing marketing strategy, and handling the details of the operation. Other than working for the salary, did they not want to be recognized for their values? No one felt this as strongly as Jiang Chen did ever since he was fired at will. He was a small employee working in the sales department of a clothing store. He knew in his heart the powerless feeling that no matter how hard he worked, he would never receive any recognition. Sometimes, people were more easily touched than expected. These words were later printed in Future Technology's employee manual as the company's culture used to encourage new employees. But this is an afterthought. With everyone's moods at an all-time high, Jiang Chen immediately announced a gathering at Shinrong Restaurant, with all expenses paid for by the company. A boss this generous naturally received the praise of the employees. Most people disliked business gatherings, but upon hearing that they would have the opportunity to have a meal with the mysterious but legendary boss, they began to look forward to it. After getting off from work, the group of 30-plus people arrived at Shinrong Restaurant. Befitting its 5-star reputation, Shinrong Restaurant was magnificently built. Xia Xiyu had already reserved a room, so when the restaurant manager saw the crowd of 30 people, he put on his brightest smile and personally ushered them to the private room. He also courteously gave Jiang Chen a VIP card that gave 20% off the tab. The dinner table was a bustling scene. Jiang Chen happily accepted his employees' toasts, but considering that he had to drive, he took care not to drink too much and placed the remainder in the storage dimension. Sitting beside him was the second-in-command, Xia Xiyu. Jiang Chen was surprised to find that she was quite popular in the company as she received many proposed toasts as well. Xia Xiyu accepted them all without refusing a single one, but because of her tolerance, she used a small cup. Regardless, her face turned red after a few shots, which couldn't look more attractive on her. The mood became heightened as Jiang Chen didn't act like a boss at all, boasting instead with the employees about anything and everything. The topic soon turned to personal questions about the internet-famous president's personal life. Everyone was quite curious. "President, let me propose a toast. I wish for your greater success." At this time, Su Mingqi stood and raised her cup with a smile. Based on the alcohol culture in China, it was disrespectful to propose a toast to the boss before the direct manager did so. Because of the lack of employees, however, Future Technology did not yet have an established human resources department, and so Xia Xiyu was in charge of everything. Therefore, Su Mingqi's direct manager should have been Xia Xiyu. But CEO Xia, either from shyness or other concerns, didn't propose a toast to Jiang Chen from the start of the dinner until now, despite sitting beside him. Despite that, Su Mingqi toasting Jiang Chen did not befit the culture. Of course, there was also an unwritten rule that beauties were the exception. "I'll accept your kind words. Jiang Chen stood and also raised his cup before throwing back the drink. Su Mingqi simultaneously finished the drink in her cup, and two red clouds appeared on her cheeks. Her watery eyes shimmered. Under the influence of alcohol, she gazed into Jiang Chen's eyes and asked, "President, can I ask you a question?" "Ask away, as long as it's not for my bank password," Jiang Chen laughed as he joked. "Then my question is, does President have anyone he likes?" It was a bold question, drawing a wave of chattering, and the mood at the dinner table was suddenly pushed to a climax. Su Mingqi's face with light makeup began to blush even more under the cheers of her colleagues, but her watery eyes didn't move away. Many people speculated that CEO Xia had feelings for the president, but when she remained unperturbed by the question, people began to question their suspicions. Everyone was already an adult, there was no way she was this reserved. "Yes, President. If you don't tell us because we're men, then shouldn't you reveal some information to the beautiful lady?" Yes, our Miss Su is already giving you hints, so you should say something." Recalling that the president was still single, the crowd began to root for the two. Su Mingqi was indeed a gorgeous girl, and she seemed interested in the president. Many times, it worked out like this, although they didn't hold strong feelings for each other, under everyone's influence, they would somehow develop feelings for each other. It was a top priority to help the president stay away from the single life. If it ended up working out, their fussing now would become an assistance later. Not only were there benefits, but in the future, it would be a favor. If they ended up getting married, with Jiang Chen's generosity, a hefty red envelope would come their way. And even if it didn't end up working out, it was a light jest at the dinner table, so not many thought too deeply on it. For some reason, Xia Xiyu buried her head and poked at her fish, feeling wronged. She had the urge to stand up and do something, but she didn't know exactly what, so she couldn't find a reason to get up. Jiang Chen gave a troubled smile. This was a difficult question to answer. Sun Jiao and Yao Yao were from the other world. Aisha's identity and age were unique, so it wasn't good to expose them. Lu Yao was a celebrity and would not be good to expose as a mistress. *CK, he thought he had so many girls, but not a single one could be brought home for New Year's. Yes. After careful deliberation, Jiang Chen gave an incredibly vague answer. Even after hearing the response, Su Mingqi didn't give up. Just as she was about to ask, "What do you like about her?" Future 1.0's project manager Nin Huajian suddenly stood and proposed a toast with a smile. "President Jiang is young but achieved. I have worked in the IT industry for 5 years and have seen a number of industry prodigies. But the only person whom I respect from the bottom of my heart is President Jiang. I'll finish the drink." Nin Huajian chugged the alcohol in his cup and flipped it to show his respect, making the crowd cheer. Jiang Chen understood that Nin Huajian was helping him get out of an awkward situation, so he gladly raised his cup. After Jiang Chen finished his drink, the three sat down. Su Mingqi also realized that she was rushing it. Thankfully, Nin Huajian saved her from persisting, or else she would have committed the taboo of putting her boss in a difficult situation. Besides Su Mingqi's anxious emotions, Xia Shiyu's heart was also turbulent. She recalled the scene during the last press conference. At that time, Jiang Chen seemed to have indicated that he didn't like anyone. But there was someone. Who could it be? He barely showed up at the company this month and barely saw her. Could it be someone he met overseas on a business trip? Why do I care about his personal life? Just as Xia Xiyu was in a mental quandary, the topic at the table switched directions. "CEO Xia, thank you for your support and guidance. Let me propose a toast to you." Jiang Chen gently poked Xia Xiyu with his elbow. Okay. As if waking from a dream, Xia Xiyu hastily stood and raised her cup. Jiang Chen looked at Xia Xiyu, perplexed. It was rare to see such a frantic expression on her face. In this relatively harmonious atmosphere, the dinner came to an end. After the closing remarks of the boss, the dinner officially concluded. People began to leave and started to head home. The total spending was 70,000. Jiang Chen swiped his card without a blink of an eye. But just as he was about to leave, he realized that someone was still there. Xia Xiu was leaning on the table. Her red blush could be faintly seen on her half-exposed face. She looked like she drank too much. Seeing this, Jiang Chen helplessly let out a sigh and walked towards her. For some strange reason, the girl somehow started to drink shot after shot and got herself drunk. She didn't cause a scene after becoming drunk, as she just quietly lied on the table till now. No one forced you to drink. Did you think you were drinking water? Jiang Chen put her arms around his neck and used a slight amount of force to lift her up onto his back. Feeling the softness on his back, Jiang Chen's face turned red. Although they were not big, they were surprisingly soft. He quickly coughed to hide his awkwardness as he cleared his mind. Avoiding the dubious look of the waitress, he quickly secured her on his back and left through the door. I am not drunk, taxi. Yes, that's what all drunk people say. The warm breath on his neck made his mind go elsewhere, especially coupled with the softness on his back. It was making him lose his mind. He suppressed the wild thoughts in his mind as he strenuously stuffed Xia Xiu into the front passenger seat and put the seatbelt on her. When his finger unintentionally slid across her silky waist, he gulped, urged back any more unintentional moves, and closed the door. He started the car and drove his Maybach to Xinchuan community. The smell of alcohol began to rise in the car. Jiang Chen glanced at the completely passed-out girl as he sighed and murmured. You know, you are very attractive right now. Xia Xiu ambiguously muttered something, but it was probably just her sleep talking. Because he was afraid that she would get cold from the wind, Jiang Chen let the alcohol smell build up in the car and didn't open the window. Finally bringing this girl to her front door, Jiang Chen couldn't care more as he used his free hand to search her body, before finding the key and opening the door. He dragged Xia Xiu, who was drunk like a pile of mud, into her place before he finally got a chance to breathe. But just as he was about to leave, he froze in place. Her white neck was a soft shade of red, her slightly messy hair partially covered her gorgeous celebrity-like face, her bright red lips were parted, breathing a warm but intoxicating smell, her delicate eyebrows furrowed due to discomfort. Seeing Xia Xiu's letting her guard completely down, Jiang Chen gulped and took a subtle step forward. If he did something now, she probably wouldn't know. But just as the devil-like thought emerged in his mind, he refocused, scared by his own thought. He quickly took 2 deep breaths and forcefully shook his head. Jiang Chen helped her take off her suit, and then, to make her more comfortable, he unbuttoned the first button on her button-down shirt. After doing all this, he put the sheet on her before sneaking out from the room. He poured himself a cup of water in the kitchen. The cold sensation of water passing through his stomach calmed his heart. After standing for a moment, he looked at the clock on the wall. 10:32. It's already this late. Jiang Chen yawned as the feeling of conflict ion rose. Xinchuan community was in the complete opposite direction of Mingxin community. If he drove back now, it would be 12 before he arrived at home. Besides, he was already so tired that he really didn't want to drive an hour back. Stay here for the night? Jiang Chen gulped as it was an enticing thought. I did carry her back. It would be okay if I stayed without her permission for one night, right? Thinking, Jiang Chen took out his phone and texted a message to Aisha. I am busy tonight, I won't be back. Jiang Chen let out a long breath of air. He then stretched and scanned the 2-story apartment. There was a bedroom on the 2nd floor, but probably never cleaned out since only Xia Xiu lived here. Looks like I am sleeping on the sofa tonight. I'll take a shower first. Jiang Chen muttered as he walked to the bathroom. Within the mansion, Aisha had her leg placed on the bar as she gently leaned her body forward, her chin slightly touching her knees. The elegant posture was not only difficult but also aesthetically pleasing to the eyes. Only such exercises could stretch the tendons in the leg to increase the flexibility of the body. This was something genetic vaccine did not provide. Flexibility was one of the most common things that benefited her in all areas, such as fighting, such as doing other certain things. But suddenly, the light bulb went out. Power outage? Aisha's movement stopped. With her body still pressed against her leg, she quietly listened. She didn't rush to check the circuit as she smelled something odd. Her cat-like pupils slightly narrowed in the darkness, giving off a dangerous vibe. As if she had found her prey. Since he couldn't break through the firewall, he could only capture the program developer and figure out the code the hard way. Xin Lei's bloodshot eyes reflected the light on the screen. His lips rose slightly under his hoodie as he spoke in a screeching voice into the Bluetooth headphone. The security system is hacked, your personal information is whitelisted. For a hacker that is ranked third in Hua, and had been flagged on the front page of some unscrupulous organizations, this type of security was too easy for him. Though he hasn't done these types of things without pay for a long time. Confirmed. A female voice came from under the hood of a purple tracksuit. Yan Xiaoyan, the childhood honey of CLA. She has a black belt in Taekwondo, even though she is only 17. Her swift moves could easily beat 5 to 6 adults. Due to her affection towards CLA, she agreed to this dangerous plan without much hesitation. It's taken care of, let's go. She waved at the two people behind her, and Yan Xiaoyan led the way to the high-end community. Lu Dahu, known as the Chubby Tiger, is a good friend of CLA. He was 3 years older, spent a few years in the military, and is currently unemployed. Zhang Chao, also CLA's good friend. They met a long time ago on the internet. He was around the same age as CLA. Although he lacked knowledge about computers, he was a huge fan of the military. He was not tall but was skillful with almost all military gadgets. After CLA confessed his trouble, they agreed without hesitation. The plan was simple: sneak into the mansion, control Jiang Chen, drive his car and take him out of the community to the agreed-on spot. They only had 1.5 hours. Once the clock hit 12, the server would reset, and the access control gained by CLA would be lost. His eyes locked onto the screen as CLA already infiltrated the camera within the community. Seeing his 3 friends successfully pass identification at the front door and walk inside of the mansion, he took a deep breath and pressed a few more buttons. The memory of the camera connected to the server was erased, the write function disabled. The camera tonight would not record anything. Once they left, they only needed to delete their personal information from the server. As if they were never there. CLA knew that he and his friends were playing with fire. If they were accidentally caught, all of them would go to jail. People here are all veteran soldiers. Lu Dahu lowered his hat as he mumbled. Aren't you a veteran as well? Zhao Chan with a backpack mocked. It's different. Lu Dahu forced a smile, as his square-looking face looked rather helpless. Based on the vibe I'm getting, they were at least special forces from the army. Be quiet. Yan Xiaoyan, half a step in front of them, whispered. Xia Lin's fingers typed on the keyboard. He constantly changed between cameras while drawing with his right hand and marking the route of the patrol team. Turn right in the front, avoid patrol team A, walk straight into the intersection before turning left. Try to avoid contact with anyone, your guys look odd. Understood. Yan Xiaoyan lowered her voice as she held on to the Bluetooth earphone. She then signaled the 2 people behind her to quickly move to the street on the right. Although they already passed the check at the front door, wandering around this late would easily cause suspension. They were not prepared to be questioned because the backpack Zhang Chao carried had all the tools for crime. 3 sticks, handcuffs, ropes, 3 night vision goggles, and 1 signal jammer. Zhang Chao bought everything from an exclusive channel. They were all authentic product from UAATN Corporation, which shocked Lu Dahu, the veteran soldier. Of course, CLA paid for it. The three of them sneaked into the mansion at the deepest part of the community. The European-style high wall, the cut green grass, and the straight brick trail. The building structure shone with elegance. Damn it, people here must be ridiculously wealthy. Do you think there are bodyguards inside? Zhang Chao mustered as he took off his backpack. If there are any, I'll take care of it. The girl in the purple suit said confidently. She pressed the earphone again. We are in position. Okay. CLA took a deep breath and clicked his tongue. Sparks suddenly came out of the generator on the north side. In an instant, the entire community fell into darkness. With fingers on the keyboard, he simultaneously locked the electrical room's password so that even if they started the backup generator, it would take a while. He had to thank the highly digitalized design of the community. If it were a mechanical lock, there would be nothing that he could do. Without wasting a second, Yan Xiaoyan took out a card from her pocket and swiped it on the metal gate. CLA, who already acquired the password information from the database and had copied the key onto the black card. The card in her hand was equivalent to the actual key and easily opened the door. Quick! Put this on. Zhang Chao excitedly threw the night vision goggles and sticks into their hands and put one on his hand skillfully as well. The night vision goggle not only allowed them to obtain vision in the dark, but it also hid their faces. They quickly sneaked into the mansion and approached the door. Pressing against the door, Zhang Chao took out a lockpick and opened the door with a few clicks. Then he signaled the two companions to enter. The mansion looked rather empty. There was no one on the first floor. Based on the lights they saw from the outside, there should be people on the third floor. The three quietly waited against the wall. The electric valve was outside. If someone came down to check, they must pass by where they stood. Why is there no noise at all? Typically, shouldn't they all check the valve? Lu Dahu's eyebrows tightened as he said with his voice lowered. Yan Xiaoyan also raised her eyebrows. Not only were there no footsteps heard upstairs, but there was also no lights from a phone or candle. Could it be that Jiang Chen was already asleep, and just forgot to turn off the lights? Let's go to the bedroom. Yan Xiaoyan suppressed her voice as she led the way, sneaking upstairs. It would be up to them once they enter the mansion. The camera in the community could not monitor inside the mansion as it was for the consideration of residents' privacy. The mansion was in a frightening darkness. But the darker it was, the more advantageous it was for them since they had night vision goggles. The camera in the community was installed with internal batteries so that even though the power went out, it could still last for a few more hours. Seeing his friends have already entered the mansion, CLA let out a sigh and leaned against the chair. Now just need to catch Jiang Chen, get the firewall security code from his mouth, hack into a new era server, and delete the user information in gate data clean. Pity, the game is not bad. He shook his head, stared at the open gate, and mustered arrogantly. Please close your eyes at night. Chapter 164. Is there a need to have a reason? Water poured down. Jiang Chen closed the knob before he shook off the droplets of water on his head. He then walked out of the shower as he grabbed a towel beside him and wiped himself. It felt much better after the shower, as if all the alcohol and weariness was washed away. But the faint fragrance in the room put him in an awkward spot physiologically. He thought while he wiped his hair with the towel. But as he wiped, his hand froze in the air. This is Xia Shiyu's towel. Thinking that towel once covered a pure blossoming flower, and countlessly wiped the mists off of the leaves. He stared at the towel in his hand as Jiang Chen's expression on his face suddenly turned awkward. But at this time, a blurry, but shaky figure suddenly appeared on the opaque glass in the washroom. Jiang Chen, who realized what happened, was about to stop her before the bathroom door was pushed open first. Ka! seeing the haggard Xia Shiyu arduously holding on the door frame. Just as she was about to come in, she was stunned at the doorstep. The cynical thing that appeared in her field of vision made her briefly lost her ability to think. It was hard to describe the expression on her face. Should it be wry, shocked, or humiliated? The air of silence filled the air between the two. Hi. Jiang Chen first broke the silence rigidly. He moved the towel to cover the inexplicable part while keeping a straight face. Perhaps maybe she was drunk, or perhaps the image was too shocking. Xia Shiyu didn't scream, but rather she calmed down and silently closed the door. Looking at the door, a bitter smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Maybe I should have screamed. Since he already used, and also was seen, might as well finish drying himself. Jiang Chen shameless dried his entire body, then washed her towel before putting his clothes back on. He then left the bathroom. He turned to the living room as Xia Shiyu was already sitting on the sofa. When Jiang Chen came out, her vision immediately gazed onto him. Just as Jiang Chen was mentally prepared for the pervert, sick-minded, the expected anger didn't arrive. Are you going to ask me something? He felt a bit frightened by Xia Shiyu's silence. Jiang Chen careful sat across from her as he said apologetically. Xia Shiyu still didn't say anything. With the aid of the moonlight, it was visible that on the usually cold face, the bright red lips were slightly trembling. Because she is so angry she couldn't express it? Jiang Chen drilled deep into his mind and still couldn't figure out the current mood of this girl. The prideful ice beauty realized after waking up that she was lying on the bed, with clothes slovenly, the first button of the dress shirt unbuttoned, and also a man, pervert, using her washroom to take a shower, using the towel that she had always used. From any perspective, she must not be in the best mood. You were drunk. Jiang Chen awkwardly tried to explain. With the direct stare, Jiang Chen didn't know if she was thinking or mooning out. You were sleeping on the table, so I carried you back on my back. Your car is still there, remember to drive it back tomorrow. Seeing Xia Shiyu did not react, Jiang Chen continued. Why? Seemed like she reacted to this sentence. Xia Shiyu murmured as if she was whispering in her dream. Why? Is that even a question? Jiang Chen had a bitter smile. I can't leave you there by yourself. You live alone, and you drank yourself like that. Be more cautious next time. If a human trafficker is pretending to be someone to be close to you, you don't even know if you were sold to some desolate mountain areas. Hearing this, Xia Shiyu looked over and made eye contact with Jiang Chen. After a long silence, even to her disbelief, she asked, then would you come to save me? He was shocked by the sudden question. Jiang Chen thought for a glimpse. Yes. Why? It was still the dreamy mutter. Expectation. Or perhaps just confusion. Does there need to be a reason? Jiang Chen sighed as he asked rhetorically. Humans were never a pure logical animal, what's the point of excessive need for reasons? Xia Shiyu was not pleased with Jiang Chen's response. The graceful top lip bit on the bottom one, the rather blank expression seemed like she still hasn't gained a clear mind. Seeing that she hadn't said anything, Jiang Chen coughed and gently said. You are drunk. Don't drink this much in the future, now go get some rest. Although he didn't know what she was so fixated about, based on this response, she was not angry. She stood up wobbling, just as Jiang Chen let a sigh thinking she was going back to the room to sleep, she moved across and stood in front of him. You, who do you like? The voice carried some intoxication, but the tone certainly carried CEO Xia's authority. The random questions threw Jiang Chen off. He forced a smile and didn't answer. He didn't know how to answer. After the last press conference, he already had a sense for Xia Shiyu's feelings towards him. Although she always put on a cold expression that kept people 1,000 miles away, her heart was still that of a child. As to why he said that, it was because only a child would believe coldness meant maturity. If it were someone without boundary, it wouldn't whatever, but Xia Xiu. She definitely would not accept him being with other women. Or should we say any normal women would not? Jiang Chen asked himself. He certainly had feelings for her, but his feelings were just beginning to develop. As to giving up something for her, he could not do it. Jiang Chen hesitantly opened his mouth, but the words were stuck in his throat. I don't want to hear it. She shook her head, as her slightly messy but luscious hair waved. Suddenly, she made a move that completely left Jiang Chen dumbfounded. A delicate hand reached out as two fingers audaciously squeezed his chin. Jiang Chen stared at the pair of crystal-clear eyes. Her mouth opened slightly, and she moved in closer. His conscience told him, she was drunk, you should wake her up. But seeing the approaching, blushing, attractive face, he could not say a single word. The devil-like thought spun in his head as Jiang Chen gulped. She is the one being proactive. If I pretend I don't know, but suddenly, an untimely ringtone disrupted this tranquil moment. Xia Xiu's action stopped abruptly. The misty eyes regained a hint of clarity as she looked at Jiang Chen ever so close to her. I'll take a phone call. Jiang Chen got up and escaped. Xia Xiu froze blankly there. Her face began to turn red. Even under the not-so-bright moonlight, it was apparent. What did I do? Fine droplets of sweat began to surface on her heated body. The alcohol evaporated with the sweat as she began to sober up. Without thinking, she dashed into the bedroom without turning around. Bam! The door slamming sound transmitted behind him as Xia Xiu fled into the bedroom. Jiang Chen forced a smile as he looked at the phone. It was Aisha. Jiang Chen put his hand against the wall as he picked up the phone. Hello. He sensed some strangeness to Aisha calling him now. With a stick in her hand, Yan Xiaoyan gently pushed open the door. No one was there. She shook her head at the teammate behind her, signaling Lu Dahu to walk to the adjacent bedroom. Even if she carefully controlled her footsteps, the contact between her runners and the expensive wooden floor made a faint sound. Because they didn't know which bedroom Jiang Chen slept in, they had to use the dumbest method, which was to search the rooms one by one. Zhang Chao stayed on the first floor to prevent Jiang Chen from escaping. At the same time, he opened the signal jammer to prevent the target from calling the police. In the spacious living room, Zhang Chao scanned his surroundings. The bright green vision in the night vision goggles made the darkness not so frightening. Seeing the home theater on the wall, he was shocked. 85 inches 4K smart TV, as well as the TV screen. This at least cost upwards of $500,000, he mustered in his mind as he felt anxious. It was his first time kidnapping, and they were just not kidnapping an ordinary person. They were kidnapping the wealthy and influential president of future technology. He could only pray that Yan Xiaoyan was clean with her moves and their faces won't be revealed to Jiang Chen. Or else, Jiang Chen had hundreds of ways to make sure they never live in Wanghai City again. Just as he was still debating in his mind, something forcefully struck the back of his neck. Before he could react, he lost his conscience and fell to the ground. On the other side, Yan Xiaoyan was already on the third floor. To increase efficiency, she and Lu Dahu decided to advance separately. Just as she got to the gym, the room that previously had the lights on, she felt suddenly alerted. Without thinking, she immediately swept the stick behind her. The sound of air breaking echoed as the hit obviously missed. Easily dodging the strike, Aisha, with a grim look, moved. When she thought the situation couldn't get any worse, Yan Xiaoyan immediately kicked up her leg and blocked the lightning-fast roundhouse kick. Ouch! Sharp pain transmitted from her legs. Cold sweat began to drop from Yan Xiaoyan's forehead as fear began to overwhelm her. They were not on the same level. She was part of the national competition before, but even in the championship match, she never felt such powerful force. Yan Xiaoyan quickly moved back, but she was already backed up against the window. The pristine moonlight shed into the room as she felt her vision increase drastically. She pulled off the annoying night vision goggles, only leaving the mask on her face. Yan Xiaoyan stared at the girl approaching her. The girl was not tall, she could even be described as tiny. Her wavy hair was tied into a ponytail. She had an exotic, gorgeous face, but all these factors were not critical. What made Yan Xiaoyan frantic was the grim-looking eyes. They were looking at her as if she was a dead body. The desire to kill was immense. Hearing noise coming from the gym, Lu Dahu quickly rushed over. When he saw Yan Xiaoyan confronting Aisha, he held his breath and sneaked up behind her in an attempt to choke her from behind. Yan Xiaoyan also held her breath when she saw Lu Dahu approach Aisha from the back. Her heart was about to jump out. When she thought the plan was about to work, she saw a sneer from the corner of Aisha's mouth. She moved like a leopard. The girl turned around and performed a roundhouse kick. The swift action directly landed on Lu Dahu's unguarded chest. The power, disproportionate to her size, kicked the almost 200 pounds, well-built man, away. Yan Xiaoyan looked at the scene in disbelief as the hand carrying the stick shook uncontrollably. Although she held a weapon in hand, it did not bring her the slightest sense of safety. However, she didn't back down. Aisha looked at her in silence. Then, grabbing the box-shaped signal jammer from her back, she turned off the power. Static dash, Xiaoyan, how's the progress going? Seeing the communication channel was restored, Xia Lei desperately asked. Lei. I might dash, Yan Xiaoyan said with bitterness in her voice. But before she finished her sentence, the communication channel ceased again. Aisha restarted the signal jammer, tossed the device away, and opened the EP on her wrist. The wireless tracker in her pocket already sent the communication information to the EP. It marked 2 related red dots on the EP map. Utilizing the brief window when the communication channel was restored, she located the commander's coordinates. The magic of future technology was something these primitives would never understand. Yan Xiaoyan was shaking when she saw Aisha's series of moves. She didn't know what she was doing. The calmness before had completely vanished. The confidence she built based on her fighting ability was quickly shattered by the clean moves of the girl in front of her. But, for him. Yan Xiaoyan's eyes were reignited with courage when she thought of Xia Lei. She gritted her teeth and dashed at Aisha, kicking with lightning speed. Since she was at a disadvantage in terms of defense, she must attack. This kick was aimed directly at Aisha's head. But the girl remained calm. Unlike what Yan Xiaoyan had imagined, she easily dodged her kick. Then, with cat-like agility, Aisha was behind her. As Yan Xiaoyan had guessed, they were not on the same level. Before she was able to react, a sharp pain came from the back of her neck, making her lose consciousness. She immediately fell to the ground. Someone attacked the mansion, Aisha concisely reported. Jiang Chen's expression changed immediately. Are you okay? I'm okay. The attackers had some creative ideas, but the techniques they used were that of an amateurs. Based on the skill levels of those people, they must have someone strong assisting them to avoid the patrol team. Based on initial speculation, that person should be a hacker proficient in cyber warfare, Aisha said softly as she looked grimly at the 3 people lying in the basement with their hands and feet tied up. Hearing Aisha was safe, Jiang Chen was relieved. But then he quickly realized that his worry was a bit unwarranted. After deliberating for a moment, Jiang Chen asked in an undertone, do you know who sent them there? Not clear yet. But I already have the coordinates of the hacker. I'll send it to you by phone. Aha, I'll take care of it. Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Shortly after, Little White shook as a picture of the coordinates were sent to Jiang Chen's phone. 2 dots were connected. 1 dot was located in his mansion, while the other one was located in the rural area of Wanghai City. He looked in the direction of Xia Shiyu's bedroom and hesitated. But in the end, he sighed. He decided not to go up and knock on the door. Instead, he put on his shoes and left the apartment. With her back against the cold wooden door, Xia Xiyu hugged her knees as she buried her head in her arms. However, through her arms, the red hue on her gorgeous face could still be seen. Woo, I want to die. What did I just do? A soft whimper escaped her mouth as her ostrich-like head buried deeper between her legs. Her thoughts were a mess. The furious pounding in her left chest was too distracting. What if he knocks on the door? Should I open it? But I almost just did that kind of thing. Ha! I want to die. This is so embarrassing. But I should open the door. It would be rude just to leave him hanging in the living room. If I explained, it would get rid of the dash, bang. The sound of the door closing transmitted through from the outside. Xia Xiyu paused for a moment as she slowly lifted her head up. Seemed to be the front door. He left. He just left. While she let out a sigh of relief, for some reason, she felt disappointed. But as to why she felt disappointed, she couldn't give a reason. Driving furiously on the road, Jiang Chen glanced at the red dot on the GPS before he fixated his gaze back onto the road. He let out a sigh as he held onto the wheel. It would be better to find a chance and talk to her, he mumbled. Jiang Chen turned the steering wheel before parking the car near the target's community. Since it was a hacker proficient in cyber warfare, the community's cameras should be under their control. Definitely a possibility. Jiang Chen locked the door and walked towards the back door of the community. It was almost 12. Only a few windows in the community still had their lights on. He avoided a few obvious cameras as he approached the electric substation of the target's building. He opened the box and put his right hand inside. Charging the interdimensional bracelet. The energy of the bracelet was suddenly full. The brute intake of electric current instantly exceeded the threshold value of the substation. Without a doubt, the entire building lost power. A mocking smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He closed the box, put his hands in his pocket, and walked into the shadow. It was 12 at night. People who were still awake, and desperately wanting to restore the power rather than going to sleep, would probably be the only ones providing assistance. Regardless who it was, he only needed for the fish to take the bait. Xia Lei's eyes locked onto the screen as he nervously waited for his companion's response. The communication signal was interrupted. Did they get caught? Can't be. If they did, they would use the phone to communicate with me, the perpetrator. Damn it. Xia Lei's fist slammed onto the table. He did not consider a backup plan. He never thought about the changing variables within the plan. He started to regret the tracksuits. Even if he was out of solutions, he never should have come up with kidnapping. The evidence Black Tiger controlled would at max get him 10 years, but kidnapping. His face turned pale as he prayed. Xiaoyan, chubby tiger, Xiao Chao. Please be safe, please. But then, the entire building suddenly lost power. This made the already tense Xia Lei jump. The fuse short-circuited. Can't be a power outage. There was no notice posted, he mustered as Xia Lei left his seat. In the assumption that someone was caught, the opposing force must have obtained my location through interrogation. Then, I should have been caught already. The door definitely won't be able to block anyone. However, since no one is here, that means they should not have been caught but entered into a stalemate with the target. Without electricity, there was nothing he could do. Regardless, he must quickly restore power. Once it passes 12, the server would reset. If he wanted to provide support, he must hack into the server again. Xia Lei left the room. Squeak dash. He carefully opened the door, cautiously looking into the pitch-black hallway. When he didn't see anyone, Xia Lei let out an uneasy breath. Am I being too anxious? It made sense. If they already knew my location, what's the whole point of using the trick of cutting the power? But what he didn't know was that in the near-distant future, there would be a device that could locate communication signals. A device used by future snipers. Though of course, there will be signal jammers in the future, but right now, it was as easy as breathing for Aisha to locate the coordinates of the communicator. The night's breeze was quite chilly. The pale hand of the teen tightened the zipper of his tracksuit. His entire face was hidden under the shadow of the hoodie. It was already autumn. Maybe it was time to buy Xia Lin some thicker clothes. When he thought about his sister, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Although the first reaction of most people was gloom when they first see him, she was the only one that didn't think so. Just like an angel. Yes, that's right, I will protect my sister. He screamed in his mind as the sudden adrenaline pushed away some of his fear. He went downstairs and headed straight to the electric substation that he was so familiar with. He opened the box but was stunned. Not right. He knew what a short fuse looked like, but he didn't see the entire meter being burnt out. You are the perpetrator behind the scenes, a sluggish voice said from behind him. Xia Lei turned his head and saw a young man standing there with his hands in his pocket. He was observing him with interest in his eyes. Your left foot moved half a step back. I guess you want to run, but I suggest you don't do that. Jiang Chen sighed. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Xia Lei became calm as he locked his eyes right onto Jiang Chen. Xiaoyan, you caught all my friends? You can say that. My bodyguard's comment about you guys it was well thought out, but clumsily executed. Jiang Chen laughed before continuing, first time doing this? Xia Lei didn't answer. His mind spun furiously as he desperately tried to think of a way to escape. What was the intention of entering my mansion? If you don't answer, I will just default it to murder. Trust me, I have enough money to convince the judges. Kidnap. To obtain the key to the server, Xia Lei squeezed out a few words in vain. Threatening worked. His face was extremely pale. It looked like that of someone who hadn't been outside for a long time. Around 1.60 m tall, he had a slim build and looked like a teen. Jiang Chen couldn't comprehend why this teen he has never met before wanted to kidnap him. For money? Or for other reasons? I don't want to use the truth-telling liquid on teens, it will have an uncontrollable effect on the developing brain, Jiang Chen mocked, but his tone held a hint of truth. You are Jiang Chen? Xia Lei abruptly asked. Jiang Chen shrugged. Did you just realize? I recommend you answer my question before I use force. Xia Lei let out a sigh as he confessed, Black Tiger made me do this. Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised as he didn't immediately believe his words. Who is Black Tiger? Xia Lei laughed in agony. I don't know. If I knew, I would not be manipulated by him. For your friend's safety, I have no choice but to invite you to take a walk with me. It was useless to object as Jiang Chen said this with an unrefusable tone. Xia Lei's eyes strained for a moment before his shoulders finally loosened. I can go with you, could you give me 10 minutes? That depends on what you are going to do with this 10 minutes. He took a deep breath as Xia Lei said, don't worry, just leaving a note. He thought for a moment, as Jiang Chen didn't refuse his request, he got a go-ahead gesture. Seeing Jiang Chen agreed, the teen was relieved and turned around to go upstairs. Jiang Chen's hands were in his pocket when he followed the teen up, holding onto a pistol. But the teen didn't play any tricks with him. He took out the key, opened the old-looking door, and walked inside into the room closest to the door. Xia Lei took out the phone and turned on the flashlight which lit up the small room immediately. For desktops, 2 screens, wires tangled together and connected to unknown electronic equipment. Your work. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked. Aha. Xia Lei didn't seem to want to say anything else about the question as he answered concisely. He saw that the teen searched on the table for a while before picking up an MP3. It was uncommon to see such an out-of-date device. He seemed to have opened the voice recording function as he put the MP3 close to his mouth and said, Lin, I am sorry. Brother has to go somewhere really far. Although it is a bit shameless to say this, please forgive your unresponsible brother, I. Are you saying your will? Jiang Chen laughed. CLA ignored Jiang Chen as he took a deep breath and continued to say a few more things, such as, take care of yourself, and, the bank password is. Done? Jiang Chen asked. Although Jiang Chen felt sympathetic, he didn't plan on letting him off. Since he already committed to the act, he must have been mentally prepared for the plan to fail. CLA nodded as he looked seriously at Jiang Chen, I'm done. My sister is blind, I hope you don't hurt her. Don't worry, I don't hurt the innocent. Without saying anything else, CLA obediently followed Jiang Chen to the car and then to the mansion. The power outage in the community caused quite a commotion. Especially since they found out it was caused by human intervention. After the security confirmed the safety of every resident, they were surprised to find out there was no thief. Regardless, it was a good thing that nothing was lost. Since people who lived here were either influential or wealthy. If something did happen, then Wanhua Real Estate's reputation would suffer major damages. Therefore, after confirming each household, they categorized this power outage as an accident and did not inform the police. The power was restored. At the same time, in the basement of the mansion, Aisha crossed her arms in front of her chest as she looked expressionlessly at the three people with their hands tied behind their backs. Looking at her cold gaze, Yan Xiaoyan felt her body shake uncontrollably. She had never been so frightened before. The fighting ability she had been so proud of, could not last 2 moves in front of this girl. At the time, footsteps came from upstairs. The iciness in Aisha's eyes suddenly melted. Yan Xiaoyan gulped as she looked with disbelief at the eyes that turned gentle instantly. You are back. Aisha stood up. Aha. Jiang Chen rubbed her head, and then looked at the 3 people in the basement. Lei, how did you dash? Yan Xiaoyan couldn't control her voice. No one revealed his location. How did he get caught? I got caught. CLA revealed a bitter smile as he conscientiously extended both of his hands to Jiang Chen. Tie me up. Jiang Chen glanced at him as he signaled Aisha to put handcuffs on him. Then he looked at all 4 of them. Good. Since all the rats are caught, let's solve this problem once and for all. Then, Jiang Chen took out the truth-telling liquid from his pocket, passed it to Aisha, and stared at CLA. I ask, you answer. If I feel you are lying, then I'll use the truth-telling liquid. The interrogation began. CLA, without resistance, confessed to everything Jiang Chen asked. First, it was the identities of the 4. Veteran, unemployed military fanatic, female sports university student, and CLA, the high school dropout hacker. CLA was quite impressive in his ability. Known as Green Bird, he placed 3rd place within the Han Hacker Alliance. The most impressive achievement was hacking into an unscrupulous organization's server for 2 years consecutively and raising the flag on its homepage. Usually, he lived off of commission by completing missions for hire. Because of one mistake, a hacker called Black Tiger obtained his identity, which directly ended his brief career. Then he became the money-making tool of Black Tiger. The missions he accepted began to leave the boundary of the law. He was not afraid of going to jail, but what worried him most was his blind sister. If Black Tiger revealed his information, he would definitely be in there for quite a long time. He could not imagine, without him, how his sister would survive. After feeling conflicted for a long time, he decided to take this risk along with his 3 good friends. He decided to plan and execute a kidnap. Unfortunately, it failed. You guys are great friends. He asked you guys to kidnap, and you guys agree. Would you guys murder people if he asked you to? Jiang Chen looked mischievously at the three as he laughed. Zhao Chang retracted his neck, frightened by Jiang Chen's look, but Lu Dahu seemed calm. Then, Jiang Chen looked at the university student named Yan Xiaoyan. You. Seeing that your boyfriend is in trouble, you could risk going to jail for him. Yan Xiaoyan blushed. Just as she was about to argue they were only childhood sweetheart, Xia Lei interrupted. I already told you everything I needed to tell you. I am willing to take full responsibility as long as you let my friends go. After he finished, Xia Lei slowly lowered his head and kneeled on the ground. Everyone held their breath. Hearing that, Yan Xiaoyan wanted to defend for him, but she quickly realized that she had no excuse to do so. Including herself, they were all criminals. Jiang Chen expressionlessly overlooked Xia Lei. Do you think you have the right to discuss terms with me? No. Xia Lei lowered his head. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen suddenly began laughing. Although this comical gong show did not cause me any material losses, that doesn't mean I am open-minded enough to let you go consequence-free. But considering you were under the threat of someone else, I can give you a chance. I am willing to accept as long as you let my friends go. Lei. Yan Xiaoyan looked at Xia Lei with tears in her eyes. Oh. Are you not going to ask what it is before accepting? I will accept anything. This is my own fault. I don't want to trouble my friends anymore. Xia Lei took a deep breath as he said calmly. Hearing that, Jiang Chen nodded, looking rather pleased. Since you have agreed, then your request is easy. After everything is done, your friends can leave. Jiang Chen paused as he asked light-heartedly. How do you usually communicate with Black Tiger? By phone. Black Tiger, real name, Zhang Hao. A premium member of the Han Hacker Alliance, but his skill was rather ordinary. However, by coincidence, he managed to enter the personal computer of the renowned Green Bird and collected some critical evidence. When Xia Lei found out, it was too late. Zhang Hao already saved the information and pulled the cord. It was the most shameless way, but that was the most effective way. Regardless of how insane one's computer skill was, there was nothing one can do if the other person doesn't connect to the web. After that, he had reached the peak of his life. He controlled the personal information of the third-ranked hacker in the Han Hacker Alliance. He used this to blackmail him into completing challenging missions and then collecting the lucrative commission for himself. Not long ago he received a deal. 5 million renminbi commission. The mission was to hack into New Era best server, delete all user information, and delete the game data inside the game server. 5 million. It was enough to live half of his life in comfort. Black Tiger's eyes immediately turned red as he accepted the mission without hesitation, and then flung it to the hands of Xia Lei and threatened him to complete it. As to if Xia Lei had the ability to finish this mission, Black Tiger never questioned it for a single second. In his eyes, if he could hack into the server of an organization with a notorious reputation, there was no way he couldn't take care of a server of a private enterprise. But unfortunately, Xia Lei was completely out of sorts. When he was forced into the corner, Xia Lei had to take the riskiest route. And because of this, Xia Lei managed to get himself into serious trouble. In the morning, what woke Black Tiger from his sweet dream was his ringtone. He drowsily picked up the phone. Hello. Do dash. The phone hung up. Black Tiger was lost for a moment as he looked confusingly at the phone. However, he didn't bother finding out who it was as he fell asleep again. What he didn't know was, the second he picked up the phone, his coordinates were marked on a map. The person named Black Tiger was also in Wanghai City. This saved Jiang Chen quite a bit of trouble. He drove the car onto the highway as he looked at the dot on the GPS. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Aisha was sitting in the front passenger seat, her long eyelashes swept together and eyes closed as she rested. Xia Lei sat in the back seat. The teen took off his hood and revealed a sickly pale face with anxiousness written all over it. As well, on his neck, he wore an electronic collar. "Now that you are on your way to see your enemy, how do you feel?" Jiang Chen casually asked. "If possible, I want to punch him," Xia Lei mustered in a small voice. "Huh, you'll have the chance." Jiang Chen smiled. Yan Xiaoyan and the gang were still locked in the mansion's basement. Before the whole event is resolved, they weren't allowed to leave. As to Xia Lei, he already reached an agreement with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen won't go after his friends, and in exchange, he'll work for Jiang Chen for the next 10 years. Jiang Chen needed a talent capable of cyber warfare. Although Yao Yao's computer skill was impeccable, he couldn't bring it over to the modern world. 3 days later, Xia Lei will be flying to Niger. There, someone will pick him up. To maximize his ability, he'll receive military training for half a year, and learn more advanced computer knowledge. The source of the advanced computer knowledge naturally came from the digital library in the apocalypse. As to how advanced, around 10 years more advanced than the modern world. Although Jiang Chen was clueless, Yao Yao would organize the information for him. As to his sister Xia Lin, Jiang Chen will pay to send her to Frankfurt to receive the most advanced eye treatment. Speaking of this, I think you are quite similar to the typical protagonist in a novel. Jiang Chen glanced at Xia Lei in the mirror as he joked. Uh-huh. Xia Lei looked confusedly at Jiang Chen. Both parents are busy. You have a sister and an apartment. Both of my parents are not busy. They passed away a long time ago. This joke is not funny. A gloom fell over the teen's face. Ahem, sorry. Let's try another one. Let me think. King of Special Forces, possess a unique ability, return to city after 10 years. I think you are more similar to a protagonist, Xia Lei abruptly interrupted Jiang Chen. Do I? Jiang Chen subconsciously asked rhetorically but was astonished. Pretty King similar. The target was not too far from the Mingxing area. Another hour drive before the three arrived at their destination. The 6-story high apartments lined up in rows. The dull and unruly grass looked like it hasn't been taken care of for a long time. From any angle, the community was average. Because they went during work hours, there was not a lot of people in the community. Therefore, there was no one standing on the balcony looking curiously at the three people. However, they only knew Black Tiger's coordinates, they could not precisely locate his room. But Jiang Chen had other ways to determine the precise location. He stood under the apartment as he signaled Aisha, who already went upstairs, and called Black Tiger's number again. Hello. A male voice yawning transmitted from the other side of the phone. Aisha held the signal jammer as she gradually moved up floor by floor. Hello. Do you make fake IDs? Can I get 10? Are you trustworthy? Jiang Chen threw a bunch of questions in his face. What? Black Tiger was dumbfounded as he held the phone completely clueless. I thought you made fake IDs. Your number is written on the wall. And that's why I called. Jiang Chen used a serious tone as he continued to make up elaborate lies. Xia Lei, standing beside him, raised his eyebrows as he could not bear to watch any more of this. You are King Ret ride the voice ceased. Though, at the same time, Aisha was holding the signal jammer, standing in front of apt 402. Jiang Chen hung up the phone, waved at Xia Lei, and went upstairs. Go knock. Jiang Chen patted Xia Lei's shoulder. Xia Lei hesitated for a moment before walking up and knocking on the door. Who is it? Following the voice, footsteps could be heard gradually approaching. Then, the door quickly popped open. A man in his 30s peeked his messy-haired head out. The unshaven face looked sloppy, the sleepy eyes indicated that he had yet to wake up, and his right hand was holding onto a phone. When he saw Xia Lei's face, his expression instantly changed. Looks like it is him. Jiang Chen shrugged. He didn't expect someone with a pseudo-name as cool as Black Tiger to be someone this wretched. Black Tiger immediately tried to slam the door shut. But, one of Xia Lei's foot was already wedged inside, and he simultaneously lifted his right hand to prevent the door from closing. His fist then forcefully smashed into Black Tiger's nose, making him fall backward with a bam as he hit the shoe rack. "You, what are you doing? Wait, how did you find me here?" Black Tiger looked in horror at the enraged teen sitting on top of him. F***CKU. Blowing the anger off of his chest, Xia Lei threw another punch right at the disgusting face. Black Tiger desperately tried to fend him off, but Xia Lei already acquired the geographical advantage. His punches, from up to down, made it impossible for Black Tiger to fight back as his face had to take every single punch. Xia Lei breathed heavily as he gritted his teeth and raised his hand once again. But this time, Jiang Chen held on to it. "Enough. If you keep hitting him, he will die." Hearing that, Xia Lei stared at the faintly breathing Black Tiger as he finally stopped. Jiang Chen looked speechlessly at the bruised-up Black Tiger as he let out a troubled sigh. "Whatever. It's hard to interrogate you now in this condition. Just put on some medicine." Black Tiger didn't see Jiang Chen's face, which saved him a lot of trouble. Although truth-telling liquid would make him lose part of his memory, Jiang Chen didn't want to risk it. Aisha, who came in last, closed the door. She helped Jiang Chen drag Black Tiger into the living room, tied him to the chair and took out the truth-telling liquid. In around a minute's time, the man in his 30s rolled his eyes and stared blankly at the wall in front of him. It looked like the drug was effective. Seeing the look on Black Tiger's face, Xia Lei gulped. He thought about how the drug was almost used on him as he felt a shivering chill down his spine. Name: Zhang Hao. A zombie-like response. Age: 32. Who sent you the mission? I don't know. I registered on an intermediary website. After accepting the mission, the details were sent to my email. What's your email and password? Black Tiger, without resistance, recited out his email and password. Then, Jiang Chen ignored Black Tiger as he turned to look at Xia Lei with a smile. Your first mission is here. Now that you have the email and password, as well as the device that accepted the mission, I want you to find out who the client was. Xia Lei shook his head with a troubled smile. That's impossible. Since contact with the client was made through the intermediary website, then the email must be sent on behalf of the website. Then you should hack into the server of the middleman, through the back end, and dig the client out. Xia Lei was shocked. Though looking at the stern expression on Jiang Chen's face, he took a deep breath. This is crazy. Hacking into the server of the intermediary website for hackers. Let me try. Be bold. There is someone here that's the scapegoat. Jiang Chen glanced at Black Tiger on the chair and laughed delightfully. When Xia Lei passed Black Tiger, he stopped and asked him. Where is the evidence used to threaten Green Bird? On the computer, and on the USB drive that is on the second level of the bookshelf. When he got the answer he needed, Xia Lei walked quickly into Black Tiger's room and managed to find the USB. He slammed the USB on the ground and smashed the nightmare that had threatened him for so long into pieces. He then found Black Tiger's personal computer. Although the unfamiliar device did not feel smooth, it was not a big deal for a hacker his level. He opened the computer and began to furiously type on the keyboard. You haven't played with me for so long, are you just leaving me here? Jiang Chen imagined her bitter expression and smiled, as his fingers began to type on the screen. Miss me, Buzz Dash, the response speed of this girl was still shocking. I have been busy. I made a trip overseas, *rubhead *busy. Do you need me to reward you? Smiley face. Seeing the cute emoji, the tip of Jiang Chen's mouth curved up. Adorable, can warm the bed, understanding, knows her limits. Although not the best girl to marry, a perfect mistress nonetheless. After coming back from Wanghai University, Jiang Chen paid for her breach of contract so she could gain her freedom and also become unemployed. Although he did become her sugar daddy, he still never delivered the movie promise. I'll be on a vacation at Panu Island soon, do you want to come? I do. Jiang Chen felt exasperated. Though, just as he was about to reply, Xia Lei came out of the room. I found it. This is the phone number and email of the client, based on all signs. The client is Lingyu Technology. Lingyu Technology? A sneer appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Excellent. Time to take care of this problem. October 16, 2015. It was not an ordinary day for Lingyu Technology. What is going on? Tell me what is going on. Ling Zhongtian clung on to Qian Haiming's collar as he roared out with bloodshot eyes. Qian Haiming's mouth twitched, but he couldn't say a word. Boss, please calm down. Our programmers are fixing the server. I have also called the police. The deputy assured me that he would quickly. Quickly my *SS. Ling Zhongtian pushed Qian Haiming away as he breathed heavily. He used one hand to hold on to the table, while the other trembling hand pulled out a drawer and he grabbed his cardiac medication. His shaking fingers took several tries before twisting open the cap. Finally pouring a few capsules into his hand, Ling Zhongtian stuffed the medication in his mouth and chugged down some water with it. He closed his eyes to regather his breath before finally opening them again. His emotions seemed to have calmed down. Seeing that the boss was no longer angry, Qian Haiming, who stood on the side afraid to talk, finally let out a breath of air. But when he raised his head, he was shocked to find that the respectable boss was no longer there. The person who replaced him was a pale-looking old man that lost his ability to speak. Morning. Players from IMATM, Dota History logged on to the game as per their usual routine to finish their daily quest. But when they logged in, they were enraged to find out that their account returned to level 0. The diamond they obtained from gold, equipment, and real money were all F*King gone. There was only a brief explanation posted on the official site regarding this incident. Last night at around midnight, the server received a malicious attack from hackers. Programmers are currently working to restore lost user data and upgrading system security. For the inconvenience it may cause the users, Lingyu Technology expressed their deepest regret, deep regret my *SS. The enraged players almost blew up Lingyu Technology's customer service. The customer service representatives would receive another call immediately after hanging up. However, there was nothing they can do to resolve the complaints of the players since they were not responsible for the operation. They could only follow the procedure of explaining the current situation to the players and asking them to remain calm. As well as assure them that the programmers were currently working to resolve the problem, and for them to please be patient. But it was futile. For the millions of angry players, the 100 customer service representative team was a drop of water in the vast ocean. When the angry players saw that the problem was not resolved and that the helpline was constantly busy, they directly dialed 315 to file a violation of rights against Lingyu Technology. They have purchased the diamonds, spent their time leveling up, and now it was all gone. However, these complaints were meaningless against Lingyu Technology as at the time of registration, there was a clause added at the bottom to offset such incidents. The final interpretation of this agreement was up to the discretion of the operator. Also, Han laws were ambiguous when it came to intellectual property protection. Rarely would there be a case where players have won a lawsuit against a game operator. But the negative reputation caused by the lost user data was hard to erase. Official forums had an influx of complaining players. The moderators had to increase the requirement for posting and began muting and banning people. Not only did this not control the status quo, but the players without a place to express their rage also began to flood into other forums. Major BBS, 1, forums were all pulled into the midst of this event, as the few justice-seeking posts were instantly upvoted to the top. Every post under the influence of the Internet Army unified their statement, and in the name of holiness, began a crusade on the evil operator. Protecting their rights. Everyone selectively chose to forget that Lingyu technology was also a victim. The real person that made them suffer losses was the hacker that attacked the server. As to how it escalated to this point, the Internet Army had their fair share of contribution. Once they swayed the opinion during the first outburst of anger, there was not much suspense in the remaining battle. Lingyu technology not only lost in skill but also public opinion. The players part of the Internet crusade realized that the operator did not compensate for their loss. The promised 1,000 crystals for every player could not compensate the loss of the players that paid for 2,000. The project department's lack of action and the customer service's perfunctory were interpreted as arrogance. In the midst of disappointment and anger among the players, seeing that their votes by hands were useless, they began to vote with their feet. The crusade ended, because they had already given up on the game. Instead, they chose a better mobile game. There were better games on the market. The only reason they stood their ground on an almost out-of-date game was because of the emotional attachment, as well as the time and money sunk into it. But emotional attachment was certainly a fragile thing, as the attitude and response of the operator indeed broke the heart of the players that stood their ground. Seeing the account that they spent countless hours on being erased was more painful than seeing the game being shut down completely. Based on market analysis, the server operated by Lingyu Technology lost 89% of their users due to this data postage. While the servers operated by other companies did not receive a malicious attack, the after effect of the event resulted in a significant amount of users being lost. As if in one night, the Lingyu technology that forged miracles collapsed. At the same time, the new future technology was using its era-defining, new era, to rise to dominance. The stars seemed to have aligned. New era was foretelling the end of the old era. Within the international airport at Wanghai City. Come back early. Yan Xiaoyan's eyes were brimming with tears. She gently bit her lip as she gazed into the teen's eyes. Aha! I will. Xia Lei felt his face burn from her stare. Zhang Chao hooked onto his neck with a smirk. Nice buddy. When did you get together with Xiaoyan? She is so violent. A deathly stare shot over as Zhang Chao backed away, causing a forced laugh. Sorry. Xia Lin frightenedly stood behind Xia Lei and held on to her brother's hand. It was her first time being on a plane. Though she has also never seen plane before. Xia Lei seemed to have sensed his sister's anxiousness as he gently squeezed her hand. The pale face that lacked sunlight displayed an unfitting tenderness. With her head lowered and face blushing, Xia Lin had a lot of things to tell her brother, but she could only faintly squeeze out one word. Aha! Xia Lei had a relieved smile as he rubbed his sister's head. He didn't know when Lu Dahu walked up to him felt him pat his shoulder. Take care. Aha! Xia Lei nodded firmly. Jiang Chen looked at the group of four from afar as he exclaimed arrogantly, acting on his seniority, it's good to be young. Aisha, who stood beside him, tilted her head. Her cold face displayed a confused expression. The goodbye was over. Xia Lei took his sister's hand, took a deep breath, and walked in Jiang Chen's direction. Ready? Jiang Chen smiled amiably. Although this teen did orchestrate a plan against him, surprisingly he did not hold any grudges. Perhaps because he didn't suffer any material damage. Or perhaps because he thought this person wasn't inherently bad. Regardless, the actual people that should be punished was already punished. Aha! Xia Lei nodded and then bowed while looking at him genuinely. Thank you. No problem. You can think of it as an exchange. Jiang Chen pointed at the electronic collar around his neck. Although it was an electronic collar, it was not thick. It was only a thin layer of silica gel, which didn't make it uncomfortable to wear. It would also easily pass through security screening, a convenient tool. Xia Lin looked curiously in her brother's direction and then in Jiang Chen's direction. Then, the adorable young face displayed a tender smile. She cutely bowed too as she said in a still childish voice. "Thank you." Jiang Chen noticed that the color of her pupils was faint, as if it was covered by a thick layer of film. Even though she couldn't see, she could blossom a smile this powerful. "No problem," Jiang Chen kneeled down and said with a smile. Jiang Chen noticed Xia Lei staring right at him. He paused for a second before he began to laugh. "Are you really a Miko, Japanese culture, someone who likes their own sister?" He stood up, patted the slim shoulder of the teen and said with a smirk. The teen didn't answer, but rather looked away with a flushed face. Xia Lin tilted her head as she confusedly pulled on Xia Lei's hand. She was still not at the age where she understood the meaning of Miko. Be assured. Train while you are there. Get more tanned, and you will look more lively. Jiang Chen used force when he patted the teen's back. When you get to Niger, there will be someone waiting for you at the airport. You can call him Uncle Ivan, he'll be responsible for training you like a man. What do you mean like dash? Jiang Chen ignored Xia Lei's protest as he interrupted him. You and your sister will stay for a day in Niger, then your sister will head to Charlotte Hospital in Frankfurt under the supervision of advanced caregivers. That's enough. Stop standing around and go, now. Thank you. Don't waste time, go board now. Seeing the departing silhouette of the brother and sister, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and the corner of his mouth curled up. What Aisha, do you have any questions? Jiang Chen noticed her rubbing her hair and the confusion in her eyes. Face slightly red, Aisha asked hesitantly, they are your enemy. Why did you let them go, and on top of that help them? Not every enemy is a real enemy. Eyes narrowed, Jiang Chen watched the brother and sister board and left Aisha a confusing answer. Aisha tilted her head, she didn't quite understand the meaning behind it. Jiang Chen took out his phone and called Xia Shiyu. Get the legal documents prepared. We are going to change our headquarters. When he said that, a bright smile appeared on his face. For the real enemy, he will show no mercy. 1. Bulletin board system, similar to a forum. 2. Vote with their feet, if they can't bring change, they can choose to leave. The earthquake has yet to settle 15 days after the Lingyu technology data hostage incident that shocked the country's mobile game industry. The perpetrator's intention was extreme malicious and didn't leave any ground for recovery. Despite how hard the Lingyu technology programmer tried, he couldn't manage to recover the lost user information. Based on industry experts' estimations, Lingyu Technology's direct loss was as high as 1.4 billion renminbi. The magnitude of the indirect damage was even harder to quantify given the scale. Regardless, the well-praised brand built through time has been tarnished. Even if Lingyu Technology tried to separate gamer operation from its business focus and shift to primarily game development, it would still be futile. No matter how good the game was, players refused to buy into it for no reasons other than the fact that the game came from Lingyu Technology. Without players, no operator would dare to carry the game. The game data was lost out of nowhere. Even if Lingyu Technology was a victim, why were their servers the only ones down while the others were fine? Couldn't they spend more money increasing the security of the servers? All in all, once the reputation had spread out, it was impossible to erase. Even the long-term partner of Lingyu Technology, 361 Corporation, maintained a cautious attitude with the newly developed game. This malicious internet crime not only shook the industry, the ripple even spread to other aspects. The angry players clearly escalated the incident. Once the industry news became a society topic, bureaus had to respond to the situation. Internet security was once again put on the table. Renren News published a headline that condemned the usage of criminal attack using hacking technology. It also indicated that the bureaus are currently in discussion for improving the law. At the same time, the investigation is currently ongoing. A team of internet security experts was quickly formed. The attacker's IP was quickly locked. Even after layers of masking, it still didn't escape the tracking of experts. Regardless of how skillful the hackers are, as long as they are here, they must leave some sort of clue. Zhang Hao, the Black Tiger, was quickly arrested. Although he cluelessly indicated that he was not involved, he still couldn't prove his innocence. The computer conducting the crime was found in his room. The frightened Zhang Hao frantically confessed the deal with Ling Zhongtian and CLA. He insisted that he was framed and that it must have been CLA. He was the third-ranked Green Bird on the Hacker Alliance. Only he had the ability to hack into Lingyu Technologies servers. But it was useless, he couldn't provide evidence. When he found out that the USB on his shelf disappeared, and the evidence stored in his computer vanished, Zhang Chao was completely dumbfounded. Because CLA already left the country with the reason of taking his sister to Germany for medical treatments, there was not enough evidence to prove his intent despite the suspicious source of funding. CLA's personal account did not change, only a securitized foreign account paid for the plane tickets and the medical expense. Although the action was mysterious in nature, mysteriousness could not be used as evidence. After spending a long time gathering evidence, the investigating team couldn't find any connection between the event and CLA. However, they did find something interesting. A few days ago, there was an illegal deal between Zhang Hao and Ling Zhongtian. A deal to attack Future Technologies servers. However, the mission was cancelled from Zhang Hao's side, the reason being the commission was too low. Of course, he had no recollection of this. The explanation behind this is simple, because CLA used his computer, logged on his account, and cancelled the quest. The case was closed. The perpetrator, Zhang Hao, terminated the contract because of the commission conflict with Lingyu Technologies' president, Ling Zhongtian. Therefore, he infiltrated Lingyu Technologies' server, and permanently deleted the user data, which caused an insurmountable amount of economic loss to Lingyu Technology. Based on the extreme negative influence caused by society and the high value associated with the case, the Supreme Court's verdict was a life sentence. Zhang Hao appealed, but the Supreme Court directly rejected the plea for appeal and maintained the verdict. As for Ling Zhongtian, although he conducted illegal activity, it was merely an unsuccessful attempt, and thus it was hard to define the nature of the crime. He was not sentenced under the law for this reason. But it was yet to be over. Ling Zhongtian's hiring of a hacker to attack Future Technology was quickly exposed online by conscientious people, and Ling Zhongtian's identity instantly changed from the victim to the villain. Those who previously felt sympathy for him immediately turned against him and joined the new round of internet crusade against Lingyu Technology. Of course, a small amount of voices suggested that it could be the conspiracy of Future Technology. After all, the collapse of the longtime industry leader Lingyu Technology would benefit them the most. Of course, those voices were quickly labeled as conspirators and they vanished in the waves of public debate. With Future Technology's ability, why would they need to have a conspiracy against the competition? Lingyu Technology's shit**Thai games are comparable to New Era. The quite interesting thing was that the people defending Future Technology were the hardcore fans of Dota history and IMATM. Because they cared so much, they hated it even more. When they were so disappointed at Lingyu Technology and decided to give Future Technologies a New Era out of boredom, they instantly realized that the game they defended for was a pile of **T. Therefore, Future Technology easily took the influx of Lingyu Technology players and the number of registration broke through 50 million with an estimated revenue breaking through 400 million renminbi, shattering 2 records in the mobile game industry consecutively. Its dominance could not be challenged. The victory was already decided on the main battlefield, but the crossfire had yet to cease. Following the series of negative press and the direct result of downward pressure on revenue, Lingyu Technology's stock price triggered 10 consecutive circuit breaks and led the index in stock depreciation as the poorest performance company after the June stock market collapse. The total market cap was slashed off by 70% and broke through 1.5 billion. To avoid triggering loan clauses, Lingyu Technology had to increase collateral assets and pledged the about-to-be-completed Lingyu building at the value of 530 million to the bank before it finally stopped the plunge. Deep in red and excessive loan, Lingyu Technology was pushed into the corner without any solution. But at the time, Future Technology began making its moves. First, Future Technology published a statement on its official site to directly respond to the public opinion and condemn the majority shareholders Ling Zhongtian's illegal action against Future Technology, and officially sent the lawyer letter to Ling Zhongtian. Was Future Technology prepared to sue Lingyu Technology? Regardless of the result of the lawsuit, investors were hopeless with Lingyu Technology's future. The next day, Lingyu Technology once again triggered the circuit breaker. 4 days later, Lingyu Technology ended the week with 980 million market cap. Within 4 short days, Lingyu Technology lost the value of a building. To avoid triggering the clause, Ling Zhongtian had to increase the pledged asset, this time it was 33% of his share. The about-to-be-completed Lingyu building costed 870 million and it was built with debt. The new game development and promotion had eaten away most of the profit. From the current status quo, the investments were unrecoverable. The lawyer letter was like declaring war. It only ignited the prelude to the battle. When Lingyu Technology broke the record for the highest monthly decrease, Future Technology's president began to increase Lingyu Technology's share on the secondary market and became the biggest shareholder at 37%. Because it was not disclosed, Jiang Chen was fined 600,000 by the Security Commission for an illegal transaction. But comparable to the profit he gained by shorting Lingyu Technology, the punishment was pocket change to Jiang Chen. Lingyu Technology ultimately changed hand. Lingyu Technology building had yet to finish the renovation, but under the demand of the new president, they organized a conference room with a row of table and chairs. Also based on the demand of the new president, a special shareholder meeting was announced. As to the identity of the new president, it was obviously Jiang Chen. Every shareholder's face was gloom. No, to be more precise, other than the people sitting at the end of the table, everyone's face was gloom. Jiang Chen leaned against the chair as he scanned all the shareholders present. Other than the Ling Zhongtian with white hair, he was surprised to find someone he knew. Sensing Jiang Chen's sight, Zhang Jianfeng smiled friendly at him. Why is he here? Jiang Chen still had some impression with Zhang Jianfeng. He represented 361 Corporation before during the negotiation with Future Technology. Although nothing came to fruition, in the end, Jiang Chen had high praises regarding this talent. 361 Corporation want to be involved in this? Jiang Chen muttered in his mind, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. He still maintained the bright smile and started speaking. Everyone, I think you should all thank me. Thank your mom. All the shareholders cursed in their mind, but no one dared to speak out loud. As to why, if it wasn't for me to increase the holding of your company's share which halted the plunge of Lingyu Technology's share price, the share in your hands would be scrap paper. Jiang Chen shrugged. Ling Zhongtian slowly looked over, the aged face no longer resembled this once proud prodigy. He once made his goal to become the Steve Jobs of mobile games, but in those blurred eyes, there was only a deep weariness left. To be the meat on someone's chopping board is to be at someone's mercy. The cracked lips opened and squeezed a sentence full of hatred. If you knew today would happen, why did you do it? Jiang Chen directly responded. Ling Zhongtian was out of words and didn't say anything else, he just stared at the document on the table and blanked out. Lingyu Technology Asset Restructure Proposal, ahem, based on the current performance of the company, as the president, I think I should do something. He paused, Jiang Chen looked at the crowd holding their breath, a faint smile flashed across his face. But then the following sentence he said made every shareholder's mood plunge into the abyss. That's right. We are planning to initiate asset restructure. So first, I plan to sell the building. Who to sell it to? Is that even a question? Left hand to right hand, future technology needed a headquarter fitting for its name. _min_. This is impossible. You can't do this. Mr. Jiang Chen, please don't bring your personal grudges into the shareholder meeting. I understand differences exist between you and ex-president Ling Zhongtian. This is called asset restructuring. This is robbery. Your motion will not be passed. Even if you are the biggest shareholder, Lingyu Technology will not permit you to do whatever you wish. Jiang Chen sipped from his tea on the table. Then, he sank into the chair relaxingly with his eyes narrowed, looking at the outraged shareholders. His gaze stopped on Ling Zhongtian for a brief moment, but the old man didn't look at him. He was still gravely staring at the documents on the table. He had already lost hope. Jiang Chen shook his head as he looked at the only person calmly sitting there, Zhang Jianfeng. 361 Corporation held 5% of Lingyu Technology. Although the ownership percentage was not high, it must have been purchased at a premium. This time Lingyu Technology's share plummet definite had an impact on 361 Corporation. On the other hand, as the third-party platform, 361 Corporation operated the servers for Dota under the consent of Lingyu Technology. Although 361 Corporation's server didn't suffer the same fate as the permanent loss of Lingyu Technology's user data, it certainly was negatively affected. As the representative sent by 361 Corporation, Jiang Chen didn't quite understand the motive behind Zhang Jianfeng's smiling face. What is 361 Corporation thinking? But regardless of what they had in mind, Jiang Chen was going to put the final nail in the coffin for Lingyu Technology. Before the vote, I want everyone to consider this. Lingyu Technology has fallen from Cloud 9 and has become an unprofitable corporation. Without exaggeration, it is facing the risk of being delisted. However, I am still here. If I leave, do you know what that means? After the shareholders' meeting, the stock will resume trading this afternoon. Whether it is going up or going down, would be based on the decision of everyone here. Jiang Chen's words turned everyone, but Zhang Jianfeng, pale. Because of the shareholders' meeting, the temporary suspension of the stock garnered a chance for Lingyu Technology to breathe. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's recent increase in his holdings definitely added a shot of adrenaline to the investors. If it became a signal for using Lingyu Technology as a shell company to list, after Lingyu Technology consecutive circuit breaks, it would be unrealistic for the stock to skyrocket. But if the restructuring plan failed, and Jiang Chen decreases his holding of Lingyu Technology, then it would be adding salt to Lingyu Technology's already massive wound. Once the stock resumed trading this afternoon, Lingyu Technology would not be able to escape the fate of its continuous freefall. Therefore, whether or not the stock in all the shareholders' hands become a piece of scrap paper would be at the discretion of Jiang Chen. At this time, someone stood up and threatened, 361 Corporation is also one of the shareholders, even if you forfeit your shares, they will start ahem, 361 Corporation maintains the same stance as the new president. If President Jiang chooses to decrease his holding, for 361 Corporation, your company will lose its investment value. Zhang Jianfeng shattered that person's fantasy. Seeing the person sit down at a complete loss, Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Jianfeng in surprise, but he didn't say anything. If there are no other opinions, let's start the voting process, Jiang Chen announced as he scanned everyone in the room. After the death-like announcement, all the shareholders cast their dispirited vote. The proposal passed without a doubt. Only Ling Zhongtian voted against it. The restructuring plan was as follows. First, Lingyu Technology is renamed Chenfeng Entertainment. Lingyu Technology will sell the about-to-be-completed Lingyu Technology building at a price of 600 million, and also bear the obligation for debt repayment. Because of a major error caused by his decision, ex-president Ling Zhongtian will be removed as a shareholder following company protocol, a vote where greater than two-thirds of shareholders agree, and his held shares will be forcefully transferred to other shareholders at market price. Based on the distribution plan negotiated, Jiang Chen's shares will increase to 40%, 361 corporations holding changes to 21%, becoming the second largest shareholder. Everyone knew Ling Zhongtian would lose a lot once the restructuring is complete. It would not be impossible to recover the market cap, but no one wanted to speak to him. Ling Zhongtian accepted the result in silence. He shakenly stood up from his spot and left the office. Everything here had nothing to do with him anymore. He started to feel regret, but what could regret do now? Business is like a battlefield. Any mercy could be fatal. After the partnership with Future Technology and 361 Corporation, Lingyu Corporation's future would be bright. But why would that matter? It had nothing to do with him anymore. He received the same fate as the Steve Jobs he idolizes, leaving the company he started. The only difference was, he could never come back. Seeing the trembling figure leave, Jiang Chen fell deep in thought. When the meeting ended, the shareholders began to leave, but Zhang Jianfeng stayed behind. As if Jiang Chen expected him to stay, he also remained seated and looked at him with a smile. "We meet again, President Jiang." Zhang Jianfeng walked toward Jiang Chen and extended his right hand. In less than 2 months' time, Future Technology has already developed to the point where they could sit equally on the same table. That's right. What do you think of the hand I had just played? Jiang Chen shook Zhang Jianfeng's hand as he smiled mischievously. Ruthless, Zhang Jianfeng only gave a one-word response. Jiang Chen laughed as he leaned on the chair, not responding. If Ling Zhongtian successfully destroyed Future Technology's server data, he would definitely do the same thing. But unfortunately, that was the reality of things. With a thunderous stance, a critical hit was given to his opponent, worthy of the name Dictator, was the headline of BBC. Mr. Zhang is overrating me. The odd time Jiang Chen was humble. But President Jiang doesn't think this decision lacked consideration. Zhang Jianfeng pulled up a chair and sat beside Jiang Chen as he began to talk in a casual tone. "Oh." Jiang Chen responded in a disagreeing tone. "Are you involved with Lingyu Technology's server?" "No." Jiang Chen smiled. The security system was customized by 361 Corporation. That's unfortunate. Ling Zhongtian only bought insurance for the server but didn't buy it for the game's data. Would you pay the penalty for this? For the loss of data, our programmers have already provided support to the police, Zhang Jianfeng casually said. Isn't the hacker already caught? Jiang Chen also responded in a nonchalant tone. There is a hacker called CLA. He has been in contact with Black Tiger before. Zhang Jianfeng locked his eyes onto Jiang Chen's. You are still bloating like usual, but you know it is useless on me. Jiang Chen picked up the teacup on the table as he smiled at him. Funny. Would the contact person be enough to confirm a crime? If so, it would be a pity for those people. Without evidence, everything was bullsh*t. The silence ensued for half a minute. President Jiang doesn't seem to care about the interest of Lingyu Technology. Zhang Jianfeng's topic suddenly changed as he looked in the direction of the door. Do you think New Era needs the resources of Lingyu Technology? We already controlled the high grounds of the market, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly as he put down the cup in his hand. The best part is about to come. Would you not consider a partnership? If it utilized 361 Phone Helper's platform, New Era's user base would climb to new heights. New Era currently will not consider opening third-party servers, Jiang Chen rejected expressionlessly. Funny. Not only would it involve cloud computing, but even if I gave the game to you, without the modified server, maintenance cost alone would make you go deep into the red. Since President Jiang is confident that you can control the premium game market, what's your opinion on casual games? Even with the existing high-quality premium games, casual games have not lost their market. Jiang Chen obviously considered pushing out a few casual games like Angry Birds and Temple Run, but the plan was never fulfilled. The reason was simply that those games depended on creativity, not software. Although the Apocalypse's technology was impeccable, it was pointless for casual games. Future technology didn't possess any talents in game development. Therefore, the plan had to be rejected. But Zhang Jianfeng brought it up again. You mean? Jiang Chen was quite interested. We can work together. Zhang Jianfeng crossed his finger and genuinely looked at Jiang Chen. Lingyu Technology, no, Chenfeng Entertainment. Right now, it is a company we control together, right? We can definitely collaborate together with our talent base, and start a new project with the main focus being on the downstream market. Using 361 Phone Helper and Future 1.0, we could use both channels to promote it. With the power of the two companies, we can easily split the entire mobile game market. In the end, Zhang Jianfeng was almost enunciating word by word. Jiang Chen paused for a second before he started laughing. Did you selectively choose to ignore Baidu and Tencent? On the mobile platform, our ability is no less than any of them. Maybe President Jiang should be more confident with our alliance. Zhang Jianfeng smiled. I don't plan on giving this building up. Jiang Chen stared at the ceiling. Of course, as a trophy. The fact that it belongs to you now won't change. The building with a cost of 870 million was sold at a discount of 600 million. They were at least the second biggest shareholder of Chenfeng Entertainment. 361 Corporation was certainly willing to cut the loss. What about the previous Chenfeng employees? Jiang Chen asked softly. He originally planned to cut them completely, but now it seemed like it would be a waste to not use them. Work at the previous location. Or lease a floor in this building. It would be your decision. Zhang Jianfeng had a bright smile on because he knew Jiang Chen was tempted. No one would reject a cake that was put right in front of their mouth. If you brought up the partnership, in the beginning, we could have worked together a long time ago. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. But it is still not too late, right? Zhang Jianfeng got up, extending his right hand once again. That's right. Because I think we should split this market. Also standing up, Jiang Chen held on to the extended hand with a triumphant smile on his face. The same afternoon, Lingyu Technology announced a statement. The shareholders passed the restructuring proposal. Ling Zhongtian was removed from the board, the company was officially renamed Chenfeng Entertainment, and the company's stock would remain suspended until the completion of its asset restructuring. The news spread to all the shareholders like a long dew storm finally passing a dry land, and they began cheering. The people that cut their loss were depressed by their decision of not having confidence in the company. All in all, these people thought of Jiang Chen as Jesus Christ. Future Technology and 361 Corporation both possessed shares. One has been valued at over $1 billion by Wall Street analysts at its inception, while one was already listed on Nasdaq with a market cap of over $10 billion. It left too many people too much room for the imagination. Graciously, Jiang Chen made headline again. The young billionaire once again enters people's vision. The charming smile, the calm attitude, attracting the heart of countless girls. Okay, they really don't care about Jiang Chen's looks. Being famous didn't seem to create too much of a hassle in his life. Different from celebrities in the entertainment industry, most of his fans were very rational. The people that want to marry into wealthy would not flap towards him like bees. It would be too unclassy. They would often pretend to be a frail and innocent girl, encountering him under his building, and, accidentally, starting a "rich CEO fell in love with me" drama. But unfortunately, Jiang Chen was known to not go to work, and the community he lived in was also somewhere random people could not enter. Their plan ultimately would fail. The irrational fans used the security team in the community to send him love letters and attached a duck face selfie inside. Jiang Chen at first was looking forward to reading the letters to see how the beauties have been conquered by his charm, and how they have fallen under his genes. Don't question, Jiang Chen never said he didn't like to hear flattering words. But he was quickly bored. All the love letters had the same content, revolving around, "I want to give you a baby," and "let's hook up." The directness even made Jiang Chen, who was proud of his lack of boundaries, shy. He gave the rest of letters to Aisha and told the security to throw all letters of this kind into the garbage. After telling them not to bother him with it, he left this in the back of his mind. Han was indeed a deep and profound language. What Jiang Chen meant by taking care of them was to throw them out, but Aisha interpreted as examination. Obviously misunderstanding Jiang Chen's intention, she had the thought of picking another wife for her husband as she patiently read through a few love letters. As a qualified wife, she will not be jealous towards husband's other partners, she will obediently share with her and take care of him. Take back what she said, she also gave up. As a qualified wife, instincts told her that these women have impure motives. These love letter finally didn't escape the fate of the paper shredder. It was already November, and based on Miss Sun Jiao's description, the apocalypse must be covered in thick snow. But Wanghai City was still sunny and mild. Even deep into the fall, it still didn't feel cold at all. To be honest, Jiang Chen not only once had the thought of not going back to the other side. Since he already was a winner in his life here. Luxurious mansion, top-end car, and beautiful girls. Everything he ever dreamt of was achieved. But on the other side, there was only danger. At this moment, he relaxingly lied beside his private pool on top of Aisha's legs and was getting his ears cleaned out for him. The side of his face felt the softness of her legs. Her fragrance lingered around his nose. The tip of her hair occasionally brushed across his face and tingled with his heart. The soft and gentle breathing beside his ear. Aha! It's done now. A delighted smile appeared on Aisha's face as she gently blew on Jiang Chen's ear and put away the ear pick. Done already. A bit more. Because it was so comfortable, it was the odd time Jiang Chen was demanding. But, it's already clean. It would hurt you if I do more, Aisha said faintly with a blushed face. No problem. Please continue. Facing her husband's unreasonable demand, Aisha's face burned as she began debating. Although it was the duty of a qualified wife to satisfy the husband's demand, if she continued, it would damage her husband's ear. In this case, she must think of a compromising plan. Could I lick it? She suppressed the shyness in her heart as she whispered into Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen, in the sluggish mood, clearly was drawn into it. Seeing her husband was interested, Aisha's face became a deeper shade of red. She looked at the cleaned-out ear as she stuck her tongue out and buried her head in it. The soft tongue, along with the warm breath, approached slowly. But an untimely phone call interrupted this intimate atmosphere. Aisha looked away with a blushed face, licking someone's ear was too embarrassing for her. Jiang Chen couldn't pretend to be lazy anymore as he got up to pick up the phone. Hello. Jiang Chen picked up with an unpleased tone. Voice sounds angry. Did I annoy you? Lu Yao said coyly. You ruined my good time, Jiang Chen said fiercely. Aisha, standing on the side, heard it as her red face turned brighter. She lowered her head, as her mind went elsewhere. Do you need me to compensate you? Lu Yao said energetically. Ahem, what do you mean? Oh no, he was hard. Jiang Chen turned, so his back was facing Aisha. But what he didn't expect was that the blushed Aisha got closer and stood in front of him. A shy but tender smile surfaced on her face as she slowly kneeled down. A pair of smooth hands self-assertedly reached for his clothes. Oh dash. Why are you making a weird sound? Lu Yao asked curiously. Ahem, nothing. If you have something to tell me, be quick. Jiang Chen was not in the most ideal state. It's nothing special. A lot of entertainment companies have sent me invitations to star in movies. Since Jiang Chen accepted Lu Yao as his mistress, Jiang Chen paid the penalty of 1 million for breach of contract. After that, Lu Yao had been staying at home with nothing to do. Why did you suddenly got famous? Because of you, Lu Yao said in a sweet voice. Me? He gazed at the pair of eyes below him as he experienced mental and physical sensation at the same time. Jiang Chen took a deep breath as he almost didn't manage to hold on. Yes, you have a Weibo account, right? Other than the default followers, you only followed me, therefore. Lu Yao's voice sounded frail as if she was afraid Jiang Chen would get angry. So, she carefully said, therefore people thought there was something between us. Therefore. Seethe. Ah. No, that's fine, I don't care about this news. Jiang Chen squeezed out a few words between his teeth as his hand gently rubbed Aisha's luscious hair. She felt the gentleness on her hair as her blue eyes narrowed happily. But then, it was even harder for Jiang Chen to resist. That's great. I was worried that you would not like me doing that anymore because of this. Lu Yao was delighted. Nope. Can I go act in a film then? No problem. No kissing scene. Since she was now his mistress, Lu Yao was afraid Jiang Chen would be jealous. Okay. And also, the film producer wants to acquire your investment, Lu Yao carefully asked. Granted. Love you lots, moi oh, when are we going to Panu Island for vacation? I heard it's summer there all year round. Are you listening? Yes. No, Jiang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. Wait, Lu Yao held the phone as her eyes turned suspicious. She suddenly covered her mouth realizing something. Ah. You must be doing something naughty. No. Wait, no, this sound would not be wrong. You must, she sensed the voice was off. Aha. Fine. Seeing the gentleness in her eyes, Jiang Chen was too joyful to lie to his body any longer. If it were not for the people that he couldn't let go of, he probably wouldn't go back. The next morning, Jiang Chen made a trip to Xinlong food processing plant. Following his instructions, Zheng Hongjie cleaned out a new warehouse to store the surplus goods. The goods inside would also not be registered on anything. Although he didn't know the boss' intention, he didn't ask. But he was not here to acquire food. He already prepared enough food to pass through the winter. He directly found Zheng Hongjie and ordered him to arrange the export, and then increase production as soon as possible. The deep-water port at Panu Islands had already been completed, the next step of island conquering mission could begin. After taking care of the miscellaneous tasks, Jiang Chen headed back to the mansion and started to time travel. Rather than saying winter was coming, it was more fitting to say winter was here. His vision was covered by the monochrome silver as the entire pool was filled with snow. A thick layer of snow covered the mansion, and the edges of the roof were decorated with daunting icicles. Like a castle standing in the northern kingdom. Solemn. Proud. But Jiang Chen was not in the mood to enjoy the atmosphere of his mansion. He only wore a thin t-shirt. The second he stepped into the apocalypse, he began to shiver uncontrollably. This weather is 2F** king cold. Even with his body conditioned strength by the genetic vaccine, he couldn't withstand it anymore. Jiang Chen covered his arms with his hand as he dashed into the mansion from the backyard. The last time he was here, he started his time travel beside the pool because he was lazy, but he sure suffered on his way back. Different from the extreme conditions outside, the mansion was as warm as spring. The broken wall and window had been long repaired by Sun Jiao, and after a series of modifications and improvements, as long as the window was closed, the mansion would not be bothered by the severe wind chills outside. But before he even gained his footing in the mansion, Sun Jiao, who also ran toward him, pushed him onto the sofa. You are finally back. This girl's voice certainly had a hidden bitterness to it. A lot happened over there. Jiang Chen said apologetically. Although it was not entirely accurate, he did become lazy after having too much fun. Jiang Chen seemed to have sensed something, but she didn't point it out. Her beautiful eyes dreamily gazed into his. Jiang Chen looked away as he was shy from the passionate gaze, but he discovered Sun Jiao was holding something in her hand. Eh? What is this? Ah, this is. Out of nowhere, Sun Jiao's face immediately turned red as there was a sense of panic to her voice. Towel? Jiang Chen asked with uncertainty. It's a scarf. Fool. After seeing her proud work being slandered as a towel, Miss Sun Jiao was immediately enraged. The furious Sun Jiao gave a solid punch in Jiang Chen's chest, and then she pulled out the scarf, forcefully putting it around his neck out of shame. Cough cough. Are you trying to strangle me? Although the softness was continually squeezing onto him because of the violent action, the suffocating feeling around his neck cancelled the sensation. Stop moving, just resist a bit longer. Sun Jiao with a blushed face said fiercely. Wait, why do I have to resist against wearing a scarf? You are so talkative. After a while, the scarf was finally put around Jiang Chen's neck. Sun Jiao got up from Jiang Chen's body with a blushed face as she looked away. Looks pretty good. It would be even better if you give it to me normally. Especially because this is not how you wear a scarf. Sun Jiao, with a troubled smile, pulled the scarf around his neck. This girl was clearly confused about the difference between a rope and scarf. The pure black scarf was without any pattern. With a beginner's skill, it would be too difficult to put any patterns on it. But being able to knit the scarf was an accomplishment nonetheless. Hearing Jiang Chen's praise, Sun Jiao's eyes immediately lit up. As to the ridicule of method of tying the scarf, she selectively ignored the sentence. Really? This is what I am saying. How could I mess up on a scarf? With a red face, and scratching the back of her head, kindness was written all over her face. So why did you think about knitting a scarf? After putting on the scarf properly, Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly. Because. Sun Jiao's mind drifted again. Her face changed to a bright red hue. In the magazines before the war, it said, girlfriends should knit scarves for their boyfriend. Therefore, it is not a requirement, or the better way to put it, the girl that is willing to knit a scarf for her boyfriend would be a rare species. Jiang Chen let out a sigh as she smiled. Jiang Chen was quite touched by her. What do you mean a rare species? Sun Jiao gave Jiang Chen a dirty look. It means adorable, Jiang Chen rushed to explain. Adorable? Her expression suddenly softened, and her bright eyes looked around shyly. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed Yao Yao standing on top of the stairs. This small loli pouted her lips as the cute eyes stared straight at the scarf around his neck. Oh. Too devious. As if she heard the noise in the living room, Lin Lin walked in from the side door with her pure white hair. Still not hesitant to badmouth people. PSH, it's only a dumb devil couple. Why would you guys display affection in the living room? Go close the door and do what you did. But before she finished, the words were stuck in her throat. A grim sight instantly locked onto her vision as she was forced to swallow her unfinished sentence. Ahem. I think as the owner of the mansion, I need to do something now, Jiang Chen mustered to himself. That's right. For example, building a wooden shack outside for her. A devil-like smile spread on Sun Jiao's face as she also enjoyed the feeling of bullying Lin Lin. In the end, she still could not be defiant. You are all bullying me. With tears, Lin Lin escaped back to her room/lab with a sad expression. This narcissistic and bad-tempered girl, always instantly forgets to stand her ground. Seeing Lin Lin's fleeting figure, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. I wonder if she finished her task yet. I'll pick a time to take a look. There was no fireplace in the future. Except for the poorest survivors, no one would use fire to generate heat. Jiang Chen's mansion obviously didn't have that either. The reason the place was so warm was due to the heating grids placed within the wall. This device was extremely convenient, and it would provide heat as long as it was connected to electricity. The heat-resistant electric wire would not be burned by EMPs. Therefore, the heating grid became one of the few electronic devices that was not destroyed by the nuclear blast. In the top-floor office, Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao stood together and gazed into the distance. The thick snowflakes twirled in the north wind as they raided through every corner of the world. The ice shards that occasionally smashed on the window played a whimpering noise as it crashed into the frozen window. Even if he was just looking, he could still feel the coldness that could freeze one's soul. Such heavy snowfall. After a while, Jiang Chen could only produce 4 words while looking outside. This is not too bad. Usually, it would start snowing in October. In regards to the snow, Sun Jiao's expression was rather calm. It was rumored that when the war just ended, the entire world was covered by nuclear winter. It was the same cruel scene every day. I wonder how did the people outside of the survival shelters survive? Outside of their walls, apartments built with concrete were built for residents of Fishbone Base. The Fishbone Base that didn't lack money would obviously not mistreat its people. Every family was connected with heat and electricity. The life here was so much better than in the ghetto. On the empty streets, a pickup truck, modified to be a snow-shoveling vehicle, was working hard to push the snow out of the base. The patrol on the wall regularly walked around to watch for any incoming danger. The white winter suit made him look like a snowman carrying a rifle. With a snowstorm this big, the mutated humans shouldn't be able to invade us. Although it certainly was inconvenient to the construction of the base, the thick snowfall gave a hint of tranquility. Speaking of mutated humans, Zhao Gang, who you sent out scouting, brought back some interesting information. Oh. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. There are at least 3,000 mutated humans in the 7th area. A lot of signs indicate that they are preparing war supplies. Every mutated human was a natural warrior. If there were actually 3,000 of them, even if they sent 1,000 people, it would be an unstoppable force that the Fishbone Base could not resist with only a population of 200. No, it would be difficult even for the 6th Street. Hopefully this snow will bring them some trouble. Jiang Chen watched the flying snowflakes as a worried expression flashed on his face. Mutated humans are known for their cold resistance. This amount of snow will do nothing to them. We can only pray that this storm will kill more of their slaves. That is the only way that would make things difficult for them. Sun Jian's voice was stern. Slaves. Speaking of this, how did the dancers in Jia City survive under the violent force of the mutated human? Jiang Chen shook his head as he put his thoughts away. Then he asked, is that all? Also, based on Zhao Gang, when he returned from the 7th area, he encountered a group of survivors fleeing from Xinxiang town. Survivors fleeing? Jiang Chen touched his chin in thought. Aha! They originally belonged to the survivor groups in Xinxiang town, but the survivor group was wiped already. Zhao Gang brought them back. I ordered people to keep them outside of the base for now. Sun Jiao nodded before she took out a tablet to show a map to Jiang Chen. Xinxiang town is between Qingpu and 7th area. It is on the Taifu River, a way for the mutated humans to enter Wanghai City. There were around 700 survivors there, and because of the lack of mutant activity around the area as well as the lack of external threat, they lacked an organized system. They only established a simple defense outside of the town with a civilian force of 21 people. Therefore they were enslaved by the mutated humans. Hearing this, Jiang Chen guessed the outcome. That's right. Sun Jiao nodded. A force of 40 mutated humans were stationed in Xinxiang town as they established an outpost there. Based on this, they are indeed going to take the route through Xinxiang town to Wanghai City. That meant that they would go through Qingpu, not Songjiang. It was the worst outcome. Deep in Jiang Chen's heart, he hoped to avoid direct conflict with mutated humans. Even if they really arrived in Carmen Pharmaceutical and obtained the improved FEV virus, they would only torment Jia City. Jiang Chen took a deep breath as he asked in a serious tone. What about the 700 survivors? Based on the survivors who are there, because of the snow blocking the roads, they are temporarily imprisoned in Xinxiang town and have not moved yet. Hearing this, Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen. Snow blocking the road. A singled-out, mutated human outpost. Watching the snow on the window, a smile suddenly surfaced on Jiang Chen's face. This is an opportunity. You mean? Take them out. Reinforce Xinxiang town's defense, and intercept the mutated human force there, blocking them out of Qingpu. Comparing direct firepower, a soldier wearing AT-3 power armor had no inherent difference to a mutated human with a steel plate covering the front of its body. In a one-on-one scenario, power armor, with its high mobility and adaptability, would quickly take down the almost defenseless back of the mutated human. But if it escalated to a full-scale battle, the power armor's advantage would be mitigated as the battle would usually turn into cover fire. During the last crossfire with the mutated human, Jiang Chen already learned his lesson. The 10T-3 power armors had no advantage in firepower against the 30-something mutated human. It was even fair to say that they were at a disadvantage the entire time. In the end, they barely won with the advantageous positioning they had, but they lost with the cost of one power armor and multiple backup fuel rods. If Jiang Chen had a few more cannons, the situation would be drastically different. At the same time, the ability to produce heavy weaponry was fundamental to the existence of a survival base. From any perspective, Fishbone Base must develop its own heavy weaponry. So Jiang Chen already started doing that. The electric pulse cannon technology he purchased from Zhao Qinwu had been completely understood by the scientists at the base. Although the production condition at the base was still limited, after half a month, the Fishbone Base workers still managed to use the limited facility to manufacture 6 electric pulse cannons. This vehicle-mounted electric pulse cannon was used as the primary weapon on the tank during the war, but right now it was obviously not feasible to acquire a tank. Therefore, Jiang Chen thought of a compromise. Wheeled the electric pulse cannon onto the improved truck, and use steel reinforcement to strengthen the armor of the truck. Then, place a soldier on top to fire the cannon. Therefore, the odd-looking electric pulse cannon vehicle was created by Jiang Chen's wild imagination. Also, he gave this thing a name that couldn't be more childish, Tiger. Low armor, medium mobility, high range, high damage. It was extremely effective in rural areas with scattered structures, but it was a target in the city. Although the design was extreme, they had to work with what they had. On the other hand, following the production of the Hummingbird drone, patrolling outside of the base has been passed on to those palm-sized little guys. The Hummingbird drone has built up a force of over 100 units, which was more than enough to create an attack force. Although those little guys carried a limited amount of ammo, once there were enough of them, they were capable of deadly attacks. The attack on Xinxiang town was set to be 5 days later. The survivors in the base had since been busy. Although attacking in the winter didn't sound like the smartest decision, since it was the boss's decision, they would relentlessly execute it. The military production factory worked around the clock, and the workers under Jiang Chen's instructions installed the electric pulse cannon on the back of the modified trucks. The training ground then became crowded as the soldiers in winter suits, under the command of Cheng Weiguo, began to train. Although everyone was preparing relentlessly, Jiang Chen wasn't too concerned about this attack. It was only a force of 40 mutated humans. Not only did the Fishbone Base have the fire support from the Tiger, but they also had helicopters that acted as gunships. Leaving the mansion wearing a thick winter suit, Jiang Chen headed straight to Jiang Lin's lab. For the scientist passionate about aerospace, Jiang Chen had a keen interest in him. Not only did Jiang Chen clean out a lab for him, but he also gave him a budget of 1,000 crystals a month to purchase related equipment. Although aerospace technology was not helpful to the fishbone base now, if rockets were created, not only can they be shot into the sky, but if they're shot downwards, they could be used as missiles. Of course, the purpose of the trip was not to inquire about the missiles, but for something else. When he pushed open the lab door, Jiang Chen stepped into the room, and quickly closed the door behind him. He shook off the snow on his body before walking inside the room. Ahem, what are you working on? A dazzling amount of electronic parts were randomly stored in the corner of the room. Some of them were needed for the launch of the rockets, and some of them were junk he brought back from Fake Leg's specialty store. Although Jiang Lin didn't plan to continue his father's business, he still moved his stuff here. Rocket engine. Jiang Lin wore protective goggles with a welding tool in his hand as he concentrated on the parts on the table. Looking at the grease-covered hair, Jiang Chen didn't want to guess the last time he showered. It's great to be passionate about your own business, but... Did you complete the task I gave you? Jiang Chen walked over to a mechanical leg lying on the ground as he stood beside him. Done. It's on the shelf to your right, and the manual is on the shelf next to it. Jiang Lin said as carefully wielded a single microchip onto the engine, not turning his head. Just need to wait till the weather clears up. Install a smart power control into the engine, and then install signal blockage at the tip of the rocket. I am a genius, Jiang Lin mustered to himself as he looked ecstatic. Although Jiang Chen didn't know why. Kinetic skeleton, Model K1. A line of small words was engraved on the metal strip as Jiang Chen read it out loud. He looked at the mechanical frame in his hand and began to play with it. But after a while, he still didn't have a single clue how it works. So, he took out the manual and began to read it step by step. The light plastic steel metal attached to the four limbs, and the spine position was covered by scale-like metal plates. To put it simply, this thing was like a metal skeleton. Although it had a metallic feel to it, it didn't feel cumbersome to wear. Jiang Chen moved his limbs and clenched his fingers, but he still didn't understand how it worked as a confused expression appeared on his face. Seeing that boss wearing his masterpiece, Jiang Lin dropped what he was working on, cleaned his hand, and walked over. The start button is on your neck. You can try pressing it. Following Jiang Lin's instruction, Jiang Chen skeptically placed his finger on his neck and quickly found a button. Then he tried pressing it down. A faint static noise was heard as Jiang Chen felt a temporary numbness on the back of his neck. The next second he was completely shocked. It was a surreal feeling. As if the metal strip became a part of his body. What maneuvered his body was no longer his own skeleton, but rather the metal skeleton attached to his body. Jiang Chen moved his limbs as the shock on his face intensified. Describing the feeling was difficult. Precisely, it seemed like the metal skeleton was really his own hand, but his real hand was only a tool he was using. Model K1 Kinetic Skeleton. Fake Leg Specialty Store's masterpiece. A proud smile appeared on Jiang Lin's face, as he took a curved plastic steel plate from the side and pressed it onto the empty slot in front of Jiang Chen's chest. Removable armor made of supramolecular polyethylene. It is bulletproof, so it can easily protect you against normal assault rifle bullets. The outside is sprayed with a reflective layer, so it has some defense against laser rifles. Of course, I don't recommend you take a few shots to test the strength of the armor. After he finished, Jiang Lin brought over several curved armors and slotted them onto Jiang Chen's stomach, legs, and shoulders. Almost done. Jiang Lin stood up and clapped his hands together. He then took a tablet from the table and connected a wire to Jiang Chen's armor. Jiang Chen looked at him as his fingers typed furiously on the screen. Quickly, the numb electrocuted sensation from the back of his neck disappeared and was replaced by an astonishing connection of his nerves to his muscles. It was not only simply the metal maneuvering his body, but the metal and body were simultaneously controlled by his brain. Jiang Chen moved his limbs as he became more and more shocked. Seeing the expression on the boss's face, Jiang Lin smiled and quickly backed away. With a pleased gesture, he said proudly, "Try hitting the sandbag." Hearing that, Jiang Chen clenched the fist covered by the thin layer of armor as he used his entire strength to punch. Boom dash. Dust blew everywhere. The violent force caused the sandbag to cave inward as the metal hanging the sandbag began to squeak in a whimpering noise. Beautiful. Let me see. 971 kilograms, not bad. Jiang Lin nodded his head as he scratched his chin and began to adjust the data on the tablet. Not bad. This is insane. Jiang Chen astonishingly stared at his hand as he ridiculed in his mind. A force of nearly 1 ton. An ordinary person's punch would be around 100 kilograms, he remembered Tyson could only punch with a force of 400 kilograms. But the sandbag didn't get punched through. Its quality must be excellent. While being shocked, Jiang Chen gave a few extra looks at the sandbag. Try the strength again. Jiang Lin quickly walked to the end of the room. Jiang Chen moved his leg around to test. When he realized that his coordination was not hindered, he walked over. There stood a metal box the size of a closet. The exposed part seemed similar to the weight of the sandbag. A white metal-covered signal light flashed unknowingly, the monitor on the side produced a faint light. Put your hand on the bar, and then use your maximum power to lift it. Jiang Lin passed a bar-like thing to him as he smiled. Following his instruction, Jiang Chen put his hands on the bar and lifted it up with his entire force. Strength, 64, perfect. Jiang Lin snapped as he said with excitement. Compared to Jiang Lin's excitement, Jiang Chen's mood could be described as ecstatic. With only a few metal frames, it could allow people to acquire strength greater than the genetic vaccine. If every solider wore a set, Fishbone Base's combat power would more than double. If the power armor were the full body armor of the knight, then the kinetic skeleton would be an infantry's chainmail. The entire mass was less than 10 kgs. The supermolecular polyethylene could guard 7 to 12 rounds of point-blank shots from a 7.62 mm assault. If it were an assault rifle from the modern world, it would not even make a dent in the armor. For equipping, the maximum weight carried by a single soldier would increase to 300 kilograms. The power source was 2 pieces of battery the size of a fist and was placed above the pelvis area. After a complete charge, it would allow the equipped person to run at a speed of 12 km per hour carrying the 300 kilograms for 1 hour. Or, it could operate in normal combat conditions for 12 hours. The power could be charged through solar cells, or it could instantly be replenished with crystals. It was fair to say, other than the aerospace technology that has yet to see results, a significant factor that Jiang Chen considered when recruiting Jiang Lin was the kinetic skeleton technology of the fake leg specialty store. Although he didn't manage to continue the family business, being forced by his father, he still learned the essential skills. When he personally experienced the power of Model K1 kinetic skeleton, Jiang Chen immediately proposed the feasibility of mass equipping the force. Equipping the force? Jiang Lin was confused when he heard Jiang Chen's question, but then an odd expression appeared on his face. Do you know the time and cost to produce a set of kinetic skeleton like this? How much? Jiang Chen asked carelessly. Based on the official price in the 6th Street, the current set you are wearing cost around 900 crystals. 900 crystals could purchase more than 10 slaves if you give them rifles. Regardless of what kind of super soldier, they can't beat 10-something rifles. Jiang Lin let out a sigh as he started to calculate the economics for Jiang Chen. But the 6th Street no longer sells population. Jiang Chen pressed the button on his neck as the faint static noise rose again and he took off the kinetic skeleton. The 6th Street doesn't sell population, but other places do. For example, Sioux City. They have the biggest slave market in Suong province. They'll come to the 6th Street next spring. Jiang Lin tried to convince his boss. But we can't wait till next spring. Jiang Chen, with a smile, carried the kinetic skeleton in his hands. When the snow melts next year, the mutated human will invade from 7th area to Qingpu. We are the only force that's capable of putting up a defense. Therefore we will face the most pressure from them. Hearing that, Jiang Lin's face immediately turned white. He has never heard about this before. If he had heard about it, he would not have come to work here even if they beat him to death. The reason why he tried to convince the boss to give up the idea of mass production of the kinetic skeleton was the fact that he was worried his own research time for the rocket would be limited. Do you regret coming here? Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Lin gulped as he looked away, disheartened. No. Don't be afraid. Your heartbeat already told me you are regretting it. Jiang Chen smiled as he patted him on the shoulder without criticizing his fear. It is okay to be afraid. People fear death for a reason. Since you are afraid, then follow what I have said. I heard that there are a few thousand mutated humans in the 7th area, Jiang Lin strugglingly said. To be exact, there are 3,000. Perhaps a bit more than that, but it's not something you need to worry about. Kinetic skeleton must be mass-produced. Regardless how many crystals we spend, you must manufacture 50 sets before next year January, Jiang Chen used an irrefutable voice. Even with a cost of 900 crystals per set, 50 sets would only be 45,000 crystals. Fishbone Base didn't lack money. It was time to convert the wealth accumulated in the early phases into power. Jiang Lin gulped again as he saw the seriousness in the boss' eyes as he nodded arduously. I'll try my best. But it can't be done with just me. I need help. Just tell me how much assistance you need. Let me think. The hand-crafted metal skeleton would require 10 people, welding the microchips would take 4, drawing the circuit board would need 8, as well as modifying the power system. Based on my estimation, I would require 40 workers to be able to complete a streamlined process. In this case, I could probably manage to complete 50 sets of kinetic skeletons before January. Jiang Lin had a troubled smile. There was a total of 200 people in the base. Everyone had their own duties and responsibilities, it was impossible to assemble a team of 40. But Jiang Chen's following words shocked him. I'll give you 80 people. Could you double the production? Sure, but is there enough people in the base? Jiang Lin had to ask. You don't have to worry about it. We'll have plenty of people soon. Right now, you only need to figure out how to design the production line, how to train your team, and what materials must be purchased. The production force will be ready in 5 days. Jiang Chen laughed. The Fishbone Base didn't have the people, but Xinxiang Town had them. The 700 survivors captured by the mutated humans. He just needed to bring them back. As to whether they would be obedient or not. On the wasteland, there was no inherent difference between being captured and being saved. If they wanted to continue to live, they must be obedient. After coming out of Jiang Lin's lab, Jiang Chen headed to the community center to find the warehouse keeper Wang Qin. When Jiang Chen came to the office, the girl with freckles was going through her books as usual. When she saw Jiang Chen, her eyes lit up, as she stopped what she was doing, and got up to greet him. I am just here to check the status of the supplies in the base. Don't be so anxious, Jiang Chen gently smiled as he joked. Wang Qin's face blushed shyly. She pushed her glasses up as she took out the tablet terminal and began to display the data to Jiang Chen. First, it was crystals. After the accumulation of several trades, the crystals stored in the Fishbone Base had reached a frightening number of 790,000. Because of the addition of several production lines, the crystals spent last month reached 30,000. This included the purchase of raw materials, as well as direct consumption for fuel in industrial production. Jiang Chen asked Wang Qin to save 500,000 crystals as liquid assets to purchase shares of the about-to-be-established 6th Street Bank. The rest of the 290,000 crystals would be used as production spending. Even with the addition of a kinetic skeleton line, the current amount of stored crystals was more than sufficient. Then, it would be the firearms storage. There were 200,000 rounds of ammo stored in the base, with 60% directly manufactured by the base. After they acquired Huizhong Mercenaries' ammo production line, Fishbone Base began to work towards producing its own firearms. Then, it would be the 5 kilograms bombs. This is the standard ammo for the electromagnetic cannon. Following the completion of the Tiger, the military factory's production has been shifting towards bombs. The current stock was 200 rounds, with 50 being produced each day. After a period of consumption, as well as the large quantity of replenishment since the last time he returned, the base currently stored 8 tons of rice, 2 tons of potato, and easy-to-store vegetables like cabbage and carrot totaled 5 tons. Sausage, marinated meat, and other preserved food added up to 2 tons. After Jiang Chen realized it was cheaper to purchase fresh food than canned food, Fishbone Base's cafeteria no longer provided canned food. All cans were only sold, or as an award to survivors that contributed to the base. With the assumption of 1 pound of rice per day per person, this food would last the group of 202 years. But considering the addition of 700 survivors soon, the rate of food consumption would undoubtedly increase. Even with an increase in survivors, the current storage of food would last at least half a year. Also, the base is preparing to add a new kinetic skeleton production line. Jiang Lin will send the list of purchases over in a bit. Send someone to purchase it from the 6th Street. Aha. Wang Qin nodded and then wrote Jiang Chen's words in the tablet. Following the increased quantity of supplies, one warehouse keeper was not enough. After asking for Wang Qin's opinion, Jiang Chen added a logistics department to the base's administration, responsible for managing warehouse supplies, daily consumption, and trade-related tasks. Trade was previously the responsibility of Sun Jiao, but she seemed to get a headache with small tasks containing minuscule details, so she threw the duties to the logistics department. The logistics department was of course led by Wang Qin. The department increased to 5 people, managing a total of 6 warehouses. I said you don't have to be so anxious. Seeing how the girl was taking notes seriously, Jiang Chen couldn't stop laughing. Although she had matured compared to when she just got to the base, the trait of blushing did not change at all. Also, what's the status of Zhou Guoping's bar in the 6th Street? After recollecting her previous calmness, Wang Qin pushed her glasses up and said in a focused tone, 4,000 cans of beer were consumed in October, resulting in a total profit of 40,000 crystals. Hearing the news, Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't care about the profitability of the bar. He was more keen on using the traffic generated to bring him intelligence. The beers were only a few bucks in the modern world, which was nothing. But of course, as the saying goes, although mosquitoes were small, meat was still meat, and the income from the beers was quite good. Also, there is something else. Wang Qin saw that Jiang Chen was in a good mood, but she hesitated for a moment before she spoke. Aha. The raw material used to produce the automatic rifles and hummingbird drone, the Karm tree sap, is out of stock. Out of stock. Jiang Chen frowned. It was a big problem. The threat of mutated human was approaching fast. The Fishbone Base was working around the clock to produce firearms, and now Karm tree sap was out of stock. The plantation that provided us with Karm tree sap terminated the contract, and paid us 1,000 crystals as the penalty, Wang Qin said helplessly. Reason? Following the increase in production on the 6th Street, the price of Karm tree sap rose by 20%, which is much higher compared to the price signed on the contract. They also signed a large quantity long-term deal with other companies. Therefore, they shamelessly terminated our contract. Wang Qin said in anger. So how much is left in the base? Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. 2 tons left. Enough to maintain production for 1 more month. Aha, I'll take care of this. Jiang Chen nodded. If the 6th Street can't supply it, the fishbone base can just produce it on our own. Growing calm trees. Sun Jiao thought for a second before a troubled look appeared on her face. Is there a problem? We could probably buy the sapling on the market. If we can't, I'll get Zhou Guoping to think of other ways. Jiang Chen didn't understand. No, it's not the problem with tree saplings are easy to obtain. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to be misinterpreting her meaning, Sun Jiao forced a bitter smile. The problem is growing them. Growing? I remember these mutated plants were able to survive in the apocalypse's soil. Is there any problems? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Typical crops could not grow in the nuclear and biological contaminated soil, but mutated plants that survived the war could. Logically, anything that could grow in the 6th Street, the fishbone base could grow the same thing. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Sun Jiao facepalmed as she began patiently explaining the fundamentals. To grow anything on the wasteland, there are 2 factors to consider. 1 is radiation level, and 2 is soil contamination level. As long as there is material exchange with the outside world, it cannot avoid the impact of radiation. There is nothing in the apocalypse that is free of radiation. Not even the drinking water treated by the automatic water purifying equipment. It doesn't negatively affect humans because of the existence of the EP and special medication that reduces the radiation level to below the danger threshold. However, plants are not so lucky. To ensure the planted apple does not mutate, the radiation level must be controlled to below 1. If the radiation level is above 5, even normal seeds buried into the ground will become abnormal. With the 6th Street's technology, it is able to control the radiation level to around 3, which certainly reflects how valuable the fruit cans you brought are. But the mutated plants that survived through natural selection are not that delicate. Their resistance to radiation is quite high. Take calm trees for example. As long as radiation levels are below 40, it can grow normally. Most of the places on the wasteland have a threshold value between 10 to 20. As long as it's not in a nuclear crater, the radiation level will not reach 40. The soil contamination is relatively easier to solve since soilless planting technology is incredibly mature in the apocalypse. Therefore, the plantations in the apocalypse can be divided into 2 kinds. One is the kind that uses soilless technology to grow crops. There is a distinct advantage to growing crops this way is that it can easily control soil contamination, and the production area would also be greater compared to soil plants. The disadvantage is also evident. Mainly being the high cost. To use soilless technology to produce industrial raw materials like calm tree sap would undoubtedly bankrupt the business. It normally would be used to grow luxury goods, such as not completely mutated fruit. The signature building in the 6th Street includes a soilless plantation tower. Of course, because of the appearance of fruit cans, this industry was on the brink of bankruptcy. The other kind is normal soil plantation. Simple and straightforward, planting the seeds and watering them would yield plants. Whether it would be done by human labor with scythes spreading the seeds or mechanical plantation, it would be up to the preference of the owner. It is used to mostly produce non-expensive mutated plants, such as the industrially used calm tree sap, and different flavors of tobacco. The advantage of this method is the low cost, but it has a strict requirement for the quality of the soil. Take calm trees for example. Only plants with soil contamination less than 10 can be used to grow these trees. This type of soil is also extremely rare on the wasteland, so calm tree sap production is not high even on the 6th Street. Previously, this raw material had minimal demand, but during this period, demand far exceeded supply. Couldn't we just purchase soilless equipment? Jiang Chen was refusing to give up. Using soilless equipment to grow calm trees, how much crystals would you use to obtain 1 ton of calm tree sap? Sun Jiao facepalmed, feeling helpless. This is problematic now. Jiang Chen's eyebrows began to twist as he fell into deep thought. But then, he suddenly remembered Lin Lin. Yes. The Garden of Eden project. If it is possible to change the local biosphere, there is no reason there is no technology to change the condition of the soil. Did you think of something? Sun Jiao looked confusedly as Jiang Chen's always changing expression. The tip of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up. Looks like the little slave in our mansion is finally going to be useful. Sun Jiao instantly understood as a sign of joy also flashed across her face. What? Reduce soil contamination. Why should I help you? With fingers holding onto the test tube, the smooth and silky silver hair hid the disdained expression on Lin Lin's face as she said without any consideration. The one red and one black pupil were the same as when he left before. It seemed that she became used to having an odd creature living inside her body. Because you need to eat, Jiang Chen let out a sigh as he said righteously. He was already becoming bored of looking at her humiliated expression, but this girl seemed to think otherwise. Do you feel great about being bullied now? Seeing the slightly sad Lin Lin drawing on the touch board, Jiang Chen said helplessly. With such a gorgeous face, she had to have such a terrible expression. Go die. With her finger finishing the last line, Lin Lin gave Jiang Chen a hard stare and popped out her tongue to give him a scary face. What is this? Jiang Chen ignored her action as he got closer to the touch board. Ahem, foolish dash, Lin Lin straightened her back while the tip of her lips curved up. Ahem. Ah. Enough. Fine, I'll say it. Lin Lin pouted her mouth in sadness as she touched the screen. The first step is to neutralize the soil. The second step is to use ion membranes to permeate out the heavy metal ions. The third step is, hold on, what is an ion membrane? Jiang Chen interrupted her as he was completely lost. A thing that can easily filter through the ion particles should be pretty common, Lin Lin said nonchalantly. What? I have never heard about this before. Jiang Chen suddenly recalled that Lin Lin had always stayed in the research facility, for she wouldn't be so clueless about the situation of the apocalypse otherwise. In this case, the common in her mind probably meant common in the lab. Did not think this through. Let me first ask, how many steps does this process include? Jiang Chen was feeling speechless. Not that many, only 24 steps. I have taken a sample of the soil here before, and the contamination level is 68. It's hard to believe in a land this toxic weeds can grow. When the topic revolved around her field of interest, Lin Lin became keener. Does your lab not consider costs when you experiment? Jiang Chen ridiculed. Costs? Of course, Lin Lin disagreed. Then tell me after 24 steps, what is the cost? Lin Lin looked at Jiang Chen strangely. Are you misinterpreting something? Project Garden of Eden is not a soil purification project. Since it is a subproject of space colonization, then why do we need to understand how to treat the pollution on Earth? Using organics as well as minerals on other planets, we could produce soil. It is too troublesome to purify it. Produce soil. That's right. It is not difficult to produce soil. At least easier than washing the ground. But since all the finished goods are contaminated here, it would not be easy to find raw ingredients to form clean soil. Lin Lin let out a sigh. Produce soil. Other planets. Jiang Chen suddenly smacked his own head as he cursed in his mind. F***ck, why didn't I think of this before? It is not that difficult. I can interdimensional travel. If I can carry back food, how difficult would it be to transport a couple of 100 cubic meters of soil? Since the problem was solved, Jiang Chen didn't plan to ask further, so he changed the topic. Okay, let's not talk about this. Oh, did you finish the task I gave you? Since it has been a while, the death claw and mutated lead skin human research should be completed? Of course. Who do you think I am? Lin Lin let out a sigh as a confident expression appeared on her face. Follow me. She crooked her finger at Jiang Chen as she turned around, swaying her silver-white hair, and walked to the giant vial in the back. A naked monster with its flesh exposed was in the middle of the vial. The dark green liquid occasionally had bubbles blowing upwards. It seemed like the work of a science freak in American comics. But Jiang Chen didn't focus on that. Rather he looked at the bottom part of the monster. Just like the rumors say, no d*ck Lin Lin pointed her delicate finger and pressed the touch screen on the side of the vial. Several orange lights shined into the hologram screen in front of them. The list of data on the screen had Jiang Chen completely lost. Lin Lin, standing beside him, looked at him contemptuously in secret. She imprudently made fun of Jiang Chen's ignorance in her mind before speaking with her head held high. Muscle strength or body strength 63, bone strength 47, reflex 20, brain cell strength 9. From a human perspective, without overexerting the body's capabilities, this is the limit of the body's strength. Speaking of this, is this guy still considered human? Lin Lin had her finger on her chin as she muttered to herself. Jiang Chen glanced at her. Is this girl still considered human? The cell in the body is modified by the FEV virus. Similarly, the skin is implanted with heavy metal. The lead skin could be compared to C-type steel, and it could easily defend against standard bullets. The regeneration of the cell is ridiculously fast. Based on the data of the body's DNA, even if it lost an arm, it would be able to grow one back in a week's time. Although I never fought before, if this thing was put in a battlefield, it should be invincible, right? The pacifist Lin Lin even started to exclaim about the battle ability of this thing. Does it not have any weaknesses? Jiang Chen had a troubled smile. Of course. Lin Lin nodded, first because of the influence of heavy metal. Their nervous system is extremely weak. The brain cell strength is as low as 9. Also, their life is limited. Based on its DNA and regeneration calculation, their life expectancy is only 30 years. Also, if their head or heart is destroyed, they will die instantly. It was the same as not saying anything. Which creature would still live without a brain or heart? Jiang Chen let out a sigh. Looks like there is no shortcut to this. To destroy this dangerous thing we would have to depend on Tiger. Using its pure explosive power of electromagnetic cannons to blow this thing into pieces. Also, can I ask a question? Lin Lin abruptly spoke out. Go ahead. When I first acquired the body I was utterly astonished. What did you do to destroy every single cell in the mutated human's body? Lin Lin looked oddly at Jiang Chen as she was clueless. It was time travel. But he did not dare to tell her yet. Jiang Chen subtly looked away as he began to come up with a vague response. Well, I used a special weapon that instantly ended all cell activity. Speaking of this, what do those cells look like under the microscope? The cell membrane broke. Based on the way it broke, it appeared to be due to extremely low temperatures that caused the fluid in the cell to freeze. It is peculiar. As if without preparation, it traveled through a wormhole with entropy infinitely approaching zero, Lin Lin doubtingly said, as she stared at Jiang Chen. Extremely low temperatures. But there was no temperature change during time travel. Jiang Chen slightly raised his eyebrows and didn't notice Lin Lin's look of doubt. Seeing Jiang Chen had no reaction, Lin Lin continued. Passing through an area with entropy infinitely approaching zero would have no impact on dead things, but for something alive, it would be nearly impossible for them to remain alive. But as the shortcut to intergalactic travel, passing through a wormhole is a topic that can't be avoided, as how to travel through wormholes had a lot of interesting hypotheses in the physics world. Among them, Dr. Klein's hypothesis had the most authority. Klein. Jiang Chen felt that he had heard this name before. That's right. To put it in a simple analogy, mass and energy through two completely parallel tunnels crossed the wormhole. As she said this, Lin Lin grabbed a pen to draw a cylinder on the whiteboard. Then she drew two parallel lines, one passed through inside the cylinder, and another passed through outside the cylinder. As long as you send the energy at the entrance of wormhole through the tunnel into another dimension to the end of the wormhole and meet with the mass that passes through the wormhole there, it would avoid the part where entropy decreases in the wormhole. Detach the energy? Wouldn't that creature die instantly? Jiang Chen didn't understand. Therefore, this is the brilliance of Dr. Klein. Lin Lin sighed. She drew T1 and T2 at the ends of the whiteboard and gave them a value to 0. Time. Based on research, within the wormhole, time, space, and all physics principles are ambiguous. To put it in simple terms, you could spin around a few times before walking to the exit, or you could instantly head for the exit when you enter the wormhole. As long as you find the perfect route, you could decrease the time to pass through the wormhole to 0. I'll give you an analogy. A door frame is put in front you. You have a ball in your hand that represents your temperature. Based on the rule, when the ball passes through the door frame, I will take it away from you. So instead, the instant you're about to cross the door frame, you throw the ball up and the ball would fly above the door frame. Then, once you go through the door frame, you catch the ball, and successfully pass through the door with the ball. I see. Jiang Chen half-understandingly nodded his head. Therefore, how did you pass through the door? I don't know. I used the bracelet. Suddenly, Jiang Chen looked cautiously at Lin Lin and narrowed his eyes. You are setting me up. The fool wants to say it himself, the tip of Lin Lin's mouth raised in proudness as she said nonchalantly. You are playing with fire. She seemed to have sensed the grimace in Jiang Chen's tone as Lin Lin sacredly moved back. The proud expression completely vanished. I am only curious. I have no other intention. Also, you suddenly appeared from the tent last time. I already had an idea. After seeing so much food in the base, you must be an alien, right? An alien? Jiang Chen paused for a moment before he burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Lin Lin worked up her courage and protested. Ahem, nothing. Since you already guessed most of it, I'll tell you. Jiang Chen smiled. I am a time traveler from the past, from the year 2015. Lin Lin took some time to think before she raised her pair of serene eyebrows. Time traveler? From the past? You already said all physics principle doesn't apply in the wormhole since it could avoid the space continuum, time continuum would not be a problem too, right? Jiang Chen shrugged. Based on the theory, yes. Although out of the 6 colonization ships, 3 passed through the wormhole. As to the specifics of passing through the wormhole, only they would know. Lin Lin nodded, but then looked at Jiang Chen doubtfully. I didn't know that this stingy devil could tell me this secret. What if I told you? Jiang Chen with a smile looked at the one black and one red pupil. I don't plan to ever let you go. Hearing that, Lin Lin's face instantly turned red as it was the rare time she didn't badmouth back, but rather shifted her eyes to the side. Jiang Chen didn't realize the other meaning in his words as he looked at the girl, forced to be obedient, pleasingly. Also, what about that death claw? Is the result out? When he mentioned the death claw, Lin Lin, rarely tense, turned serious. I found some odd things on the death claw. After leaving from Lin Lin's lab, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought thinking about what she just said. Everyone knew that the starting point of the X1 virus was to purify radiation, but because it experienced uncontrollable mutation under the radiation environment, it turned into the frightening virus. But X2's design philosophy was rather dubious. As the improved version of the X1 virus, X2's purification ability was increased. But the food for thought element was that the effect of infiltrating creatures' nervous system was not removed, but rather strengthened. It also increased the structure of the cell, making it harder to be eliminated by the immune system. As if it was designed to eliminate all humans along with the radiation. The fortunate part was that because the cell's DNA structure was too stable, it could not split through binary fission. It could only produce through the mother's body. Therefore, after Jiang Chen cleared out the source in the area, the X2 virus slowly began to vanish. Could it be born through X1's own mutation? Since there is radiation everywhere, impossible, Lin Lin shook her head as she rejected Jiang Chen's doubt with certainty. The death claw evolved to have armor, simplified its molecular chain to develop claws, and these were all part of natural selection. To survive, creatures would be forced to adapt and evolve certain traits, but not put a lock on its own life. The complicated breeding mechanism has no practical meaning for survival, and it is impossible that X2 was born through evolution. She paused, before continuing, the only possibility is that someone created the X2 virus. But what I don't understand is, the X1 virus data should already have been on board with the colonization ship. Could it be another scientist that didn't manage to make it onto the ship created it? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. I am not sure, Lin Lin shook her head, but one point is certain, and that is the people who developed the X2 virus definitely have no good intentions. Someone wanted the humans on the wasteland to become extinct. But who could it be? Mutated humans have enough of a reason, but a virus that the Death Claw couldn't even handle, could they resist it? But if it was not the mutated human, who had the motives to do this? Suddenly, a frightening thought popped into Jiang Chen's mind. If wormholes could create time travel, then where did the 3 space colonization ships go? Did they really completely abandon this planet? Seatbelt check. Ready to depart. Chu Nan closed the hatch. Don't worry, I checked already. Jiang Chen, wearing the kinetic skeleton, pointed at his shoulder and smiled. This is procedure. Okay, lift off. Chu Nan opened the engine switch while signaling the apprentice in the co-pilot position to keep an eye on the monitors on the right side. Woohoo dash. Outside of the helicopter, high-voltage static began to hum. Under the push of the furious vortex flow, the 51 helicopter began to lift off slowly. Sitting across Jiang Chen was the gunner. The young man wearing orange protective gear felt shy with the base leader sitting across from him. Don't be anxious. Jiang Chen gave him a friendly smile. Yes. The young man shouted out, just as he wanted to stand up to salute, he was comically pulled back by the seatbelt. Jiang Chen laughed as he waved his hand signally there was no need. Then he focused his gaze on what was happening outside the window. It stopped snowing, but the snow had yet to melt. It was the first time overseeing the entirety of Wanhai City in the sky. A frozen world. The city at dawn shone brightly. The glittering colors seemed to have fended off the gloom of the radiation dust in the air. If it was not for the occasional zombie, as well as the unhealthy colored smog, he could almost forget that he was in the apocalypse, and was instead in a snowy city in the northern kingdom. From this view, the city is quite beautiful, Jiang Chen exclaimed while looking through the window. The first time is indeed powerful. But if you fly every day, you'll get used to it. Chu Nan laughed. Yeah. Jiang Chen smiled as he didn't disagree. 5 Tigers, 1 armored vehicle carrying supplies, 30 light infantry carrying Reaper assault rifle, as well as 2 snipers equipped with Ghost sniper rifles. The destination was Xinxiang Town. This was Fishbone Base's first attack on the mutated humans. Jiang Chen didn't need to come but considering they needed the 700 captured survivors at the base. It would be best for the Fishbone leader to stand out and say something. Also, to observe the battle from above was something he looked forward to. About to be in contact with radiation dust. Put on the mask, as he spoke, Chu Nan pulled the mask down over his helmet. Received. Jiang Chen pressed a few buttons on the kinetic skeleton, picked up the helmet on the chair beside him, and connected the extension to the slot. It snowed, but this level of coldness was as indifferent as the spring breeze to the mutated humans. Even if they were fully exposed to the external conditions, they could still stand tall in the chilling snowstorm, ignoring the furious wind, and unleash the full firepower of the guns in their hands. They were natural warriors. Viewing highly of themselves, they were the terminators of the old civilization. Even if their bodies were unafraid of the cold, long winter journeys were still extremely difficult for them. Additionally, the stronger the body, the higher the supply consumption. Since west of Zhufeng Road had been entirely blocked by the snow, it meant it was nearly impossible for vehicles to traverse across it, and this fact put the already short supply line under more pressure. There were only two options in front of the mutated humans. 1. Send a team to Xinxiang town across the Taifu River bank to establish an outpost, and then send the primary force to Wanghai City. 2. Wait till next spring to invade Wanghai City. There was no possibility of the mutated humans and humans to reach a peaceful negotiation. Once they encountered each other, it would be a bloodbath. As for the decision to invade Wanghai City and engage in conflicts with the local human force, the mutated human leader was cautious. Different from the scattered survivors in Jia City, as the hotspot during the war, Wanghai City had multiple survivor camps that inherited frontier military technology before the war. If they had to engage in conflict with the human force, the mutated human would rather have it happen during the winter. If they waited for spring, the advantage of the mutated humans being able to fight in harsh climates would be non-existent. At the same time, hungry mutants would wake up from hibernation, which would make the trip into city center more problematic. Because of the above reasons, the mutated humans decided to go with Plan 1 for now. Although the highway between 7th Area and Xinxiang Town was completely blocked by snow, the road condition from Xinxiang Town to Wanghai City was relatively smooth. As long as they establish an outpost to store supplies, the pressure of the supply line would be greatly alleviated. A winter crusade would be possible. Therefore, the captured survivors in Xinxiang Town were not immediately escorted back, but rather were forced to construct defensive structures by the mutated humans there. Outside Xinxiang Town, the outline of the reinforced concrete wall was starting to become visible. The sides of the road were piled with wood chips and were placed as obstacles and barriers to block the major roads outside of the town. But when the mutated humans arrived, the flimsy barrier could not bring even the slightest sense of security to the survivors hiding behind cover. The monster-wielding steel-carried machine guns and the bullet storm destroyed the mental fortitude of every defender. In the shack not far away from this place, the painted concrete wall was cut in half by the coilless cannon. On the shambles were terrifying bullet holes, and the blood stains on the wooden floor in the room were still clearly visible. The survivors defending behind cover could not cause a single casualty to the attacking mutated humans. But when the first mutated human passed through the wooden barrier, tens of bodies were already on the ground, which forced the survivors to raise the white flag and surrender. The recalcitrant's body was pierced by wooden spears, hung in the snow being eroded by the snowstorm, and eaten by the mutated rats. Just like a flag, declaring the cruelty of the victors. Wang Pin, with cold eyes, stared at the frail humans as they dragged concrete and steel through the snow with difficulty, building up their outpost. "Move quicker, you damn pests. Who said you could stop, aha?" A horrific-looking mutated human held a whip as he cursed at the slaves. His whip regularly beat at the weak figures, without any care if they actually made a mistake or not. The frightened faces instinctively made him feel joyful. Since he couldn't acquire pleasant sensations physiologically, the body full of male hormones could only be alleviated through primal violence. "Luke, don't accidentally kill them. Even if they are pests, they still have value in entertaining us." Wang Pin strolled beside the supervisor as he flashed his mouth full of fangs. Looking at the boy lying in the snow, he did not hide his eyes full of disgust and disdain. The mutated human after being reborn would rename themselves, abandoning the ancient ethics along with their name. Ha! Luke flung the whip in his hand as he laughed. Cowards, all eyes on me. The people carrying bags of concrete all stopped. Men, women, elderly, and children. The white snow circled around them, but it could not hide their terrified looks. They could not scream, nor be anger. The chilling cold already caused their facial nerves to lose any sense of feeling. The bloodthirsty mutated humans made them forget the dignity they had. He looked at the numb faces with satisfaction. Luke lowered his head and looked at the boy trembling in the snow. With a grimace, he lifted his foot and stepped on the youthful face. Ah! The suppressed scream came from the bottom of his foot, as the frozen fingers tightly grasped onto the ground as he crashed into the freezing snow. The father of the boy stood on the side with his shoulders trembling. His bloodshot eyes widened at the scene. The mutated humans on the side carried their rifles as they mockingly looked at the slaves being humiliated. The lack of entertainment meant that the thing they loved to do the most was to humiliate the helpless slaves. FEV virus was magical. The magical part was that it would make the modified person forget any previous reluctance and experience the sensation of evolution. They would forget about their hatred towards the mutated humans and willingly join the new party, and in turn shift their hatred onto the old species unwilling to accept evolution. No dash. A deafening scream broke the silence. A woman with messy hair leaped onto the snow as she tightly held onto the mutated human's foot while desperately trying to save the boy being stepped on. Mom! The boy's eyeballs were protruding because of pressure, his mouth weakly moved. Luke apathetically observed the woman from above. Coldly staring at the plea and despair in her eyes. Get out. The cold words left his mouth. Luke lifted the foot stepping on the boy's face as he kicked her chest mercilessly and sent the woman flying. She struggled to stand up from the snow, the edges of her mouth had blood dripping down as she coughed. But her eyes didn't look at Luke, and instead looked at the boy freed from under his foot. A tender smile appeared on her face as she crawled to the kid. For some reason, the expression on the woman's face enraged Luke. Stop, he arrogantly ordered. The woman ignored him as she shakingly moved her arms in the boy's direction. Seeing his mom was getting closer, the boy looked relieved. But then, a rifle was pointed at her head. She blankly looked at it as despair appeared on her face. Could it not be here, she used her trembling voice to plead. The second she leaped out from the crowd, she knew her fate. The people who dared to defy them all died, no exception. If possible, she didn't want to die in front of her child. Luke's face held a disdained grimace. This person wanted to discuss terms with him. Let her go. A man stood out, but his legs and shoulders trembled. Luke scorned. I am willing to die for her. This sentence seemed to have taken all of his courage. The woman looked at the man with eyes wide open as the sign of life began to vanish from her face. The cracked mouth opened as a powerless voice whispered out. No dash, then go die. Luke immediately fired. The bullet penetrated his chest, and even hurt the elder behind him. Ah dash! The crowd howled. The woman's scream was filled with heartbreak, and the boy's eyes opened wide as he watched his father fall into the snow. Seeing the woman on all fours scrambling to crawl to her husband, Luke's face revealed a psychotic but satisfied smile. He lifted his gun again as he was about to execute the woman that dared to dirty his feet. But just at that moment, Wang Pin, standing on the side, gently put his hand on the lifted rifle. The woman covered her husband as the body's temperature began to drop. The woman desperately tried to use her own heat to warm him, to save his fading life. I love you. No, I won't allow you to go. Droplets of tears rolled down the woman's cheek, splattering on the blood-soaked jacket. Sorry. I don't want your apology. I don't dash. The heartbreaking scream could not stop the body's temperature from dropping. Luke moved his eyes away from the two as he looked confusedly at his companion. He didn't understand his intention. It's too boring to kill them, buddy. You haven't learned the essence of torture. Wang Pin patted his shoulder, pretending to sound wise as he cracked a smile. Oh. Luke raised his eyebrows as he stuffed the gun into his lap. Go ahead then. Wang Pin took the gun with a grimace on his face. He ignored the woman looking at him with anger and fear, and turned to the other pigs. Pigs, listen up. Now, anyone who are *PES her will be given freedom. The crowd became unsettled, but no one came up. Luke looked at his colleague, not understanding his intention. He didn't know what was the purpose of seeing herds of humans in intercourse. That's right, herds. From the mutated human's perspective, humans were only livestock. Due to traces of memory being left from before their transformation, they didn't eat human flesh like cannibals. However, they would not shy away from any cruelty to obtain a sense of joy from the howling humans. No one. If I remember correctly, this woman, to your standard of beauty, should be quite attractive. Wang Pin continued to hold his rifle and said slowly. Is there any purpose in this? Luke was still confused. Of course, buddy, learn from me. Other than killing, there are a lot of other ways to dig out the despair in their hearts. Wang Pin smiled with a grimace as he licked his dry lips. He then looked at the frightened woman backing away from him. Lying on top of her husband's yet-to-be cold body, under the watch of her son, and humiliated by countless people. What kind of despair would be on such a face? The idea is making me excited. Isn't the whole purpose of the existence of civilization to blossom the glimpse of light under the torture of the primal? Ha ha ha. The cruel laughter was deafening, shaking off the snow on trees that were a few kilometers away. Luke blankly looked at the psychotic smile on his colleague as an excited expression appeared on his face. *T, you are a genius. Oh, devil. You must be an artist in your previous life. Who knows? Wang Pin smiled as he used his gun to point at the closest man. You, go fu *K her. The man gulped, gritted his teeth, and defiantly said. I can't do it. Bang dash. Like a piece of paper, he fell onto the ground. The man's face still maintained a defiant expression, with a glimpse of disbelief. Next. Wang Pin pointed the gun at the next man, a middle-aged man holding his bleeding arm. Trembling, the middle-aged man walked a few steps, before finally kneeling onto the ground. Bang dash. Wang Pin didn't give him the opportunity to explain as he immediately blew up his head. Red and white splattered everywhere and even splashed onto the person behind him. Wang Pin raised his chin and targeted the next person. Perhaps terrified by the horrific scene, the third person only hesitated slightly before looking down and running to the woman with trembling steps. Sorry, please forgive me. The man was afraid to look at the expression on the woman's face as he merciless reached for her collar. No. The woman's eyes widened in despair. The man ignored her struggling plea. He ignored all the morals and dignity of the human civilization and pushed her down on the body that was still slowly losing its temperature. In his mind, he was desperately trying to comfort himself. If he didn't do it, he would die. He was doing it, but it was not his intention. Wang Pin pleasingly looked at the man's action, the joy of ripping the civilization apart was almost making him shake in excitement. Luke, standing on the side, also had his eyes wide open. He was only a mutated human for less than 2 years, and it was the first time he witnessed such a joyful moment other than from violence. Wang Pin raised his gun again, pointing at the next person. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the shout of the patrol. What is that? The mutated human carrying an assault rifle pointed at the black dot in the sky. He raised his eyebrows as Wang Pin looked up. What is *? Boom. Mixed with thick smoke, the snow on the ground blew up like an avalanche as it flew over the crowd. The shockwave flipped people onto the ground as the frightened crowd ditched the concrete and steel bags in their hands. They ran to the nearest barrier or ducked into the field. The mutated humans didn't stop them because their situation was not any better. "Damn it, what is it?" Wang Pin crawled up from the ground as he looked at the thick smoke 10 meters away with horrid. The bloodthirsty pupils contracted as a rare sense of fear surfaced. Direct hit. Beautiful. Jiang Chen smiled as he gave a thumbs up to the gunner. The furious wind blew through the hatch door as the orange protective suit gusted in the chill. The gunner wearing his mask turned and nodded his head to express his gratitude towards Jiang Chen's praise. Then, without stopping, he carried another 10 kilograms bomb and stuffed it into the cartridge as the cannon began to charge. At this moment, Jiang Chen had a tablet in his hand. The flashing picture on the scene was of the entire battlefield. The camera located below the helicopter holistically presented the overview of the battlefield to the commander. The green dot hidden 3 kilometers away from the town was Fishbone Base's light infantry. The 5 Tigers were scattered behind buildings, only exposing the electromagnetic cannon. The vehicle was also covered with white cloth, which camouflaged the vehicle perfectly with the snow. This only left the pitch-black cannon visible. The red dots signaled were enemy units marked out by the sniper, while the gray dots were civilians. The thick smoke rising from the ground was the truck destroyed by the helicopter cannon. The anti-air machine gun had yet to unleash its power before being blown up into metal shards. The mutated humans who lost their air defense began to flee. Jiang Chen observed the battlefield. It was like playing a game. Also worth mentioning, the command system attached to the helicopter was the masterpiece of Yao Yao. The purpose of civilization is to punish the primal brutality. As if it was meant to rebuttal the clamor, Jiang Chen mustered to himself. Since the Grim Reaper has already arrived on the battlefield, then you bastards must go die. He coldly overwatched the fleeing figures on the screen as his finger pointed at the red dot on the screen. Whoosh dash. The trident-shaped cannon began to flash a faint blue electric light, followed by a screeching homing noise. The orange arc smashed to the ground. The noise of the bomb breaking the sound barrier almost covered the screaming northern wind. The orange arc explosion penetrated the cloud-shaped sound barrier. Followed by the explosive homing, the cylinder-shaped bomb rapidly spun, just like God smiting the sins in the world, it smashed directly into the fleeing mutated humans. Boom! Snow knee-deep blew up into the air and mixed with shattered soft lead debris as it rained down onto the surrounding area. Without the need for explosives and just using pure mechanical power, the 10 kilograms bomb blew up in the enemy's base. Soft lead-made bombs allowed the bomb to break into thumb-sized pieces and scatter under the heavy air pressure. This instantly blew the mutated humans nearby away like paper. The concrete wall nearby completely collapsed. The debris 10 meters away even left bolt-sized holes on the wall. F***CK, what is that damn thing? Wang Pin struggled to stand up from the snow. He lifted his blood-filled face and frightenedly stared at the black dot in the sky. Luke was already dead. He saw the head meters away from the body. The poor guy had his neck blow off by debris as his entire head was severed from his body. It's a helicopter. Damn it, why would looting townspeople be here? The mutated human hiding behind the barrier raised his binoculars as he said with a trembling voice. Looting town. When he heard the word, Wang Pin instant felt a chill overwhelm his body. His limbs felt cold. Without hesitation, he got up and ran for his life to the concrete-made barrier. Based on rumors, on the wasteland near Wanhai City, only humans on the aircraft carrier inherited flight units before the war. But why would they show up here while they were located hundreds of kilometers away? Boom! The deafening blast ended his thought as the snow and debris covered him. The bomb didn't just come from the sky. It also came from the horizon. As if it was an agreement, 5 arcs smashed into the mutated human base like iron fists. The half-completed reinforced concrete wall was instantly shattered into pieces. As the pieces of concrete flew backward, the mutated humans taking cover behind it all dropped to the ground. The ones yet to be killed crawled into the town. Although the electromagnetic cannon used 5 kilograms bombs, it was not inferior compared to the strike from the dome. God, please stop. Crawling into the corner of a room and covering his head, a mutated human roared with a whimpering voice. The rifle along with his arrogance were all thrown into the snow. D*mit, where is the anti-air cannon? We dash under the far fire range, the mutated humans' machine guns were like toys. The only purpose of their shouting was to unleash the fear in their hearts. The occasion bomb that flew to Fishbone Base's side smashed into the building used as cover without any accuracy. However, on the Fishbone Base side, with the guidance of snipers as well as aerial coverage, the 5 Tiger fired simultaneously and accurately, eliminating the mutated humans' firepower and shattering their morale. Someone seems to be using rifles to shoot at us. Jiang Chen looked at the screen and smiled. His finger lightly drew on the screen as he circled a few red dots. Debris flew up as the red dots were blown up to pieces by the bombs. Only that anti-air machine gun is a bit threatening. Even if the assault rifle bullets could hit this far, the airflow would make it lose its accuracy. Chu Nan laughed, initiated automatic hovering, and moved his hands away from the controls. Oh. Jiang Chen answered absent-mindedly, his eyes were focused on the red dots on the screen. He then pressed his finger on the guy covering his head and ducking into the snow. Although those monstrous humans did not deserve mercy, the apathetic feeling of killing people through a screen still shocked him. Oh right, correction. They were not human. Speaking of something else, how's that wife of yours? Jiang Chen dragged his finger on the green dots and pointed on the location of the road. After receiving the command, 20-something light infantries began to move to the target location. He then pointed a few more times on the screen, and the other 20 light infantries crossed the barriers, pushing forward to the target area through the front. Not bad, Chu Nan answered concisely as he didn't seem to want to continue on the topic. Oh, even if he accepted, his heart must not feel so great. Jiang Chen didn't ask further. Over half of the mutated humans stationed in Xinxiang town were eliminated. The remaining ones were under the heavy fire suppression of the electromagnetic cannon. The steel plate in front of their chests could block bullets, but when the bullets changed to electromagnetic cannons, it was as good as paper. While maintaining fire suppression, the 2 squads of light infantry quickly captured the mutated humans hiding in the barriers. As to the mutated humans still reluctant to give up, merciless cannons awaited them. Beep! A screeching alarm began to sound. What's that noise? Jiang Chen frowned. What else could it be? RPG, flying sword, anti-air missile. The mutated humans probably dug it up from a pack armory, Chu Nan said casually as he simultaneously pressed a button beside the control panel. Click. Within the vision of the tablet, a few flashing sparks began to fall. The approaching anti-air missile directly hit one of the rubbles and scathed by the helicopter. Electromagnetic lure. These things that chase after high-frequency electronic devices are easy to deal with. The anti-air machine gun is more reliable. Chu Nan laughed contemptuously as he put his hands behind his head and sank further into the chair. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at the guy reloading the RPG, but Jiang Chen didn't use electromagnetic cannons this time. Instead, he commanded the infantry to attack him. He was very interested in the anti-air missile. If he could seize it, why would he destroy it? Cheng Weigua leaned tightly against the cover as he checked the coordinates on the EP. Then he signaled the team on the other side to throw a smoke bomb as they quickly pushed further into the town. An unfair battle. With the firepower advantage, the mutated humans' muscles and their strength in numbers were not worth mentioning. They already crossed their defensive structure. At this point, his force still maintained 0 casualties. Pointing the rifle out of cover, Cheng Weiguo aimed at the mutated human, with half of his body exposed carrying the RPG, and pulled the trigger. Tada dash! The bullets instantly forced the mutated human to take cover and shredded more of the already in shambles concrete wall into pieces. The soldiers on the other wing quickly rushed in, just like how they were trained in exercise. The gunshots afar began to disappear. The force attacking from the side already controlled the south area of the town. The battle in the east should also be over. Cheng Weiguo tugged at the thick scarf around his neck. His beard covered with ice shards, he breathed out a few white puffs. Team A attack the town center and control the warehouse. Team B follow the boundary to clear out the area. Team C take control of the captives. Move. Yes, sir. The synced roar echoed within the communication channel. Cheng Weiguo put the rifle on his arm, looked up at the black dot in the sky, and he saluted. But at this time, the snow beside him suddenly moved as he immediately pointed the gun at the pile. He maintained shooting position as he slowly moved to cover, using his feet to remove the snow. It was a face. The boy feebly looked at him with a bruise printed on his face. Seeing this, Cheng Weiguo quickly kneeled down, used the handle of the gun to sweep the snow off of him, and dragged him out from the snow. Save my mom. Looking at the boy's face, the feeling of yet to extinct justice made him feel enraged. Where is she? He held on to the boy's hand and said firmly. There, the boy faintly pointed at the pile of snow on the side. Cheng Weiguo put him on a concrete bag as he carried the gun and traversed through the snow to the pile. He dug through the snow and found a man. He was slightly shocked, but soon saw the woman below the man. The woman's body was exposed, her hair messy. Her breathing was faint as if she could lose her life at any second. The man on top of her already lost his breath. The soft lead debris penetrated his body. The shattered glasses was covered in blood. At the moment, Cheng Weiguo didn't understand the relationship between them, especially when he saw that there was another man under her. Regardless, saving her life was more important. He dragged the already dead man out of the snow. Cheng Weiguo then helped the sandwiched woman up. It's all over. Your son is beside you. But in an instant, the woman's eyes became widened as she stared at something behind him. Suddenly alerted, Cheng Weiguo hugged the woman and rolled onto the ground. Dong dash. A steel beam pierced the location he previously stood in as it deeply penetrated into the concrete bag. The blood-covered Wang Pin stared at Cheng Weiguo in rage as he leaped towards him roaring. Without hesitation, he raised his gun, and the rifle unleashed its power on the mutated human's chest as blood began to splatter. But the mutated human did not back down as he took the bullets and pushed Cheng Weiguo onto the ground. Roar dash. The mutated human clenched onto the Reaper assault rifle, attempting to take it from Cheng Weiguo's hands. Cheng Weiguo tightly clenched his teeth, his face entirely red. Obviously, he was no match for the mutated human's strength as the gun began to move in the mutated human's direction. Seeing he could not outmatch the mutated human's strength, he immediately let go. Because of the sudden jerk, Wang Pin's body immediately tilted up with the rifle. Grasping onto the opportunity, Cheng Weiguo swiftly grabbed the dagger on his leg and swung it at Wang Pin's throat. The dagger flashed through as blood began to splash all over the ground. Wang Pin dropped the rifle onto the ground as he covered his throat, pouring out blood. His mouth was open, but he couldn't say a word. He could only use the blood and his widened eyes to show his disbelief and bitterness. Grabbing the rifle on the ground, Cheng Weiguo, without hesitation, pressed the gun to his forehead and pulled the trigger. There was more blood. Wang Pin's shoulder loosened as he fell backward, deep into the thick snow. At the same time, the woman's shoulder began to loosen up too. Alive, kneeled on the ground, she leaned her face against the snow pile beside her. She couldn't feel the coldness on her face anymore. The battle ended swiftly, completely in contrast with the stalemate they were in when they encountered the mutated humans last time. The 30 infantries, who entered the town, did not suffer any casualties, and only one unlucky guy was shot in the leg by a recalcitrant mutated human. The bullet happened to pass through his artery. Although the blood gushing out was quite frightening, the combat medic was quick to rescue, and the man was no longer in a life-threatening condition. A total of 35 mutated humans were killed, including 29 who died from electromagnetic pulse cannon and 6 of which died from assault rifle and sniper attacks. 5 were captured, and although mutated humans would rarely take the humiliation of being captured by a human lying down, under that overwhelming firepower, instinctive fear prevailed over the ridiculous pride. A total of 721 human captives were rescued. If the bodies outside the town were all dead, the population of the town should be 779 before the mutated humans came. There were bullet holes the size of a bowl throughout the exterior buildings outside of the town, and collapsed concrete buildings could be seen everywhere. Half of which were destroyed by the mutated humans. The Fishbone Base infantry maintained the order of the queue as they recorded all the rescued townspeople and then provide them with the nutrient supply that originally belonged to them. The 5 Tigers didn't drive into the city but stopped at the bridgehead of Zhufeng Highway. A few soldiers were carrying concrete bags to build 5 crude bunkers. This move was very intriguing. All the Xinjiang townspeople had one thought hovering in their mind: do these people want to stay here? They had a sense of foreboding. Type 51 helicopter landed about a half-kilometer away from the town in an open space. Jiang Chen, clad in kinetic skeletons, jumped down from the top. Cheng Weigua, along with the mayor of the town, greeted Jiang Chen and saluted after seeing him. "Did you finish the census?" Jiang Chen cut to the chase. "It's done." Cheng Weigua handed a tablet to Jiang Chen for him to check. Jiang Chen swiped the screen while he perused the statistics. Population, 721, captive mutated humans, 5, seized, 24 machine guns, 72 various models of rifles, 100,000 rounds of bullets, 1 shoulder-launched missile, 5 surface-to-air missiles, 5 recoilless cannons, and 40 rounds of ammunition. And there were 40 sets of C-type steel armors, though most of them were destroyed in the explosion. Looking at these batches of firearms, Jiang Chen was secretly stunned. Oh boy, these firearms reserves could catch up with the entire assets of the Fishbone Base. It could be seen that these mutated humans invested a lot in this outpost, but now all of these belonged to Jiang Chen. These firearms would remain here, but he ordered the armors to be shipped back. Although these lumps of irons were of little value to humans, nevertheless it's still pretty good to reforge them. Fishbone Base could use more C-type steels. With about 10 tons of steel, however, modifying them into 2 armored vehicles wouldn't be a problem. In addition, there were also hundreds of preserved mutants' cadavers which appeared to be the food of mutated humans, since only they could eat something this toxic. However, so as not to waste anything, Jiang Chen still ordered Cheng Weigua to throw these into the organic extractor to produce some nutrient supplies. With the ratio of 1 mutant to 100 nutrient supplies, it could easily extract 10,000 nutrient supplies. Including the 30,000 in the storage, he temporarily did not have to worry about the rations of more than 700 people. What excited him most was the construction materials that he seized. The mutated humans left a huge amount of cement and steels in the warehouse which were originally used to build an outpost, but right now, they were in his hands. With these batches of prefabricated construction materials, Jiang Chen could easily stretch out reinforced concrete defensive line along the shore. He returned the tablet to Cheng Weigua, said a few words, and the latter received the order at once and left. Then Jiang Chen finally turned to look at the mayor, who had been standing there, and smiled amiably at him. Seeing that Jiang Chen was looking at him, the mayor quickly bowed. "The Honorable Fishbone Base leader, Mr. Jiang Chen, on behalf of all the survivors in Xinjiang town, I would like to express our utmost gratitude and sincerity to you. Don't worry about it, do tell, what's your name?" Deng Bin. Okay, Mr. Deng Bin, I want to go to the town hall now. Do you have time to take me there? My pleasure. Deng Bin bowed again. To be honest, as the mayor, their savior's behavior after eliminating the mutated humans made him very uneasy. At the moment, however, they were wielding guns, and the entire military power of the town was wiped out after the onslaught of mutated humans. Not possessing confidence nor knowing what to say, he could only meekly follow Jiang Chen on the side. With hands in his pocket, Jiang Chen looked at the surrounding buildings while walking on the road leading to the town hall. The reek of blood lingered in the nose and did not fade away even after a long time. Along the way, he didn't say anything, which actually made Deng Bin somewhat uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, Deng Bin looked at Jiang Chen and asked tentatively, "In just 3 days, they already slaughtered more than 60 of us. Truly grateful to you, us survivors from Qingpu. If there is anything we can help you with, we'll do our absolute best." "I've already said not to worry about it." Jiang Chen, however, didn't directly answer. Instead, he only responded in a brief sentence before no longer speaking. While Deng Bin's heart was still apprehensive, the two had arrived in front of the town hall. To his surprise, the leader of the mysterious organization didn't seem to have the intention to go in, rather, he just stood in front of the town hall. Did it deserve to be called a government building? It was aesthetically built, and based on the damage, it could be considered the only intact building in the entire town. "Say, was there a person called Lin Chowan who came to your place before?" Deng Bin was a bit stunned for a moment, as he didn't expect Jiang Chen would suddenly ask this irrelevant question. Frowning, he tried to recall carefully and answered, "There seems to be someone like that. He came from Jia City." "Did he not say anything to you? Like how the mutated humans would be here?" Jiang Chen asked casually. Looking blankly at Jiang Chen, Deng Binyao shook his head and said, "No, he only stayed in our town for a night before leaving hastily. Hadn't said anything? That's extremely odd. If they desperately wanted to prevent the mutated humans from invading Wanghai City, there is no reason not to alert the people here, so that they can make early preparations. Or at the very least, build some defensive structures." Jiang Chen slightly knitted his brows as he carefully scrutinized Deng Bin's eyes. "It doesn't seem like he's pretending at all. How did you remember him? What I mean is there anything special about him that made you take a closer look at him?" "Hee, there was one. Because the people passing through Zhufeng Highway were usually lone travelers from Jia Cty, they come here to dig a few components or microchips from military equipment. These things would sell well anywhere in the mainland. The worst-case scenario is that they would go to Luding Town to buy a few boxes of canned fish to sell when they returned, and then the price could at least double. However, only Lin Chowan came back empty-handed. Has he only been here once?" "Yes, he seemed to have taken another route when he went to Wanghai City." Nodding thoughtfully, Jiang Chen became lost in thought. Deng Bin, standing on the side, was trying to figure out the expression on Jiang Chen's face but couldn't manage to read the slightest useful information. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen would suddenly ask about the lone travelers. Was there any deeper meaning in this? While he was speculating, Jiang Chen spoke again, but this time it was to ask a different question. "Let's talk about something else. What do you do to earn a living?" More than 700 people were not a small number. It's not the city center, so there were not enough zombies to provide organic matter that could be used to extract nutrient supply. Although there were quite a number of mutants here, they were usually powerful. If they ever hunted mutants, they didn't exactly look like a well-equipped group of survivors. "We planted some crops on the farms outside the town to extract nutrient supplies." Deng Bin looked at Jiang Chen in the eyes and said cautiously. The fruit of the mutant plants could not be eaten, but it could be used as an excellent raw material for the extraction of nutrient supplies. Many survivors in Qingpu would also plant such crops on the roof and go to the 6th Street to exchange for crystals or nutrient supplies. Oh. What is the degree of soil contamination here? What about the radiation? Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to be showing no interest in the nutrient supply in the warehouse, Deng Bin felt slightly relieved and muttered, "It seems to be 9 and 20. With regards to this, he didn't have to lie about it. The two numbers were easy to measure. The radiation value could be measured by EP, and the soil contamination would only require to take a sample and then to drop 2 drops of reagent. 9. Very good. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed and then reached out and patted Deng Bin on the shoulder. From this day onwards, you'll be in charge of the farm. Deng Bin paused while looking completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. Farm? Me? Jiang Chen smiled, looked at him and said, that's right, who else would it be? Swallowing his saliva, Deng Bin was still bewildered and asked, if you want those mutated fruits, we are willing to pay tribute to you. Those things were not worth money at all, and not to mention the price of organic matter was declining. Even with the price 2 months ago, 1 ton of fruit could only extract 100 nutrient supplies which could be exchanged for 10 crystals. The Reaper rifle alone in their hands was worth 20. Thus, they didn't need to care about this small profit. Jiang Chen raised his hand to interrupt him. You misunderstood me, we don't care about those rotten fruits that you planted. It was the truth, fishbone base didn't need nutrient supply. Then you mean, am I still not direct enough? Former mayor, I need you to take care of my farm for me. There were 2 words Jiang Chen emphasized and they were, former mayor, and my. Upon hearing this, Deng Bin's face instantly paled, his eyes widened, you want to occupy our homes, you can't do, but we can, the mutated humans are going to cross this river, and I will prevent that from happening, and so we're here. But all of them are dead now. Deng Bin had difficulty speaking. Jiang Chen looked strangely at Deng Bin, he smiled and said, are we having a misunderstanding here? You think we are here on a special trip to rescue you? I am sorry to tell you, but we are only fighting against the mutated humans. And this place is only the outpost I captured from them. Moreover, in accordance with the rules of the wasteland, since I saved you, you are all my captives. Deng Bin's lips trembled and couldn't utter a single word. His previous thought was they were saved, but in the end, it was just a change of ownership. Seeing that he had no reaction, Jiang Chen could also not care any less. They will be back. Furthermore, there would be more of them, but I will defend here. Stamping his foot, he pointed towards the ground beneath his foot. And from now on, this is my colony.